And also Zhou Ru. She unexpectedly became Lu Mei's disciple. There must be some secret behind this. Lu Mei's is far too cunning. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin suppressed the complex feelings he had from seeing Lu Mei. He withdrew his gaze from the sky and felt the powerful origin energy throughout his body. Peak of Nirvana Scryer. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. It was useless to think about other things. He was still inside the Celestial Emperor cave, so he needed to solve the immediate problem first. Everything in this world contains law. The sky, the earth, the 5 elements, everything contains its own law. If one wants to understand them all, it would take far too much time. The power of a person is limited, so it would be impossible to grasp everything. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he pondered. So the Nirvana Cleanser and even those old Nirvana Shatterer monsters often have a law they are most proficient in. For example, Master Flamespark is most proficient in the law of fire. While Wang Lin pondered, thunder shot out from his right eye. The thunder rumbled out from Wang Lin's right eye and formed a bright ball of thunder. There was a vague phantom inside the ball of thunder. It looked exactly like Wang Lin's ancient Thunder Dragon origin soul. It seemed like a phantom of it had appeared inside the ball of thunder. Wang Lin stared at the ball of thunder until the way he saw it vaguely changed. However, it didn't turn into lines like everything else. Although it became more transparent, no laws appeared within it. I only obtained half of the ancient Thunder Dragon and half of it disappeared into the tide abyss. As a result, the power of thunder is incomplete and even the law within is imperfect. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin squeezed the air and the ball of thunder scattered into countless bolts of thunder. At this moment, flames came out of Wang Lin's left eye, forming a sea of flames. There was the phantom of a vermilion bird within the sea of flames. Wang Lin looked closely and then the vermilion bird turned transparent. The endless sea of flames turned into red lines that Wang Lin could see clearly. According to my understanding of cultivation, to reach the Nirvana Cleanser stage, I must completely master one of these laws. Then I can use this law to absorb origin energy from the world and make it so the origin energy in my body never runs out. The strength of Nirvana Cleanser cultivators is greatly related to the law they choose. Wang Lin waved his hand and scattered the sea of flames. Then his eyes returned to normal. The laws I'm the most familiar with are thunder and fire. However, I just obtained fire and am not yet familiar enough with it. I need to comprehend it more before I can use it to break through to the Nirvana Cleanser stage. However, breaking through like this will cause me to lose the power of thunder. If I have to give that up to reach the Nirvana Cleanser stage, there will be regrets. If I can fuse fire and thunder and use that to reach Nirvana Cleanser stage, that power should be really strong. Wang Lin moved while pondering and stepped into the deep pit. He directly went into the cave and arrived next to his original body. The woman in silver was still guarding on the side. When she saw Wang Lin's avatar, her expression didn't change. Wang Lin ignored her and fused with his original body. A moment later, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, and the killing aura withdrew as he returned to his normal self. His eyes lit up and he stood up. The vermilion bird I saw when I borrowed the heaven-defying bead's power was exactly the same as my tattoo. I believe there is a connection. Wang Lin walked out of the fractured cave. The woman in silver silently followed, and her gaze fell on Wang Lin's back. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes. Just as he walked out from the cave, Wang Lin immediately retreated a step and exclaimed. A ray of ghostly light came from the deep pit. It moved in a line and headed straight for Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin retreated, it arrived near him. It had slightly messy black feathers, but its eyes were still filled with intelligence. It was the star-marked sable. The sable looked very adorable. When it got close, it hung onto Wang Lin's clothes with its mouth and swung around like a swing. It also released crisp cries as it did so. After swinging around a few times, the star-marked sable borrowed the swinging force to land on Wang Lin's shoulder. It wiped its face with its claws a few times before moving closer to Wang Lin's neck and sniffing constantly. The star-marked sable liked the aura of an ancient god the most. During the time when ancient gods were still around, The star-marked sable was one of the few spirit beasts the ancient gods really liked. Wang Lin had memories of this from his inheritance. The ancient god's aura was very beneficial to the star-marked sable. If they stayed around an ancient god long enough, then it would greatly reduce their growth period. It would also cause the star-marked sable to undergo metamorphosis. Even during ancient times, a star-marked sable was a powerful ally for an ancient god once it went through metamorphosis. However, it was very difficult for a star-marked sable to undergo metamorphosis. It would require them to absorb the aura of an ancient god for a very long time. Remembering what the star-marked sable looked like after it had gone through metamorphosis from Tisu's memories made Wang Lin reveal a strange expression. After looking at the star-marked sable on his shoulder, that strange expression became even stronger. In Tisu's memories, every ancient god with a star-marked sable that had undergone metamorphosis cherished them greatly. They treated the sable like a treasure and wouldn't allow anyone to hurt it. They would become furious if an outsider even touched the sable. As the sable sniffed Wang Lin's aura, its intelligence eyes were filled with excitement. It decided to simply lie on Wang Lin's shoulder. Wang Lin raised his hand and grabbed the small sable from his shoulder. The small sable seemed very dissatisfied, and his claw grabbed hold of Wang Lin's cloth. It roared at Wang Lin as if it was brooding from having to leave Wang Lin's shoulder. Wang Lin held the star-marked sable before his face and took a closer look. He had seen this sable hundreds of years ago when he first arrived on planet Tianyun, and he had taken a liking to it back then. He never would have thought the sable would come to him hundreds of years later. This sable was very exquisite, and its intelligent eyes looked at Wang Lin while Wang Lin looked at it. After a long time, the sable grew impatient. Wang Lin revealed a smile and let go of his hand. The small sable immediately returned to Wang Lin's shoulder. It sniffed around and looked very comfortable. No longer paying any more attention to the small sable, Wang Lin was about to leave here. He was going to explore the Celestial Emperor Cave using the map in the jade. However, just as he stepped out, the star-marked sable immediately looked down into the deep pit. Its eyes lit up, then it flew out and roared a few times at Wang Lin before it flew down into the pit. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked down at the deep pit. After pondering a bit, he descended along with the star-marked sable. Star-marked sables like the aura of ancient gods the most. Could it be that there is something that belonged to an ancient god down buried under the celestial burial pool? Wang Lin immediately thought of the red tendon that trapped the Tattoo Clan holy ancestor. This pit seemed bottomless. No matter how much Wang Lin descended, it seemed like he was no closer to the end. The cold energy coming from the bottom became even more intense until a layer of frost appeared on the walls of the pit. It was as if there was an endless abyss down there. Although Wang Lin looked calm, he was extremely cautious. The star-marked sable was obviously very familiar with this place and had long disappeared. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Every time he exhaled, it looked like gas dragons were rushing out of his nose. The surrounding walls were covered in ice. Sharp icicles were sticking out from the side of the wall in a ring formation. Wang Lin controlled his descending speed. After an unknown amount of time, the star-marked sable flew out like a ray of ghostly light and landed on the ice. It jumped off it and landed on Wang Lin's shoulder. Slivers of cold energy came from the star-marked sable, but none of this caught Wang Lin's attention. Right now his eyes were locked on the thing below. When the star-marked sable closed in, Wang Lin vaguely felt a gaze that pierced through all obstacles and landed on him. Wang Lin stared at the bottom and remained motionless. After a long time, his origin energy began to move and two balls of flames appeared in his eyes. The flames came out of his eyes and turned into a sea of flames, spreading downwards. Borrowing the light from the sea of flames, even the darkness that his divine sense couldn't penetrate scattered a bit. Wang Lin descended downwards. That gaze made a big doubt appear in his heart, and he vaguely had some speculations. As he descended, there was more and more ice around. After 7 minutes, Wang Lin was at the bottom of the pit. At this point, he could clearly see everything below him, and it was a world of ice. Large ice blocks surrounded the area, making this palsy look extremely dangerous. There was a lifelike corpse inside each ice block. Their bodies were frozen right before they died. This quiet, deep pit where no one could reach caused a chill to arise in Wang Lin's heart. The people inside the ice weren't enough to shock Wang Lin. What really shocked him was the existence deeper down. It was sealed by all the surrounding ice, leaving only some small gaps. This was the source of that gaze. Wang Lin clearly saw what was below through the gaps in the glacier. At this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Below the gaps between the glaciers, down in the depths of the pit, there was something thousands of feet tall. This giant thing was a skull, the skull of an ancient god. The skull was frozen, but its expression was clear. The eyes, which weren't closed, were filled with regret and anger. The gaze Wang Lin felt earlier came from this skull. Although countless years had passed and the ancient god was already dead, and without a trace of any ancient god power left, his gaze before he died was still so lifelike that it would startle anyone who saw it. Only traces of 8 broken stars remained. Looking at the ancient godhead filled with regret and anger, Wang Lin silently pondered. After experiencing so much, Wang Lin understood that the ancient gods weren't an eternal existences among the stars. However, they were the strongest clan. The ancient god clan from back then was almost extinct. Wang Lin didn't believe that it was due to cultivators. Even the powerful Thunder Celestial Realm had to use so much power to fight a weak 8-star ancient god. Only with countless celestials attacking did they manage to win with heavy losses. What kind of power could still cut off the head of this ancient god after he had shattered all 8 stars? Although shattering 8 stars at once wasn't enough to reach the power of a 9-star ancient god, it was still enough to destroy the heavens and earth. While pondering, Wang Lin slowly descended and arrived next to a block of ice that was blocking the way. Origin energy surged out from his arm and into the ice. In an instant, fire appeared on the edge of the ice and even inside it. In an instant, the ice turned into white mist and floated up into the sky. The celestial corpses were immediately turned to dust by the flames and scattered. After opening a passage, Wang Lin closed in on the giant ancient godhead. While he examined the head up close, the pressure of facing a real 8-star ancient god suddenly pressed down. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin slowly descended down the ancient godhead to where it was cut off. The ancient godhead was wrapped in a thick layer of ice. The cut on the neck was extremely clean and smooth. Staring at the neck of the ancient god, while his expression remained calm, his pupils shrank and shock filled his heart. From the looks of this wound, this ancient god had his head cut off in an instant. There was no pause and it was an extremely clean cut. The meaning of this wound made Wang Lin's scalp tingle. He couldn't imagine who had the power to cut off an ancient god's head clean off with one spell. Could it have been Qing Lin? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was aghast at the situation. If Qing Lin had this kind of power, he was far too strong and already surpassed Wang Lin's imagination. Wang Lin's expression became gloomy as his divine sense carefully spread out around the head. After a scan, he found nothing abnormal and began to carefully examine the wound. After a long time, Wang Lin exclaimed. He moved closer to the ice, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared at the wound. Deep within the edge of the wound, there were some dark red crystal particles. If one didn't look carefully, it was easy to confuse it with clogged blood. This is... Wang Lin silently pondered as he raised his hand and placed it on the ice. He carefully spread out his origin energy and filled his right hand with it. Large amounts of white mist appeared under his right hand. He carefully controlled his origin energy to melt a hole in the ice. This gap was like a tunnel that extended to the wound on the ancient god's neck. Wang Lin then created a suction force to pull one of the crystal particles into his hand. His fingers held the dark red crystal particles and his divine sense slowly scanned it. As he carefully observed, Wang Lin was gradually able to see an invisible energy inside. This energy seemed to be slowly moving within the crystal and could dissipate at any time. Wang Lin's divine sense surrounded the invisible energy, and after pondering a bit, his divine sense moved toward the invisible energy to investigate. However, just as his divine sense entered, he suddenly felt an indescribable pressure coming from the invisible energy. It was as if Wang Lin had left this world. The entire universe was dark, and only the pressure from this invisible energy existed. This aura was so strong that just a small sliver had made Wang Lin gasp and almost subconsciously retreat. However, he forced himself to hold on and began to carefully observe it. The more he observed, the more he frowned. Even after over 1,000 years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a strange invisible energy. This wasn't celestial spiritual energy or spiritual energy. It didn't even have the slightest connection to origin energy. However, when he carefully observed it, he could see that it contained celestial spiritual energy, and origin energy, along with another energy he wasn't able to understand. It was a pile of things thrown together, yet they were perfectly combined, which caused Wang Lin a lot of confusion. What terrified Wang Lin even more was that even within this small trace of energy, there was law. It was this law that made Wang Lin's scalp tingle. There wasn't just one law, but countless laws. Almost all the countless laws Wang Lin had seen with the help of the heaven-defying bead was inside. There were many laws Wang Lin hadn't seen within it as well. Wang Lin carefully withdrew his divine sense. His face was somewhat pale as he stared at the crystal. At this moment, he felt like he wasn't holding an insignificant crystal particle but a powerful bomb. It was this power that cut the head of the ancient god. And it was not Qing Lin who possessed this power. Wang Lin stared at the crystal in his hand and thought back to planet Suzaku, when he fought against the heavens to save Li Muin. The messenger of the heavens was unexpectedly an ancient god with his stars sealed. At that time, although Wang Lin was shocked, his cultivation level was too low to comprehend it. Thinking about it now, it wasn't just shocking. There was a heaven-shattering secret behind this. What kind of power could seal an ancient god and control him to become a messenger of the heavens? The answer came out almost immediately. Heaven's Tao. Wang Lin stared at the crystal in his hand. The moment he felt this invisible energy, his intuition told him that it was related to the seal on the ancient god who was the messenger of the heavens. However, the heaven's Tao was an ethereal thing, so how could it do all of this? Wang Lin silently pondered and recalled what ancient demon Bei Lu had said about the ancient order's secret and how they defied the heavens. Closing his eyes, an image seemed to appear within Wang Lin's mind. An 8-star ancient god was rampaging across the endless stars. But at this moment, an indescribable force descended from the heavens. In order to resist, the 8-star ancient god shattered all his stars, but his head was still cut off. Then the head was obtained by the celestial realm and placed here for an unknown reason. The force that cut the head off this ancient god didn't dissipate with time. Instead, it became these crystals. Wang Lin didn't know if any of this was true or false. He merely speculated from what he knew. He opened his eyes. After pondering a bit, he carefully put the crystal into his bag. There were still some crystals in the neck inside the ice. Wang Lin carefully pulled the crystals out and put them inside his bag. He was very careful during this entire process and pulled them one by one. Including the previous one, there was a total of 23. After doing all of this, Wang Lin stared at the wound at the ancient god's neck. There were no more crystals remaining. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin was about to leave, but his eyes suddenly narrowed and he stared into the wound on the neck. For a moment he felt there was a red flash. His divine sense spread out but found nothing. After pondering a bit, origin energy filled Wang Lin's right hand and the fire origin energy reached the ice. There were some cracking sounds as his origin energy tunneled through the ice and spread toward it. As the tunnel extended forward, Wang Lin stared forward without blinking. Soon, the tunnel extended deep into the ice block. At this instant, Wang Lin saw the thing that caused the red flash. It was an iron sword that was covered by countless red lines. These red lines were moving and entangled around the sword. This iron sword looked very ordinary. There was nothing abnormal about it. However, when Wang Lin saw the iron sword, he immediately felt like it was very familiar, as if he had seen something like it before. Before he could remember where he had seen this iron sword, he immediately felt a terrifying danger from the red lines around the iron sword. Wang Lin's expression changed. When his divine sense swept by with the ice in the way, he couldn't see the iron sword or the red lines. However, now that the ice had melted, they appeared clearly before his eyes. Due to caution, Wang Lin's divine sense slowly spread out, and again he couldn't detect the iron sword or red lines. It was the same as before, and there was no abnormality with the head. However, he could clearly see the iron sword and red lines with his eyes, which made Wang Lin extremely vigilant. Wang Lin calmly retreated. The iron sword and the red lines around it were too strange. It was best not to mess with them. While he retreated, his eyes were still on the iron sword. There were some rust on the iron sword, as if it was a mortal object. Very familiar? Wang Lin suddenly stopped and felt as if a bolt of thunder had exploded in his mind. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the iron sword and sucked in a breath of cold air. He remembered. Back on planet Suzaku, inside the Suzaku tomb, he saw the same iron sword, only the rust markings on it were different. That iron sword was taken by Tuo Sen's messenger. The ecstasy on the messenger's face was something Wang Lin clearly remembered even now. The moment Wang Lin recognized the iron sword, he stopped moving and revealed a hint of hesitation. After cultivating to this point, Wang Lin knew that his memory inheritance was incomplete and was missing an extremely important part. It was likely that the information about this iron sword was recorded there. That memory was in Tuo Sen's hands, so perhaps he knew the origin of the iron sword. However, an iron sword that would even make Tuo Sen reveal ecstasy couldn't be simple. Although it wasn't the same iron sword as before, it looked exactly the same. Should I take it? Wang Lin hesitated as he moved his gaze from the iron sword to the red lines. A terrifying aura came from the red lines, giving Wang Lin a constant sense of crisis. Wang Lin didn't know what the red lines were, but he could clearly feel their terrifying power. If he were to leave now, he would not arouse the attention of the red lines and would move on safely. However, if he were to take the iron sword from them, then it was likely the red lines would attack him. Given Wang Lin's personality, he would naturally not risk it against the unknown. However, the iron sword before him tempted him greatly. After struggling for a moment, Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. Wealth was obtained in danger. If he were to leave now, although he'd be safe, he would miss out on this iron sword. Moreover, this was the Celestial Emperor Cave. If he didn't take it now, it might be very difficult to return here later. Wang Lin was unwilling to leave empty-handed after encountering a treasure. After making a decision, Wang Lin looked up the pit. From here, he could see that the top was sealed by ice glaciers that were densely packed together, leaving only few small, twisted paths for people to pass through. After calculating the distance, he descended and thought for a moment. Then he suddenly jerked his head and stared at the iron sword deep inside the ice. He clenched his teeth, his hands formed a seal, and flames appeared in his eyes. At this moment, his full peak nirvana scryer cultivation exploded. The 5 stars between his eyebrows appeared and rotated rapidly, and popping sounds came from his body. The ancient god power entered his limbs, and he mercilessly clenched his fist. Feeling as if he controlled the heavens, Wang Lin no longer hesitated. His right arm extended out. At this instant, the flames in his eyes shot out and his origin energy gathered in his right hand. As he reached out, a monstrous sea of flames appeared before his right hand. The right hand formed a seal and the sea of flames shot toward the head. The flames covered the head, and the ice immediately began to melt on a massive scale. Flames immediately entered the tunnel in the ice near the wound made by Wang Lin earlier. The flames instantly arrived near the iron sword. The red lines immediately shook and stretched straight. Large amounts of branches extended from the red lines, and they sprayed a large amount of red mist at the flames. There was a heaven-shaking bang as the sea of flames was extinguished by the red mist and pushed back. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he didn't hesitate to spit out a mouthful of essence origin energy. After the essence origin energy appeared, it was like pouring oil into fire. Large amounts of cracks appeared in the ice, and then the ice suddenly collapsed. Countless burning ice shards scattered in all directions and collided with the ice blocks nearby. Now that the ice was gone, the ancient godhead appeared clearly before Wang Lin. It had been in the ice for so long that the moment the ice was gone, the ancient godhead began to rot. At the same time, the smell of rotting flesh filled the area. The ancient godhead rapidly decayed and soon became a giant skull. This skull was completely black, and there was an impressive red mist inside the skull that was constantly swaying. The red line's origin was inside this red mist, and some of the lines were still wrapped around the iron sword. The moment the ice collapsed, Wang Lin turned into a shadow and rushed in. He directly grabbed the iron sword. The moment he grabbed the iron sword, the origin energy inside his body surged out without hesitation. The origin energy immediately turned into a sea of flames around him. The flames also went into the iron sword and immediately surrounded the red lines that were wrapped around the iron sword. At the same time, Wang Lin's left hand formed a fist and his ancient god power filled his left hand. He immediately threw a punch. As he punched, the ancient god phantom appeared behind him and also threw a punch. A few of the red lines around the iron sword immediately shattered when they were hit by the ancient god punch and the sea of flames. The other lines also retracted a bit. With a roar from Wang Lin, he pulled his right hand back and the iron sword escaped the entanglement of the red lines. Wang Lin truly held the sword in his hand now. There was a flash of light before it disappeared as Wang Lin placed it inside his bag. Wang Lin did all of this without hesitation. Then he kicked off and flew up toward the exit above. Wang Lin's ancient god punch and sea of flames landed on the red mist. The red mist suddenly expanded to collide with the sea of flames. Then a thunderous rumble began to echo. The red mist completely disappeared, revealing a phantom inside. It was impossible to see if this phantom was male or female, and it was surrounded by countless red lines. The phantom slowly opened its eyes and coldly looked at the escaping Wang Lin before letting out an intimidating roar. As it roared, countless cracks appeared on the surrounding ice blocks. At this moment, all of the ice crumbled, and the corpses inside them seemed to become alive. They were each surrounded by a red glow. Pairs of red gazes appeared in this deep pit and locked onto Wang Lin, who was charging out of the pit. Roar! A roar like that of a fierce beast echoed within the pit. It was similar to the roar from the phantom. The roar echoed and formed a storm that swept upwards. Deep within the pit, the roar echoed violently. All of the celestial corpses that awakened charged at Wang Lin, who was below them. At this moment, Wang Lin was floating in the air, and the strange phantom below him charged at him. The red lines were all swaying. Just looked at them would give you a sense of strangeness. This strange phantom was half-transparent and it had no internal organs. There was just a red vortex inside its body. It was so fast that it closed in on Wang Lin in a flash. At this moment, there were countless corpses with red eyes above, and that strange phantom below. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he charged up without hesitation. The corpses weren't nimble. Although they were ferocious, they were not smart. Their cultivation levels were also limited only around the yin and yang stage. Wang Lin's could see red lines flicker between their eyebrows with his peak nirvana scryer cultivation. This moment of crisis made it so Wang Lin couldn't think too much. Flying at full speed, he moved like a shadow and instantly crossed path with a few of the corpses coming at him. When they passed by, Wang Lin's right hand formed a sword and quickly pointed between the eyebrows of these corpses. Rumbling sounds echoed as the corpse caught on fire and became like fireballs. The red lines between their eyebrows slowly disappeared. Wang Lin continued to move forward without pausing. His peak nirvana scryer cultivation worked at its peak and flames surrounded his body. Whenever he encountered a corpse, he would point at them. As the sea of flames rushed forward, the corpses were turned into burning corpses. They all shattered and the red lines inside them were destroyed. As the phantom chased, its eyes became even colder, and it continued to roar. The lines from its body unexpectedly turned into swords that shot at Wang Lin at an even faster speed. Along the way, Wang Lin moved like water. After destroying dozens of corpses, there were still countless corpses above him. Below, the phantom was chasing like crazy, and those swords were closing in. Even Wang Lin felt his scalp tingle at all of this. As the swords closed in, Wang Lin's right eye flashed blue and the azure light shield appeared to block the swords. Popping sounds echoed like thunderous roars. The azure light shield was pushed back toward Wang Lin. Seeing the phantom closing in, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a trace of madness, and his right hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Call the wind!" Black wind suddenly appeared from his right hand. This black wind wasn't as cold as before, but it contained a powerful heat. The black wind turned into 5 dragons, and charged upwards with a roar. These 5 black dragons were all covered in burning flames as if they became purple. As they charged upwards, thunderous rumbles echoed within the pit. This place was immediately filled with unimaginable heat, but this heat had no effect on Wang Lin. His eyes seemed to contain fire as he charged out. As the heat charged up, the 5 black flame dragon broke through with ease. All of the corpses were torn apart and devoured by them. All of the glaciers melted and waves of white gas floated upwards. Those corpses that jumped down attempting to stop Wang Lin collapsed under the attack of the 5 black flaming dragons. The 5 dragons charged up like crazy, and Wang Lin's speed reached its limit inside the flames. Wang Lin used his peak nirvana scryer cultivation and his ancient god body without holding back. The star-marked sable on his shoulder was clinging to his clothes with its cloth and holding on to Wang Lin's hair with its mouth. There was fear within its intelligent eyes. The flames continued to charge upward. It came faster and more fierce as it went out. Soon, they became a pillar of flames that pierced through the entire pit. The flames charged out from the pit like an erupting volcano. Wang Lin's body was surrounded by the 5 black flame dragons when he left the deep pit and suddenly looked down. The phantom chased closely after Wang Lin. Its cold and ruthless eyes were locked onto Wang Lin as it charged upwards. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he raised his right hand and pointed downwards. The 5 black flame dragons suddenly let out roars and charged down into the deep pit. At this moment, it looked like the erupting volcano had suddenly reversed. The flames that erupted out were all surging back in. Dense heat waves charged down. The 5 black flame dragons charged into the pit in the blink of an eye. They rushed at the phantom and attempted to devour it. Boom! An earth-shattering sound echoed, and the entire cave and the earth shook violently. The 5 black flame dragons were like 5 bolts of black thunder. They exploded when they came in contact with the phantom, causing this unimaginable explosion. The thunderous rumble fused with its own echoes become the only sound that could be heard as it spread. Large amounts of rocks fell off the walls of the pit, making it seem as if the pit itself was collapsing. Flashes of flames and angry roars came from the pit. Wang Lin didn't examine the result of the fight. He raised his hand and used Summon the Rain. Raindrops suddenly appeared. The countless rain crystals floating around Wang Lin looked very beautiful. The drops of rain filled the entire cave and seemed to be everywhere. It made the entire cave feel really damp. They were also able to absorb traces of origin energy, causing each raindrop to become incredibly powerful. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After the black flame dragons had charged down into the pit, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and he pointed down. All the raindrops began crashing down like meteors toward the collapsing pit. Rumble, 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 rumble. The violent rumbles reached a peak when Summon the Rain fell down into the pit. Each raindrop contained Wang Lin's origin energy, so they were extremely hot. When each drop landed on the rocks would turn red and then be burned to ashes. Most of the rocks that fell off the pit were pierced by the raindrops. As a result, there were sizzling sounds and large amounts of gas. This seems like a lot, but it wasn't enough to show Wang Lin's current peak Nirvana Scryer cultivation. When he was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, his spells already contained a certain amount of power. Now that he had reached the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage, he was able to reveal some of the true strength of the spells that Baifan loved to use. After he used Summon the Rain, the countless raindrops fell, causing the collapse of the pit to reach a limit. The endless rumbles continued as countless rocks fell in an attempt to fill in the pit. Along with Call the Wind, these 2 spells from Baifan went through a change. Wang Lin didn't have time to observe this change. After using Summon the Rain, he immediately charged toward the restriction in the palace. Earlier, Wang Lin had memorized the map. Not only did the map have details of the path to take, even the restrictions were marked. At this moment, there was a bamboo forest before Wang Lin. The bamboo forest looked very beautiful, but Wang Lin knew that there were tens of thousands of restrictions inside. If one of these restrictions were triggered, the rest would immediately activate and destroy anyone that entered. Wang Lin moved like lightning and charged into the bamboo forest. Just as he entered, there was a loud bang behind him. Shortly after, an angry roar echoed. The phantom had broken though everything Wang Lin had thrown at it and charged out from the deep pit. This phantom was still translucent, but a majority of the red lines around it had been broken. It looked like it was in a sorry state. It seemed Wang Lin's attack earlier had done a number on it. After charging out from the deep pit, it immediately saw Wang Lin closing in on the bamboo forest. Killing intent filled his eyes and it let out a roar at Wang Lin. Roar! The roar shook the world, and some of the surrounding restrictions were triggered by this roar. However, before their full power could be displayed, they all shattered one by one. Even the ground began to crack like crazy, and a gust of wind charged into the high heavens. Twisted ripples appeared before this phantom along with the roar. It stepped into the ripples and then charged at Wang Lin like crazy. Even until now, Wang Lin didn't know what it was. Although it was human-shaped, it had a strange appearance, especially its eyes. If you looked at its eyes, you wouldn't think it was a person. Although Wang Lin was escaping, he had never lost track of this phantom with his divine sense. Wang Lin still hadn't seen this phantom use a spell. Even when it fired the red lines from its body, it was more of an instinctual move. The more he observed, the stranger he found it. What made him really worry was the fact this thing was living inside the head of the ancient god. Did it exist before the ancient god died? Or did it enter after the ancient god died? If it entered after the ancient god died, then it won't be much of an issue. But if it was there before, then was it related to the death of the 8-star ancient god? Could the death of the 8-star ancient god not be related to the ethereal heavens Tao like I thought? Wang Lin knew that his speculation before was a bit absurd. So much so that even he wasn't sure. After seeing this humanoid phantom, he was even less sure of his previous speculation. What exactly happened back then? Who killed this 8-star ancient god and cut off the head? Why did the Celestials obtain this head? What made Wang Lin doubt himself even more was if the Celestials had the head, why didn't they notice the iron sword? Also, why didn't they take the iron sword? Many questions filled Wang Lin's head, but he had no time to think about it. The roar of the phantom was closing in. Wang Lin turned around and stared at the phantom that was rapidly closing in before he stepped into the bamboo forest. All of this was planned by Wang Lin. Even this bamboo forest was something Wang Lin had checked before in the map. The moment Wang Lin entered the bamboo forest, he suddenly disappeared. The humanoid phantom's roar echoed and charged at the bamboo forest. However, it suddenly stopped outside the bamboo forest. It coldly stared at the bamboo forest and revealed a hint of caution. However, a moment later, the caution disappeared and was replaced with anxiety. It let out a few roars as it circled the bamboo forest. The red lines around it began to curve. Then it stopped hesitating and charged into the bamboo forest. With a flash, that humanoid phantom disappeared. The moment it reappeared, there was a flash of light behind the bamboo forest, and Wang Lin stepped out. He carefully looked at where the humanoid phantom disappeared and then at the bamboo forest before he cautiously took a step to the side. With one step, his vision suddenly blurred. When he regained his vision, he had already exited this bamboo forest. Although it was difficult for Wang Lin to break the restrictions here with his current understanding of restrictions, he could enter some of the restrictions without activating them. This was all thanks to the information from the map. For example, the bamboo forest was like this. Although this bamboo forest is strong, that humanoid phantom is even stronger. This restriction probably won't be able to trap it for long. It is best I leave as soon as possible and enter the depths of this cave. Wang Lin looked ahead at the many pavilions before him. A dark fog shrouded the area. From afar, One could see the corner of a palace from within the dark fog. That was the center of this entire cave, but Wang Lin knew that it was only the entrance to the second floor. Before he saw the map, Wang Lin was somewhat confused by this cave and didn't know where to go. However, now, aside from the last few floors, he knew the structure of the entire cave. There was a total of 9 floors, and each floor had completely different architecture. The restrictions got stronger with each floor as well. The restrictions on the first floor were already not weak, but as one went deeper, the strength of the restrictions would reach a terrifying level. This is the real Celestial Emperor Cave. Originally, when you entered from the outside, you would be transferred here. However, the transfer earlier was interrupted by the scattered devil with the bottle, so everyone was transferred into the bottle world. After we left, he summoned the celestial burial pool and caused it collapse to scatter everyone once more. His purpose was to make us get lost within the Celestial Emperor Cave. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although he had a map, it wasn't complete. It only contained the map for the first 7 floors. The last 2 floors seemed to have been wiped out of the jade by someone. Wang Lin had noticed this when he first obtained the jade, and after comparing it to the Celestial Emperor Cave, he was even more certain. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his foot and walked forward. After the bamboo forest, there was a small paved road. It was paved with large pieces of celestial jade and gave off a gentle glow. Standing on the road, Wang Lin carefully looked at the black fog before him before he charged straight ahead. There were countless flowers planted on the sides of the path. There were many different types of flowers, and they looked very beautiful. However, they were filled with restrictions and one touch could activate them. They either attacked, trapped, or transported you to another place. If one didn't know any of this, they would find it hard to move an inch in the Celestial Emperor Cave. Even the celestial jades on this road were filled with restrictions. If one's feet didn't land in the proper order, depending on the direction they were walking, the restrictions would activate. However, none of these were too dangerous to Wang Lin. Although the map didn't contain the method to breaking them, it did have detailed explanations about them. If others obtained this information, it might not be useful. However, Wang Lin was a restriction grandmaster, so with this information, he would be able to find the solution at a glance. This saved a lot of work. However, with Wang Lin's personality, he didn't completely trust the map in the jade. Although he moved very quickly, he constantly checked if the information from the map was accurate. While he moved, he slapped his bag of holding and the iron sword he had just stolen from the phantom appeared in his hand. His divine sense spread out across the sword. Although it looked normal, Wang Lin's divine sense encountered a powerful resistance. It was as if there was power hidden inside that prevented any divine sense from penetrating it. In particular, the resistance from the rust marks was the strongest. After withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Lin pondered. What kind of sword is this? Staring at the rust marks, Wang Lin remembered the expression Tuo Sen's messenger had when he saw the same iron sword. He looked as if he had found a heavenly treasure, but what Tuo Sen's messenger was looking at was not the iron sword itself. He was looking at the rust marks on the sword. Wang Lin's gaze remained on the rust as lifted his left hand and gently wiped the rust marks. He raised his left hand and found some red rust stains on his hand. He placed it next to his nose and immediately smelled a faint fishy smell. It is only ordinary rust. Wang Lin frowned and lowered his left hand. However, just as his hand moved, there was a tearing sound and a crack appeared where his left hand passed. What shocked Wang Lin even more was that just as his left hand moved, the sea of flowers near him was suddenly covered in a red glow. Then all the flowers withered and the restrictions on them silently collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he stared at the sea of flowers that seemed to have turned to ruins. Then he looked at the rust on his left hand. After retreating a few steps, Wang Lin's left hand with rust on it pointed at another sea of flowers. That sea of flowers immediately withered and turned into useless soil. The rust on Wang Lin's finger disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath and stared at the rust on the iron sword. He was completely shocked. After pondering for a bit, he clenched his teeth and the third eye between his eyebrows opened. When the third eye opened, red light came out from inside it and enveloped the iron sword. Source origin energy came out and landed on the rust marks. Under this gaze, Wang Lin immediately saw the iron sword gradually turn transparent. But the rust marks didn't change at all and remained normal. There was an invisible energy moving within the iron sword and cycling through it. The moment it came in contact with the source origin in Wang Lin's third eye, it charged out as if it wanted to devour the source origin. Wang Lin decisively cut off the spell and withdrew the source origin. The third eye closed as well. The invisible energy paused for a moment before slowly retreating back and continuing to flow within the iron sword. Filled with confusion, Wang Lin was completely baffled. He let out a sigh and was about to put it away when a thought flashed through his mind. He looked at the iron sword, and after looking at its size, his expression became strange. He slapped his bag of holding and 5 rays of golden light flew out. 5 sword sheaths appeared before Wang Lin. He had obtained them back in planet Suzaku, and their effectiveness was unknown. He only knew that if he stuck a flying sword into one of them, the sword's power would become more fierce. After taking out the 5 sword sheaths, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the iron sword went into one of the sword sheaths. The sword fit the sword sheath perfectly without an inch of extra space. However, after it entered the sword sheath, there was no change. Wang Lin took the iron sword out and tried it with the other sword sheath. When he stuck it into the third sword sheath, the runes carved on the sword sheath emitted a harsh light. A terrifying aura came from the iron sword and sword sheath. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with joy as he grabbed the sword sheath, took a deep breath, and slowly pulled out the iron sword. The moment the iron sword was partially pulled out from the sword sheath, the terrifying aura became even stronger, as if some unimaginable power was sealed inside. If the iron sword was pulled out completely, a terrifying force would appear. Wang Lin felt a similar power from a treasure that belonged to someone else before. The owner of the treasure was dead. It was esteemed Xian Bao. His magic treasure was the Pseudo-Nirvana Void Arrow. Pseudo-Nirvana Void. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He didn't pull the sword out. Instead, he put it back in with a trace of excitement. Then he quickly moved forward. He moved like a ray of light and charged forward along the small path. In an instant, he arrived next to a pavilion. This pavilion wasn't big. It only had 2 floors. It looked very normal, but according to the map, this was the first restriction eye of the first floor. Only by opening all 8 eyes would one have a chance to step into the black fog. After carefully looking at the pavilion, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he noticed that the restrictions in the pavilion was already broken by someone else. From the look of this restriction, it wasn't broken long ago. Wang Lin became very cautious. It was obvious he wasn't the only one who understood the restrictions here. When the celestial burial pool collapsed, everyone was scattered. There must be people who broke the restriction earlier than me. I just don't know who it was. Wang Lin looked around. This first floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave was not big and could easily be covered by one's divine sense. However, unless they were crazy, no one would dare to spread out their divine sense in a place with so many restrictions. Even the All-Seer would have a lot of worries, and unless he was forced into a corner, he wouldn't do it. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin moved around the pavilion and stepped into the grass. His eyes flashed with lights of deduction. He didn't stop and continued to charge forward. The map had explanations of the restrictions on this grass. Wang Lin moved through the grass but didn't activate any of the restrictions. He crossed the grass in the blink of an eye. In the northeast corner of the first floor, the man in black with the hidden dragon mark was staring at the pavilion with a cold gaze. Before him, on the other side of the pavilion, stood another person. It was the beautiful middle-aged woman. She stared at the man in black through the pavilion, her expression extremely gloomy. Fellow cultivator, this is a simple restriction. Why must you steal it from me? The woman's voice was a little hoarse but very beautiful. She had been pushed into a restriction by the collapse of the celestial burial pool. Fortunately, the restriction wasn't very strong, so it didn't take long for her to break out. Then she saw the black fog, and after pondering a bit, she slowly moved forward. She didn't worry too much about the girl in pink she brought with her. With the treasure that the girl's senior sister had given her, she should be in no danger. However, there were too many restrictions in the Celestial Emperor Cave. Along the way, she faced many dangerous and finally arrived here after an arduous journey. When she saw the pavilion, she immediately noticed that it was different. Just as she was about to take a closer look, the man in black too appeared on the other side. Since it is only an ordinary restriction, then fellow cultivator should just let me have it. There was a hint of sarcasm in the man's gaze. He took a step forward and was about to enter the pavilion. A flash of killing intent appeared in the beautiful woman's eyes, and she immediately charged forward, leaving behind an afterimage. The man in black sneered as his right hand formed a seal and he pressed his hand formed. A black fog appeared. It turned into a dragon and attempted to devour the beautiful woman. The woman reached toward her head and pulled out 3 strands of hair. She threw them forward and recited a strange chant. The 3 strands of hair turned into 3 black pythons with blood-red mouths that charged at the dragon-shaped black fog. They were both powerful cultivators, so when their spells collided, a storm was set off and muffled rumbles echoed. However, none of it spread too far. It all stayed within 1,000 feet. They both had the same idea. They couldn't make too much noise and catch the attention of everyone else here. This limited the volatility of the battle, and both of them wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Why don't you go to the palace surrounded by the black fog at the center instead of stealing from me here? The beautiful woman's hand formed a seal and 5-colored light appeared from her body. It turned into 5 swords that swept forward. The man in black waved his sleeves and a flying sword shrouded in black gas appeared. It circled him once before it charged out and collided with the 5 swords, creating crisp collision sounds. Nonsense. Why don't you go there? Although this place is a pavilion, there is a transfer array inside. It should lead to a storage space. You know all of this, so why bother hiding it? The beautiful woman's expression was neutral, but there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. It was just as the man had said. When she arrived here, she noticed it, and that's how the current conflict occurred. As their treasures entangled with each other, the crisp sounds increased and began to spread. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up and she quickly said, "Our strength is quite even. Others will notice us before we can finish this fight. So why don't both of us go into the transfer array and split the treasure in half?" The man in black looked at the beautiful woman and nodded. The two of them didn't waste any words as they both retrieved their treasures and stepped into the pavilion together. However, just as they stepped in, they both looked toward the same direction. There a person walking out from the pavilions. This person was Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately saw the 2 people inside the pavilion. His eyes narrowed and he slowly stopped. After seeing Wang Lin, the man in black revealed a strange smile. It was the beautiful woman who had a strange expression. When her gaze swept past Wang Lin, she was shocked. His cultivation is even more strange. When I first saw him, although he had the power of a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, his cultivation only seemed to be at the early stage of Nirvana scryer. Then, later on, he was still only at the mid-stage of Nirvana scryer. However, now he has reached the peak of the Nirvana scryer stage. Is he hiding his cultivation? Or did he have a breakthrough recently? Wang Lin carefully looked at the 2 of them. He had obviously seen through the secret of the pavilion. In fact, the map showed that there was a transfer array to a storage space inside that pavilion. Even without the map, Wang Lin could see the transfer array inside. The beautiful woman pondered for a bit while looking at Wang Lin. Then she slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Wang is here as well. How about the 3 of us go together and divide the treasures we get?" Just as Wang Lin was about to speak, the ground trembled and an angry roar came from the distance. He couldn't see anything when he looked into the distance. There were too many restrictions in the Celestial Emperor Cave, and those restrictions formed great obstacles, as if there were countless worlds. Even when 2 people were close, if they were in 2 different restrictions, it would be difficult to find each other. From a glance, the cave looked very calm, but that was only on the surface. If all the restrictions here were broken, one would immediately find a bamboo forest in the distance. It was shrouded in a monstrous red mist, and the ferocious roar coming from within it was heaven-shaking. Wang Lin's expression immediately changed. Although the bamboo forest in the distance looked normal at a glance, he understood that the restrictions there had been broken. The humanoid phantom had broken through faster than he expected. Without replying to the beautiful woman's words, Wang Lin changed straight toward the palace shrouded by black fog. On the way here, he had checked and found that all the restriction eyes had been broken. It seemed someone was one step ahead and had already entered the second floor. The reason he came to the pavilion was because it was the path with the least restrictions toward the palace at the center. The expression of the man in black changed when he saw Wang Lin run, as if he was escaping for his life the moment the roar came. Without hesitation, he gave up on the transfer array inside the pavilion and chased after Wang Lin. Only the beautiful woman hesitated, but just as she hesitated, that angry roar came closer and closer as if it was approaching at a rapid speed. If you were able to see inside the world within each restriction and looked from above, then you would clearly see the humanoid phantom charging toward Wang Lin. It triggered countless restrictions, and there were countless flashes of light as restrictions attacked it. Some restrictions even teleported it away. However, it didn't take more than few breaths of time before it broke the restrictions and charged out. It seemed to be learning the restrictions, and it broke them faster and faster. In the end, it was charging ahead in a straight line. Wang Lin moved forward like a meteor, and along the way he passed countless restrictions. He moved toward the black fog at the center according to the map. The man in black wasn't any slower than Wang Lin. He stared at Wang Lin's feet and moved in the exact same path closely behind Wang Lin. Behind them was the beautiful woman. She was a powerful cultivator, so she soon made a choice. Seeing Wang Lin and the man in black leaving in such haste, she clenched her teeth and quickly followed. However, although the beautiful woman understood restrictions, she wasn't as good as Wang Lin. Adding the fact that she was lagging behind, she was soon blocked by some restrictions. The angry roar from the distance came closer and closer. There were also popping sounds that were obviously from restrictions being broken. Wang Lin moved even faster and jumped into the air before a pavilion. Flashes of restriction came from the pavilion, and the light filled the area as if it wanted to stop Wang Lin from advancing. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his body took 7 steps to the right at an unimaginable angle. After these 7 steps, his body had already sunk into the restrictions in the pavilion, and then he penetrated through them in a flash. Behind him, the man in black followed closely. The man in black stepped exactly as Wang Lin did and unexpectedly got through the restrictions as well. As for the beautiful woman, when she broke through the restrictions and got here, she could only helplessly look at Wang Lin and the man in black move far away. She could not break the restrictions before in a short period of time. Just at this moment, the angry roar echoed violently behind her and entered her ears. At the same time, the restrictions behind her trembled and all collapsed as a red shadow rushed out. The beautiful woman sucked in a breath of cold air. She had never seen this human figure before, but she felt a powerful sense of crisis shroud her body. That human figure's cold gaze was filled with anger. It let out a roar and charged straight at the beautiful woman. It lifted its right hand and was about to claw at her. However, just at this moment, a roar echoed. "You damn beast, you dare?" As the roar came, a ripple appeared before the beautiful woman and spread out. The beautiful woman was pushed back and the human figure was also knocked back by the impact. A blue figure came from the distance. He looked old, but his eyes shined brightly. It was Master Void. Master Void was also shocked greatly. He had long since broken out from the restriction he was sent into from the collapse of the celestial burial pool. He had circled around the first floor for a long time and had quite a good harvest. However, when that angry roar echoed, his mind trembled. He quickly followed the roar and saw the beautiful woman in danger. He was related to the power the beautiful woman belonged to, so he couldn't just stand by and not help. After using a spell to knock the human figure away, he took the beautiful woman and charged into the restrictions in the pavilion with his powerful cultivation. The restrictions flashed violently above the pavilion, but as Master Void crashed through, they immediately collapsed. Master Void took the beautiful woman and charged ahead. The human figure looked at Master Void. Then it let out a roar and chased after him. Along the way, Wang Lin quickly rushed through several restrictions without touching any of them. Soon, he closed in on the black fog in the center of the floor. This black fog was very strange. It was filled with devilish energy. However, with the roar closing in behind him, Wang Lin didn't have time to think before he stepped into the black fog. The man in black's pupils shrank, but he also entered without hesitation after Wang Lin. The man in black followed Wang Lin while maintaining a certain distance and slowly said, "The devilish energy here is strong. It is best for fellow cultivator Wang to be careful. Also, can fellow cultivator Wang give me an explanation on the thing chasing us?" "That is a beast from the celestial burial pool." Wang Lin said one line as he moved like lightning within the black fog toward the palace. This palace was very large, far larger than any of the pavilions. Looking at it from the outside, it was filled pressure, and the dark fog gave off an eerie feeling. It was like a fierce beast coldly staring at the small cultivator at its feet. When standing inside the hall, if one looked up, they would see just how large the palace was. There was a gap in the gate to the palace. Although the gap was small, it was enough for 10 people to go in at once. Wang Lin moved like lightning. When he got close, he directly entered the door and stepped into the palace on the first floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave. The moment Wang Lin entered the palace, he was startled for a moment. There were 2 huge statues inside the hall. Both were forming a seal and seemed to be pointing at the void with glaring eyes. The statues gave off a powerful pressure, as if the heavens might fill the hall. This sight would shock the mind of anyone who saw it. Staring at the statues, Wang Lin took a deep breath and quickly recovered. He had a similar experience with the flower imperial concubine, so although he was shocked, it wasn't too much. Wang Lin's gaze quickly swept the hall, but he didn't find the entrance to the second floor. At this moment, the man in black also entered. When he saw the 2 large statues, he was startled, and the black dragon mark between his eyebrows instantly appeared. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the dragon mark between the man in black's eyebrows. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze and didn't reveal anything in his expression. The man in black recovered in an instant. The moment he recovered, his expression became gloomy and he looked at Wang Lin. When he saw that Wang Lin wasn't looking toward him, he couldn't help but frown. He knew that his secret had appeared for an instant. He just wasn't sure if Wang Lin had noticed it. Just at this moment, a rumbling sound came from the hall. It was obvious the restrictions were being forced open by someone. Master Void brought the beautiful woman and entered the hall. The moment he entered, even he was startled by the 2 statues, but quickly he recovered. Unless you were carefully observing, it would be impossible to see that pause from Master Void. As for the beautiful woman next to him, confusion filled her eyes. However, with the help of Master Void, she quickly returned to normal. As soon as Master Void saw Wang Lin, killing intent filled his eyes. Just as he was about to step forward, the roar from outside the hall got closer. The beautiful woman's face was a bit pale. When she saw Wang Lin, she quickly said, "Wang Lin, what did you do to cause that human-shaped thing to pursue you all the way here?" After experiencing the danger from before, the beautiful woman broke down all pretense with Wang Lin. She no longer called him fellow cultivator, and instead directly called his name. Wang Lin had already searched the entire hall. Although he had not found the entrance to the second floor, his eyes fell on the 2 statues and he had some guesses. After hearing the beautiful woman's words, his eyes lit up and he calmly said, "How do you know it was me who attracted that human-like thing?" As Wang Lin spoke, he retreated back a few steps toward the statues, as if he was afraid of the beautiful woman suddenly attacking him. The beautiful woman angrily said, "If it wasn't because of you, then why did you head straight for this place the moment you heard that roar? That human-like thing is a beast that was buried under the celestial burial pool. When I left the restriction, I encountered it. After I fought it and found I was no match, I ran. Should I have not escaped and allowed it kill me?" As Wang Lin spoke, he retreated a few more steps, and he was almost next to the statues. His hand was on his bag, But his gaze was not on the beautiful woman. Instead, it was on Master Void. Master Void's power was too much pressure on Wang Lin. Even though he had reached the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage and had an ancient god body, he was no match for Master Void. After all, Master Void was a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. The beautiful woman let out a cold snort. She was about to speak, but Master Void interrupted as he stepped toward Wang Lin and slowly said, "Junior, I don't care if it is your fault or not. There is no need to explain. I will give you one chance. Go outside and lure away the human-like thing." Although Master Void's words sounded calm, but they contained a spell. Along with that step, a ripple spread between him and Wang Lin. However, it wasn't just one invisible ripple, countless invisible ripples had appeared. The ripples appeared very quickly. The moment they appeared, they released the power of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. They moved at an unimaginable speed toward Wang Lin's chest. Just at this instant, a flash of blue light came from Wang Lin's right eye, and the azure light shield appeared before him. The ripples collided with the shield, and there was an earth-shattering explosion before him. The azure light shield wasn't able to resist at all, and was pushed back into Wang Lin's chest. Crackling sounds came from Wang Lin's body as he coughed out blood and flew back like a kite with a broken string. As the azure light shield was being pushed back, a ripple entered his body. The ripple was extremely powerful, and it frantically tried to tear Wang Lin's meridians apart. This unimaginable force charged directly through Wang Lin's body in an attempt to destroy his body and origin soul. All of this happened too fast and finished in an instant. So fast that even the beautiful woman was startled and the man in black's pupils shrank. The moment Wang Lin's body was mercilessly pushed back, Master Void was surprised. Although that attack just now wasn't his full power, it could have easily killed a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. He thought that with that attack, the possible future Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor would surely die and the Vermilion Bird would die with it. However, what shocked him was that not only did Wang Lin's body not collapse, but he didn't even immediately die. That shield that suddenly appeared had cancelled out 70% of his power. However, just the remaining 30% was enough to kill this Wang Lin, and what shocked Master Void was that this 30% portion only made Wang Lin cough out blood. Wang Lin only ended up seriously injured and not dead. Wang Lin floated in the air as the ripple raged inside his body and charged at his origin soul. Although Wang Lin's origin soul had the ancient god leather armor, the vibrations still caused his origin soul to become bleak. He coughed out another large mouthful of blood and his body was violently thrown back. The pain from his body showed that even with his ancient god body, he was seriously injured. However, Wang Lin's gaze was still calm as he stared at Master Void. When he was thrown again, he landed at the center of the gaze of the two statues in the hall. "You didn't die? Let me fix that." Killing intent appeared in Master Void's eyes. He vaguely felt like there was something wrong with the location Wang Lin was in. He lifted his right hand and mercilessly slammed down toward Wang Lin. In his mind, he would definitely kill Wang Lin with this attack. A rumble echoed within the hall when Master Void attacked Wang Lin. A yellow sandstorm appeared and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still calm, and there was even a hint of ridicule in it. He knew that he was not Master Void's opponent. Wang Lin felt that this person had ill intent toward him back at the Celestial Burial Pool. After learning about his Vermilion Bird awakening, Wang Lin was 80% sure this person had the intention to kill him. Now that they were so close within the hall, Master Void would definitely reveal his killing intent. Wang Lin understood that it was futile to resist with his current strength. Fortunately, he had vaguely found the entrance to the second floor. He simply borrowed the attack to be thrown to this position. In addition, he had built a killing formation in this short period of time. The target was Master Void. If others don't mess with him, he won't mess with them. If Master Void hadn't attacked, Wang Lin wouldn't have used this killing formation. But since the other party had attacked, then Wang Lin wouldn't simply do nothing. "Even if I can't kill you, I must leave behind a deep impression." Wang Lin's hand formed the same seal as the two statues. At this moment, purple light came from the gazes of the two statues. The The two rays of purple light charged out and circled Wang Lin, forming a vortex. Wang Lin's body was dragged toward the vortex. However, Master Void had cultivated for a very long time, so he naturally had strong intuition and immediately realized that there was something wrong with where Wang Lin landed, so he immediately added an attack. The sandstorm formed by his spell charged at Wang Lin inside the vortex. If Wang Lin moved according to the speed of the vortex, then the sandstorm would arrive and Wang Lin would die before he could enter. Master Void charged at Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The moment the sandstorm closed in, his third eye opened up. Wang Lin's third eye was his strongest spell, and it was something he wouldn't dare to casually use. However, with Master Void closing in and facing this life and death crisis, he opened it without hesitation. Master Void! Killing intent filled Wang Lin's eyes as he let out a roar. The vertical third eye opened and the red light from within opened up like a fan. The moment Wang Lin's third eye opened, Master Void's calm expression changed for the first time. It wasn't just a small change. It looked like his world had just been flipped upside down. Source origin. Master Void's eyes were filled with disbelief, but were then filled with ecstasy. At this moment, he forgot about the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect and the Cultivation Alliance. The only thing in front of him was the source origin that came out of Wang Lin's third eye. Not only his, but even the expression of the man in black changed greatly. He stared at Wang Lin with shining eyes filled with disbelief. Only the beautiful woman revealed a strange expression that didn't contain any greed. She looked at Wang Lin and frowned. The source origin filled the red light, and the red light collided with the sandstorm. The sandstorm trembled, and even though it contained the power of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, it rapidly dissipated. Wang Lin felt pain from between his eyebrows. He originally didn't have much source origin left, and it was rapidly dissipating when facing off against the sandstorm. However, he didn't withdraw it, and instead, with eyes filled with killing intent, the source origin poured out from his third eye. Wang Lin knew in his heart how important source origin was to people who were seeking the third step, so he knew that Master Void would take the bait. The red light expanded greatly and the sandstorm immediately collapsed. The source origin shot out from the red light and went straight at Master Void. Master Void's expression changed, but the greed in his eyes became even stronger. He wanted to dodge it, but he was unwilling to give up a 1 in 10,000 chance to feel source origin personally. With this hesitation, the red light from Wang Lin's third eye surrounded Master Void. At this moment, Master Void's body seemed to be peeled away layer by layer and turned half-transparent. Source origin, source origin. Master Void's eyes were filled with greed, and his divine sense spread out and observed the source origin. He completely ignored the fact that he was in a battle right now, as Wang Lin was simply too insignificant in his eyes. He was confident he could understand this source origin, and once he did, his old heart suddenly felt like he was in the prime of his youth and his face became even more agitated. He had never dreamed that he would encounter the legendary source origin that was rumored to be the key to reaching the third step, and it happened when he was only trying to eradicate a possible future danger. Wang Lin's body slowly sank into the purple vortex, but the killing intent in his eyes increased greatly. He had already laid out the killing formation, and Master Void had entered it. Now the only thing left was for him to act. He slapped his bag of holding and a sword sheath appeared in his hand, and inside the sheath was an iron sword. Wang Lin's eyes became very cold as he held the sword's handle. The moment Wang Lin held the iron sword, all the killing intent from his eyes completely disappeared and his eyes were as calm as water. It was as if all this killing intent he had toward Master Void was absorbed by the iron sword. However, this gaze without any killing intent was several times more terrifying than the gaze with monstrous killing intent. Wang Lin vaguely felt that the iron sword had its own spirit, and it was about to awaken at this moment. When it awakened, it was going to release a power that could destroy the world. The beautiful woman was still staring at Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin took out the sword sheath, she frowned, still not recognizing what it was. However, the moment Wang Lin's gaze became calm, Her eyes suddenly widened and filled with disbelief as a trace of her memory was jogged. There was also the man in black. His gaze also landed on the sword sheath in Wang Lin's hand, and his pupils violently shrank. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he held the sword handle and suddenly pulled it out. When the iron sword left the sword sheath, a terrifying aura surged out. This aura was very strong. The moment it appeared, even crackling sounds came from the hall, as if it was going to collapse. Countless cracks appeared on the two statues next to Wang Lin in the blink of an eye, making it seem like they were going to shatter at any moment. In just an instant, the iron sword came out from the sword sheath completely. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to raise the iron sword and mercilessly chop down at Master Void, who was still immersed in comprehending the source origin. Master Void originally didn't consider Wang Lin a threat at all. In his eyes, Wang Lin was merely an ant. His divine sense quickly spread out around the source origin and attempted to find out the secret of creating source origin. His intuition told him that if he could find the answer, that meant he could find the right path to the third step. The more he thought about this, the more excited he became. He could even hear his own heartbeat accelerating. However, just as he was rapidly comprehending and was just about to find a clue, his body immediately went cold and the feeling of a life and death crisis was upon him. This feeling of a life and death crisis was no weaker than the collapse of the celestial burial pool. In fact, it was several times stronger than that collapse. Master Void even felt like this aura was a bit familiar. His pupils shrank as he stared at the iron sword in Wang Lin's hand. Pseudo-Nirvana Void Treasure. Although the sword didn't leave Wang Lin's hand, the illusion of a giant, 100,000-foot-long silver sword appeared between Wang Li and Master Void. This large sword was completely made of silver light and gave off a harsh glow. The moment it appeared, it mercilessly smashed down on Master Void. Master Void sucked in a breath of cold air and his eyes filled with shock. He didn't have time to dodge at all. Wang Lin's timing was very good, and that was the key of this killing formation. The silver sword was too fast, far faster than a Nirvana Shatter cultivator could cast a spell. The silver light smashed into Master Void's chest. Just at this instant, Master Void's origin soul came out of his body at an unimaginable speed and surrounded his body. Master Void's body shined purple, and his origin soul was completely purple. An ordinary cultivator's origin soul was very fragile, so they relied on their physical body. However, when you reach a high cultivation level like Master Void, your origin soul will be far stronger than your body. Master Void surrounded his body with his origin soul to block the silver sword. The silver light flashed violently and Master Void's body trembled, and his face turned red before coughed out blood. His origin soul trembled before returning into his body. Master Void's revealed a hideous expression he had never revealed before, and popping sounds came from inside his body. He was pushed back, but he forced himself to stop, so he stayed within the source origin. This allowed the source origin to invade his body, making his injuries even worse. Little bastard. Even with a pseudo-Nirvana Void treasure, you don't have the qualifications to kill me. Master Void's eyes narrowed as he mercilessly clawed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale as his origin energy had left his body and went into the iron sword like crazy. He had already checked the iron sword before and knew that he could use it without refining it. This iron sword that was very different from traditional treasures confused Wang Lin. However, to complete the killing formation, he used it without any hesitation. Wang Lin was already prepared for it to absorb his origin energy. Although a large amount of origin energy was leaving his body, he didn't panic and remained calm. The moment Master Void clawed at Wang Lin lifted the iron sword once more and took a deep breath. Origin energy surged out from his body as the sword was covered in a silver light once more and he slashed down. The silver light was bright when Master Void's right hand violently waved backward and his expression became extremely gloomy. He was a bit anxious now as being inside the source origin meant he would constantly be attacked by it even though it didn't hurt much. In comparison, this amount of source origin wasn't even 1/10,000th of his origin energy, but just this small amount of source origin required a majority of his origin energy to resist. He also had to immerse his entire mind to comprehend it while resisting it. Before, Master Void didn't consider Wang Lin a threat, but he never expected Wang Lin to have a pseudo-nirvana void treasure. As a result, he had to pay attention, but he was unwilling to give up this chance to comprehend source origin. His killing intent toward Wang Lin had reached a limit. I only need 7 more minutes, and I'm confident I can understand the mystery behind this source origin. Master Void slapped his bag of holding and a purple ice cube appeared in his hand. The moment the ice cube appeared, the entire hall was enveloped in an icy chill. Feeling his heart ache, a portion of Master Void's origin soul split to form another Master Void. Then that body swallowed the purple ice cube and charged at Wang Lin like a bolt of lightning. Wang Lin waved the iron sword, and with a flash of silver light, the illusion of the giant silver sword appeared once more. The sword shot toward Master Void's origin soul avatar. The avatar formed a seal and pointed at the giant sword. There was a loud bang and the avatar was pushed back. The avatar dimmed greatly, but the illusionary sword also collapsed. The moment the purple ice cube appeared, Wang Lin felt an aura similar to that of his iron sword and esteemed Shen Bao's arrow. It was obvious that the purple ice cube was also a pseudo-nirvana void treasure. At this moment, Wang Lin had lost a large amount of origin energy in his body, but right now it wasn't the time to worry about his origin energy. The killing formation had already begun, and Wang Lin was unwilling to give it up. He had used the source origin as bait to set up this killing formation. If he couldn't kill or cause some serious injuries to Master Void, it would be considered a failure on his planning. Not only did he expose his source origin, but he even exposed his pseudo-nirvana void treasure. However, if he could seriously injure or kill Master Void, it would be enough to deter the beautiful woman and the man in black. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin decided to close his eyes. When he used this iron sword, he had a feeling that this iron sword had its own spirit. Wang Lin wasn't able to display its true power due to his cultivation level, but since this iron sword required no refining to use, there was a way to display its true strength. He only needed to treat the treasure like a person. The moment Wang Lin closed his eyes and gave up control of the iron sword, the iron sword let out a sword hymn. Master Void's avatar charged out once more. The purple ice cube inside the avatar emitted endless chill. Before it even got close, powerful cold energy was already closing on Wang Lin. The iron sword in Wang Lin's hand suddenly rose up, but that wasn't Wang Lin who moved. It was the iron sword who pulled Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's origin energy left his body like crazy, and the iron sword released heaven-shaking sword hymns as if it was happy. Just as Master Void's avatar closed in, another giant silver sword appeared. However, this silver sword was different. It looked like a real sword. It was impossible to tell it was an illusion at all. The moment it appeared, the giant silver sword immediately slashed down. With a bang, Master Void's avatar collided with the large sword and retreated a few steps. However, the large sword didn't disappear, and its silver light shined even brighter. Then it moved in an arc and attacked from the left side. The second attack connected with the first attack as if it was Immortal using sword martial arts. If that was it, it wouldn't be shocking, but as soon as the silver sword collided with Master Void's avatar a second time, it immediately moved and attacked from below. There was no pause at all. The large silver sword turned into a ray of silver light and continued to attack Master Void's avatar like a silver dragon. Strike after strike, the silver sword attacked Master Void's avatar. Its speed became faster and faster. The first strike was a bit slow, but the second strike was a bit faster. Now, in the blink of an eye, 7 strikes connected into one. All of Wang Lin's origin energy had disappeared in the 6th strike. As for the 7th strike, it absorbed his body's essence. Fortunately, his ancient god body was very strong and was able to endure it. After the 7th strike, the 8th strike struck like a silver dragon, and following that were the 9th, 10th, and 11th strikes. Almost all the gazes in the hall were focused on Master Void's avatar. The continuous strike from the treasure shocked everyone's hearts greatly. All of this happened too quickly. The silver light became faster and faster, Then came the 19th strike, the 22nd strike. Wang Lin's skin withered on a large scale and his eyes became dim. Not even his ancient god body could withstand this kind of absorption. After the 17th strike, each strike took several times more than the last, and 23 strikes was Wang Lin's limit. After the 23rd strike, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Like a ray of lightning flashing across the sky, the silver light attacking Master Void's avatar suddenly stopped. The moment it stopped, the silver shined like it had never shined before and lit up the entire hall. Under the flash of the silver light, 23 large silver swords appeared next to Master Void's avatar. The moment they appeared, they all pierced through the avatar. The 23 large swords were like 23 silver meteors that fell at an unimaginable speed. A series of rumbles echoed when all 23 swords pierced through Master Void's avatar. The avatar didn't even have the chance to dodge. When the 23 large swords penetrated the avatar, the purple ice cube inside cracked and began to collapse. Along with the ice cube, Master Void's avatar was split into countless pieces when the 23 swords penetrated it. This didn't end here. The 23 large swords seemed to form a net, and they charged at Master Void. Master Void was still comprehending the source origin when his face turned pale and he coughed out blood. He was aghast at the situation. This isn't an ordinary pseudo-nirvana void treasure. He didn't expect Wang Lin to have such a powerful treasure and be so difficult to kill. Now that his origin soul avatar was destroyed, he sustained serious injuries. His scalp went numb when he saw the 23 swords that destroyed his origin soul avatar and his own pseudo-nirvana void treasure charge at him. However, he only needed a few more breaths of time to fully comprehend the mysteries of the source origin. If you wanted to make him dodge, then you might as well just kill him instead. Screw it! Master Void had cultivated for countless years and had naturally guessed that Wang Lin had used the source origin as bait and forced him into a situation where he couldn't use his full power. This forced him to place most of his effort into comprehending the source origin and thus created a killing formation that made it hard him to advance or retreat. He didn't retreat and instead slapped his bag of holding. A black tortoise shell the size of his fist appeared in his hand. It was completely black and released a powerful pressure. It was unknown where the shell was removed from. This tortoise shell was also a pseudo-nirvana void treasure. As an important member of the Cultivation Alliance, he was naturally not short on treasures. After throwing the tortoise shell, Master Void clenched his teeth and no longer paid any attention to any of this. His divine sense spread out like crazy as he comprehended the source origin. He could feel that he was only a sliver away from finding the path to the third step that he had been dreaming of for countless years. The tortoise shell flew out and floated before Master Void. It released a large amount of black light, but just when the black light started shining, the 23 large swords came crashing down on the tortoise shell. A thunderous rumble echoed, and while the tortoise shell was pushed back, it was able to resist the attack. However, this attack didn't stop. After the third sword dissipated, the fourth and fifth swords quickly followed. This went on until the 21st sword smashed down as a ray of silver light. Rumble, 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 rumble. The black tortoise shell continued to retreat, and countless cracks had appeared on it. It only lasted 3 breaths of time before it shattered into countless pieces and scattered in all directions. When it collapsed and lost the power to block, the 22nd and 23rd swords shot directly at Master Void. These last 2 large swords contained the most destructive power. In the blink of an eye, they shot toward Master Void's chest. He didn't have time to use any spell at this distance, and it was impossible for him to give up this chance to comprehend the source origin. Although this sounds slow, it all happened in an instant. At this moment of crisis, Master Void waved his hand and his clothes began to move as if they were being blown by the wind. A purple wind suddenly appeared and formed a whirlwind around him. However, the moment the whirlwind appeared, it collided with the 22nd sword. There was a loud bang and the whirlwind collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the last sword directly went through and landed on Master Void's chest. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He was waiting for this moment, which was the final moment of this killing formation. He raised his sore left hand and rubbed the rust marks on the iron sword. Once his left hand had rust on it, he flicked his finger. When Master Void was hit by the 23rd sword, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, his clothes were in tatters, and his chest was a bloody mess. Almost there. Master Void seemed to have gone crazy. He completely ignored his body's injuries and focused on comprehending the source origin. He had a feeling that he was very close to the path to the third step and was about to be completely enlightened. However, at this moment, the strange power from the rust entered the void when Wang Lin flicked his finger. Just as Master Void was about to comprehend the path to the third step, the rust flew by like a gentle breeze. Master Void's body trembled and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his chest. Blood came out of all his orifices, forcing him to retreat. This made him leave the red light the source origin was in, and everything he worked for was ruined. No! Master Void's eyes were red like a beast's, but his body was thrown back away from the source origin, and there was nothing he could do about it. At the same time, a large amount of blood gushed out from his body. Wang Lin's third eye flashed and the red light returned. Almost all the source origin was gone, only a sliver remained. Wang Lin held the iron sword as his cold gaze shifted toward the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's mind trembled at the gaze. Wang Lin's spell and treasure had shocked her greatly. She unexpectedly didn't dare to meet his gaze and lowered her head. As for the man in black, when Wang Lin looked over, the man in black's eyes revealed shock and fear. He unexpectedly also didn't dare to face Wang Lin. The aura Wang Lin currently had was the strongest it had ever been in his life. Whether it was through a scheme or deception, he was able to beat a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. No one was willing to provoke someone like this. If you want my source origin, if you want my treasure, then quickly come and take them. Killing intent flashed across Wang Lin's eyes and he revealed a sneer. His body gradually disappeared into the purple vortex formed by the two statues. Although he disappeared, the shock he left the beautiful woman, the man in black, and Master Void lingered for a long time. The fear in the man in black's eyes couldn't dissipate. Just thinking about the 23 swords Wang Lin had summoned made his heart feel a chill. Although he knew that Wang Lin had probably spent all his power summoning those 23 swords and was just putting up a front, he didn't dare to gamble. That 23 sword attack made him lose some confidence. The Vermilion Bird Divine Sect will revive once more because of this person. Not only will they return to their former glory, they will reach a new height. This person has source origin. Who gave him the source origin? The man in black trembled and the fear in his eyes became even stronger. Master Void's body landed on the ground. His face was pale and he was in a miserable state. His eyes were filled with frustration. Only a sliver more. Only sliver more. Ah! Master Void clenched his fist. The pain from his body and having half of his origin soul destroyed caused his cultivation level to fall greatly. The hope he had when he was about to comprehend the source origin followed by the irreconcilable disappointment caused him to let out a roar. However, he was someone who had cultivated for countless years. After letting out a roar, he calmed down and even more intense killing intent appeared in his eyes. That child is far too cunning. He is also bold and decisive. I must not allow him to become the future Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. In order to kill him, I'm willing to risk having my first Heaven's Blight arrive 3,000 years early to use this chance to kill him and seize the source origin. The shock in the beautiful woman's heart was no less intense than that of the man in black or Master Void. In fact, because she knew more, she was even more shocked than the other two. What shocked her beside Wang Lin's source origin was that iron sword. She had only heard of powerful treasures like this once in her life. She remembered back in the brilliant Void Realm, when the elders were talking about treasures in the world, they once said this one thing. Although the treasures in the world were split into spirit, mysterious, celestial, void, and nirvana, they weren't the only 5 types. There were treasures even above those 5 ranks. But even the elder talking about it had only encountered nirvana-level treasures. There were many spirit and mysterious treasures. Most treasures used by first-step cultivators were within these 2 ranks. There were also some first-step cultivators with celestial treasures. However, for second-step cultivators, celestial treasures weren't strong enough to meet their requirements. For Nirvana Shatterer Old Monsters, unless the celestial treasure was of top quality, then it was often not as useful as celestial spells. At this time, these Nirvana Shatterer Old Monsters would search for a higher rank of treasure. Ignoring the commonly used celestial treasures of the ancient refiners, they looked for treasures that dated back to even older times. The relics from those ancient times were void treasures. Although void treasures were rare, there were still some left. Every single Nirvana Shatterer Old Monster would treasure a void treasure greatly. After all, the method of producing them was lost, and they couldn't be repaired. Once they were broken, they would lose a lot of their power. In truth, some pseudo-Nirvana void treasures weren't really pseudo-Nirvana void. They were merely just void treasures. They were just a bit stronger, and the pseudo-Nirvana void name was just for vanity's sake. For normal Nirvana Shatterer Old Monsters, void treasures were already the peak, and they would do anything for them. However, for those that stood at the top, although void treasures were still precious, they weren't lacking these kinds of treasures. In truth, none of the treasures in this world would catch their attention. What they pursued was how to transcend the second step toward the legendary third step they all dreamed of. However, this third step was too ethereal and the path was too vague. One could only wait for the 5 heavens blights to arrive one by one. In the end, they would become a grain of sand among the waves and die. For those old monsters that had lived such long lives, it was no longer a dream or hope of reaching the third step, but a desire to live. Only with the power of the third step could they endure the 5 heavens blights. Otherwise, what awaited them was death. At this moment, a cultivator from the system under the Wind Celestial Realm arrived in the Alliance star system. Although he hadn't reached the third step, he had passed the 4th heavens blight. The 5 heavens blights were things all Nirvana Shatterer cultivators had to face. Every time they passed a heavens blight, their strength would increase greatly. However, they were simply too difficult, and failure meant they would immediately die. The reason this person was able to pass the 4th heavens blight was precisely because he had a magic treasure. This treasure was a Nirvana treasure. After investigating, Nirvana treasures seemed to come from primordial times, but the amount that remained was extremely low. Although this was the case, those Nirvana Shatterer Old Monsters found records of treasures that were beyond void treasures but just second to Nirvana treasures. These were pseudo-Nirvana void treasures. Although pseudo-Nirvana void treasures weren't as rare as Nirvana treasures, only a pathetic amount still existed. Almost all of them were in the hands of peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. The requirement for joining the Alliance Elder Group was to have a pseudo-Nirvana void treasure. Aside from the fact that these treasures were extremely powerful, they also played a certain part in helping a cultivator resist the 5 heavens blights. Pseudo-Nirvana void treasures were also split into different grades. They were split into low, mid, high, and top tier like normal treasures. After all, these treasures were all left behind by ancestors. The descendants didn't even know how to make them, much less categorize them properly. It can absorb a cultivator's killing intent, form an illusion, and have such power. The treasure in Wang Lin's hand might be high-quality pseudo-Nirvana void, or even a peak pseudo-Nirvana void treasure. The beautiful woman gasped and dread filled her eyes. While the 3 of them were thinking, a roar came from outside. The man in black immediately jumped between the statues and copied Wang Lin to leave this place. Master Void and the beautiful woman also flew over. At this moment, at the 2nd floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave, there was a flash of purple light at a pavilion near the center of the 2nd floor. Wang Lin's figure walked out from the light. A Nirvana Shatterer cultivator is unexpectedly difficult to kill. Master Void is seriously injured, but still not dead. There is also that beautiful woman, and right now. When Wang Lin appeared, he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood and showed a rare sign of fatigue. However, this iron sword was beyond my imagination. I didn't think it would have this kind of power. If I can get all 5 iron swords for the sword sheaths and use them. Wang Lin took a deep breath and shook his head. If he were to use them at the same time, he would likely be drained dry in an instant. He put the iron sword back into the sword sheath and put it back inside his bag. Wang Lin took out some pills and devoured them. Without waiting for them to digest, he clenched his teeth and moved forward. He had put up a front and used his momentum form, seriously injuring Master Void to shock the man in black and the beautiful woman. Otherwise, if both of them attacked, Wang Lin would have without a doubt died. At this moment, he had no time to sit down and recover. He had to use his advantage of knowing the layout of the cave to create distance between him and them. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin moved through the various restrictions and soon arrived at one of the restriction eyes marked on the map. After taking a look, Wang Lin immediately confirmed his speculation that someone else had come here first and broke the restriction eyes. It was unknown what floor they had already reached. He dragged his weary body toward the palace at the center, surrounded by the black fog. The first 6 floors of the Celestial Emperor Cave were mostly structured the same. With Wang Lin's familiarity, although he was slower than usual, he still quickly arrived at the center of the 2nd floor where the entrance to the 3rd floor was. At this moment, the man in black, the beautiful woman, and the heavily injured Master Void also arrived at the 2nd floor. The seriously injured Master Void was no longer as arrogant as he was in the 1st floor. He moved forward slowly, and this gave Wang Lin time in the palace in the 2nd floor. There were no statues here, only 9 stone candlesticks. Wang Lin calmed his anxious heart, and after carefully observing for a long time, he frowned. However, his gaze suddenly landed on the candlesticks on the table, and he noticed faint traces of movement. There were deep and shallow traces, so they were moved more than once. It was obviously made to confuse people. His eyes lit up, and he squatted down and carefully observed them. His eyes gradually lit up. He felt a sliver of sword energy from these candles. This sword energy was very ordinary, so even if others felt it, they would think it was just residue from someone trying to break the candlesticks by force. However, to Wang Lin, the meaning was significant. Senior Zhou Yi's sword energy. If he left the sword energy here, that means he is already at the 3rd floor, so why did he leave it here? Could it be? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He had recovered some origin energy on the way here. Now he waved his hand and the 9 candlesticks immediately lit up. The moment the candles lit up, the light from the flames surrounded Wang Lin, and he disappeared to the 3rd floor. Moving the candlesticks was only to confuse others. Even the trace of being moved was just to distract people from the fact that the candlesticks needed to be lit. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had spent 2 months in the Celestial Emperor Cave. In these 2 months, he only had a short period of time to heal. The rest of the time was spent traveling through each floor. The deeper he went, the stronger the restrictions became. Even with Wang Lin's restriction knowledge and the map's instructions, it took some time to get past them. What wasted the most time were the palaces at the center of each floor. They were like balls of mysteries that required a lot of effort to find the entrance to the next floor. If that was it, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but after the 4th floor, the map showed many storage spaces as well. Wang Lin was naturally unwilling to let them go, so he checked them out. Most of them had already been opened by others, but there were still a few places not found. Wang Lin moved everything he had found into his bag. Just thinking about his harvest in these 2 months made Wang Lin excited. Even he was shocked greatly by the stuff inside the storage spaces. When it came to things such as celestial jades, Wang Lin had enough to supply a sect for 1,000 years. There were many other things as well. From Wang Lin's point of view, these storage spaces were storage points set up by Celestial Emperor Qinglin. There was obviously a purpose for all of them. Wang Lin didn't know what purpose Qinglin had, but the things were now his, which made Wang Lin excited for a few days. What was even more exciting was that according to the Jade, there were 2 transfer arrays to storage spaces on the 6th floor. One of them contained a lot of celestial pills and elixirs from before the celestial realm collapsed. At this moment, those pills and elixirs were more important than any treasure. During these 2 months, Wang Lin still hadn't recovered his full strength. His physical injuries were no longer an issue due to his strong recovery from his ancient god body. The problem was his loss of origin energy and how his origin soul had weakened from using the iron sword. If he had no pills, it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. Wang Lin was almost out of pills, and adding on the dangers that were everywhere, Wang Lin absolutely had to obtain that storage space full of pills. On this day, there was a flash of light at the edge of the 6th floor. Wang Lin walked out from the light. The place he appeared in was surrounded by pavilions, as if it was its own little garden. There were mountains-sounding area and a river flowing not far away. The sound of the flowing river echoed and was very soothing. This is the 6th floor. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked around. After quickly matching his location with the map, he immediately knew his current location. Wang Lin's eyes was filled with determination as he charged toward the right. I must obtain those pills. Wang Lin moved very quickly through those restrictions, but soon he stopped and looked straight ahead. There is someone here. Wang Lin had noticed a lot of traces of people as he moved through the 2nd to 5th floors, but he had never encountered anyone. This was the first time he detected someone. It mustn't have been easy for little brother to make it here. A slightly surprised sound came from ahead. 2 people walked out from the fake mountain before Wang Lin. It was a man and a woman. The man had the air of a celestial, and he was very handsome, and he smiled at Wang Lin. Behind him, the woman had a soft gaze, but there was also a hint of surprise. She apparently didn't expect Wang Lin to be able to arrive here. Seeing it was the celestial cloud cultivation couple, Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was on guard. His cultivation hadn't recovered, and he was at his weakest state inside the Celestial Emperor cave. Any carelessness might get him killed. After he calmly took a step back next to a restriction, Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Senior Celestial Cloud." As he spoke, he looked behind them and didn't see Zhou Yi, causing his heart to sink. Little brother's knowledge of restrictions is really mysterious. It seems that I have really underestimated you. Wang Wei laughed. He didn't know much about Wang Lin, and Zhou Yi had never said anything about Wang Lin. From Wang Wei's point of view, for Wang Lin to be able to break through the restrictions to get here, then Wang Lin's restrictions ability had to already be at a peak. As for Wang Lin's injuries, Wang Wei naturally saw through them. The celestial cloud cultivation couple was very strange to Wang Lin. When the Celestial Emperor cave opened, everyone should have been sucked into the bottle world. However, even after the bottle world collapsed, they didn't appear, yet someone they appeared here. Wang Lin was unwilling to speak too much with these two, and with Zhou Yi not here, he had his own speculations. In addition, he was injured, so he retreated and said, "If you 2 seniors have nothing else, then Junior will take his leave." With that, Wang Lin immediately retreated. He was about to go around from the side to where the pills were stored. The smile on Wang Wei's smile remained, and he only slightly shook his head. It wasn't until Wang Lin disappeared into the restrictions that he said, "This little guy is very interesting." His cultivation couple, Hu Wan, also smiled. "This Wang Lin is very cautious. Originally, I wanted to talk to him more, but he was scared away by you." Wang Wei laughed. "He was not scared away by me, he just has another place to go." See how he smoothly stepped into that restriction without activating it? Either he has a very good understanding of the restrictions here, or his restriction ability has once again exceeded my expectations. Hu Wan looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to before she frowned slightly and softly said, "With his age, I'd rather believe he understands this place very well." Wang Wei smiled at Hu Wan and laughed. "Do you feel unjust that he is able to step through the restrictions here so easily? But I agree, he seems to understand his place very well, and that just makes this more interesting." "What unjust? Ah, you are still teasing me at this age." Zhu Huan smiled. Her eyes were like the crescent moon, very beautiful. Wang Wei also smiled, and his expression was filled with wisdom as he said, "Before, we guessed that the sword spirit had a companion. If I'm not wrong, that sword spirit's companion should be him." Hu Wan was startled. After thinking carefully, she smiled. "If you say so, then it is. If that is really the case, then he isn't an enemy. Looking from where he came from, if he really understands this place well, he should be going to where the Celestial Emperor stores his pills. We'll go have a look. The sword spirit must be there as well. Those two must have some secrets between them." Wang Wei smiled and walked forward. Hu Wan looked at Wang Wei, and her eyes filled with tenderness. Wan strongly believed in all of Wang Wei's calculations. She picked up her steps and walked next to Wang Wei. As Wang Lin retreated, he went through restriction after restriction. The restrictions on the 6th floor were far more complex, so Wang Lin's speed was affected. He could instantly pass some restrictions, but others required him to carefully calculate it before taking a step. After using 7 days of time, Wang Lin circled around this area and closed in on the pill storage location. According to the map, this was an alchemy room, and inside it was a transfer array to where the pills were stored. Looking at the alchemy room from far away, Wang Lin walked toward it. As he walked, his divine sense was spread out, but not too far, and he observed the surrounding restrictions. Based on the fluctuations of the surrounding restrictions, he would know if anyone was closing in. This alchemy room wasn't large, and there was a garden next to it, but it was filled with withered plants. As Wang Lin closed in and was just about to enter the garden, he stopped. Wang Lin stared at the alchemy room and vaguely felt that the restrictions here was a bit different from what was on the map. Along the way here, the map was very accurate for the first 5 floors, and the restrictions were only different in this spot. The only explanation was that someone had messed with the restrictions here. His expression became gloomy. Wang Lin looked around and his eyes lit up as he observed the restrictions. After a long time, he vaguely saw some clues, but those clues made him frown even harder. From what he could see, some restrictions had been added on top and caused the slight change. However, the restrictions added on later unexpectedly fused perfectly with the restrictions that were already there. Restrictions were very changing, and everyone casted restrictions differently. Due to their personality, experience, understanding of restrictions, and cultivation level, even if the same restriction was casted by 100 people, they would be completely different to people who understood them, even though they looked the same on the surface. As a result, this restriction that was changed was unimaginable and clearly subverted his understanding of restrictions. It unexpectedly fused so perfectly. From my understanding of restrictions and the annihilation restriction inheritance, it is impossible for the fusion to be so perfect when placing a restriction that forcibly changes another restriction. Even if it is possible, it has to be someone whose restriction ability has already reached a peak and is able to change some beginner's restriction. However, this is the 6th floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave, a place with restrictions that are rarely seen, so how could it have been changed so perfectly by someone? If there really is such a person, then all the restrictions inside this cave would be child's play for them, and they could easily move through all 9 floors. Wang Lin gasped and was shocked by this idea. He was unwilling to believe it, and he carefully examined it once more. The fusion of restrictions here was something that couldn't even be described with the word perfect anymore. This was like the same person had perfected their own restriction at a later time. Could it be? A thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind and his eyes widened. Could it be that the person who placed all the restrictions in the Celestial Emperor Cave and the person who changed the restrictions here was the same person? Wang Lin gasped. This answer would explain everything, but it was simply too inconceivable. Wang Lin stared at the restrictions and vaguely felt like if his guess was correct, then he had found a big net. He just didn't know who had placed the net. The first thought that appeared in Wang Lin's mind was the celestial cloud cultivation couple. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin was unwilling to just give it up like this, as the pills were too important to him. Wang Lin stared at the restriction and began his own deductions. The restrictions here were extremely complex and were obviously here to prevent others from entering. Wang Lin simply sat down, and flashes of restrictions appeared in his eyes. He slapped his bag of holding and a compass appeared in his hand. He sat there for 3 days. After 3 days, Wang Lin's eyes slowly became bloodshot. The countless changes of the restrictions flashed through his head as he searched for the correct way to break it. On the 4th day, Wang Lin raised his head. He stood up and arrived before the alchemy room. He then walked 3 steps forward without any hesitation. Wang Lin revealed hesitation on the 5th step. According to his calculations, the 5th step was the most difficult to find the correct answer to. It seemed like no matter where he stepped, it was wrong. The 5th step. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and after a long time he smiled. There is no 5th step. When he stepped out, his fifth step landed in the void and he jumped, landing on the ground ahead. As a result, that was the sixth step. After landing, Wang Lin immediately observed his surroundings to make sure he triggered no restrictions and let out a sigh. Then he quickly moved through these restrictions and appeared outside the alchemy room. Just as he was about to enter, his expression changed and he suddenly retreated. Just as he retreated, the door opened and a ray of sword energy shot out. The sword energy closed in, but after seeing Wang Lin, a surprised sound came from the sword energy. Shortly after, the sword energy scattered, revealing a white figure. It was Zhou Yi. Wang Lin stopped retreating after clearly seeing Zhou Yi and placed down his seal. He didn't speak. He looked at the alchemy room first. The inside and outside were like two different worlds that divine sense couldn't penetrate. That would explain why Zhou Yi didn't know Wang Lin had come, and Wang Lin hadn't detected Zhou Yi. I knew you would be able to arrive here. Looking at Wang Lin, Zhou Yi revealed melancholy and a smile. There was also a hint of reminiscence. In Wang Lin's eyes, Zhou Yi had changed a lot. What surprised him was an aura that was very similar to that of a pseudo-nirvana void treasure coming from Zhou Yi. Wang Lin greets Senior. How could I dare forget the promise I made before? No matter how dangerous this place is, I'll bring Qing Shuang's body here. Seeing Zhou Yi made Wang Lin emotional. Zhou Yi was one of the few benefactors he had, and no matter what cultivation level Wang Lin reaches, he will always be respectful to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi revealed a melancholy expression as he looked at Wang Lin, and he shook his head. There is no need to call me Senior when it's just us. If you don't mind, you can just call me Big Brother Zhou. Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed and he carefully looked at Wang Lin. Who injured you so seriously? Your origin soul is dim, and due to recovering too slowly, it's leading to more hidden dangers in the future. There was a chill in Zhou Yi's expression. Wang Lin wryly smiled and simply explained the matter to Zhou Yi. He didn't mention the source origin and only talked about the vermilion bird awakening. It wasn't that Wang Lin didn't trust Zhou Yi, but the matter regarding source origin was simply too important. Master Void! Cold light flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes, and there was a hint of guilt in his gaze toward Wang Lin. If it wasn't for bringing me Qing Shuang, he wouldn't have been in such a danger. Master Void, I'll remember that person. Zhou Yi nodded and didn't ask more, but he engraved Master Void into his heart. Hurting Wang Lin, who had come to bring him Qing Shuang, was touching his bottom line. If there was a chance, given Zhou Yi's personality, he would make Master Void pay a terrible price. You must have come for the pills here, although most of the pills have already been taken by the Celestial Cloud Cultivation couple. The only ones remaining are those that are useful to spirit bodies. They didn't take them because their storage method is very complex. As Zhou Yi spoke, he suddenly changed topic and said, But don't worry, I'll find a way to get you those pills. After Zhou Yi finished speaking, he turned into a ray of sword energy and charged out of the restrictions of the alchemy room. He appeared in the air and clasped his hands. Senior's Celestial Cloud couple, this person is my old friend. Please gift me some pills. A chuckle came from the distance. There was a flash from the nearby purple forest and Wang Wei and Huan walked out. The two of them walked slowly, but strangely it only took them 3 steps to reach the alchemy room. Wang Wei waved his hand, causing the restrictions outside the alchemy room to disappear as if they never existed. This made Wang Lin's pupils violently shrink. I had already guessed that little brother Wang had some relation with this sword spirit. It seems I guessed correctly. Wang Wei joked as his right hand reached out and a crack immediately appeared before him. 6 purple jade bottles flew out into his palm. These 6 bottles of rank 5 celestial gathering pills might be useful to you. With that, Wang Wei waved his right hand and the 6 bottles of pills flew toward Wang Lin. Dense celestial spiritual energy came from the 6 purple jade bottles, and the smell inside them was extremely refreshing. Wang Lin held the 6 bottles and scanned them with his divine sense. He didn't immediately consume them, but put them away inside his bag. Huan carefully looked at Wang Lin and suddenly said, You are the inheritor of the annihilation restriction? Wang Lin was calm as he looked at Huan and calmly said, I'm not the inheritor. I just know some of it. When Zhou Yi saw Wang Wei only give 6 bottles of celestial gathering pills to Wang Lin, he couldn't help but frown. After pondering a bit, he looked at Wang Wei and said, "Senior Wang Wei, not only is this person my old friend, but he is also my benefactor. There was something I didn't say before, but I was sealed here and he saved me. If not for him, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Senior." Wang Wei meaningfully looked at Zhou Yi before his right hand reached toward the crack once more. This time, 5 five-colored jade bottles flew out. He threw them at Wang Lin. These pills are known as the Heaven Avoidance Pills. They are rank 4 celestial pills, and taking them will greatly reduce your injuries. Wang Lin took the bottles and scanned them with his divine sense. The celestial spiritual energy inside these bottles was monstrous, far more than the 6 bottle of celestial gathering pills he got earlier. Zhou Yi frowned once more, apparently still somewhat dissatisfied, and no longer clasped his hands. "Since Senior knows about the Rain Celestial Sword Spirit, then I presume you also know about Rain Celestial Lord Qingshuang." Wang Wei's eyes suddenly narrowed. He didn't ask but took out 3 more bottles from the crack. He didn't introduce them and directly threw them at Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught them, and after he scanned them, his expression changed. The celestial spiritual energy inside these 3 bottles was even stronger than the 5-colored bottles. These were obviously better. Junior once became infatuated with a female corpse in the Rain Celestial Realm. I built a celestial jade pagoda to store the corpse to prevent it from rotting and to allow it to exist forever. Zhou Yi's eyes were filled with nostalgia as he recalled the past. Later I found out that she wasn't Ting Heir, but Celestial Lord Qingshuang. Wang Wei's expression changed. He had worried that he would destroy the spirit if he used Soul Search, so he had held back asking. However, now that he heard the story, a wave was set off in his heart. Huan revealed a trace of excitement in her eyes. The two of them looked at each other before Wang Wei reached at the crack once more. This time, dozens of colored bottles flew toward Wang Lin. Staring at Zhou Yi, Wang Wei said, "Continue with your story." Wang Lin's expression became strange. He finally understood what Zhou Yi meant when he said he would find a way to get the pills. "The last time I took Ting Heir to the Rain Celestial Realm was when I met Wang Lin." The reminiscence in Zhou Yi's eyes became even stronger. He seemed completely immersed in the beautiful and memorable memories, and his face revealed a melancholy smile. As he spoke, everything that happened in the Rain Celestial Realm was brought up. As Wang Lin listened, he was also reminded of what happened. Wang Wei and Huan were brought back to these realistic memories. When they heard someone wanted to steal Qingshuang, a trace of killing intent appeared on Huan's gentle expression, and Wang Wei's eyes turned cold, releasing a powerful pressure. Zhou Yi muttered, "I was willing to burn everything for her. I have no regrets." Even now, Zhou Yi didn't regret what he had done. After hearing that Zhou Yi had burned his soul to reach the ascendant stage and regain his sanity in order to protect Qingshuang's body but still didn't regret it, there was a hint of compassion in Huan's gaze toward Zhou Yi. What a terrible fate! Wang Wei let out a sigh. With his cultivation level and experience, he could naturally tell if what Zhou Yi said was the truth or a lie. A remnant soul had formed inside Qingshuang due to his thousands of years of obsession, and she awakened. She revived Zhou Yi, who was on the verge of death, and made him the new Rain Celestial Sword Spirit. After hearing the story from Zhou Yi's mouth, Wang Wei and Huan silently pondered. After a long time, Wang Wei let out a sigh and clasped his hands at Zhou Yi. "I'll remember Brother Zhou's kindness to Qingshuang. If I've done anything to offend Brother Zhou, please don't take offense." Huan's expression was filled with pain as she looked at Zhou Yi and said, "We will not forget Brother Zhou's grace." The two of them could easily see if it was the truth or a lie. Adding to what they had speculated before, how could they not believe Zhou Yi's words? Also, Zhou Yi's identity as the Rain Celestial Sword explained everything. "I presume that little brother Wang Lin is here to bring Qingshuang's body." Wang Wei looked at Wang Lin and couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. Thinking back, he didn't pay much attention to Wang Lin, but he didn't expect Wang Lin to be such a righteous person. At this moment, it seemed the matter had been cleared up, But Wang Lin didn't immediately take out Qing Shuang's body. Instead, he retreated a few steps, looked at Wang Wei and Hu Wan, and said, "What exactly are seniors' identities?" Wang Wei admired Wang Lin even more for his caution. The amount of caution Wang Lin showed meant that he truly cared about his promise to Zhou Yi. "Forget it. I haven't told anyone my identity to anyone for a long time. Since you and Zhou Yi have helped us and also Celestial Emperor Qing Lin greatly, I can't keep it a secret from you two." Wang Wei let out a sigh as he looked toward the center of the 6th floor. There was a hint of melancholy on his face. "I'm the #1 guard under Celestial Emperor Qing Lin, and at the same time, I was also his second disciple." As Wang Wei spoke of his identity, an indescribable aura spread out from his body. This aura contained a heaven-shaking arrogance. In an instant, Wang Lin could feel Wang Wei's fame in the celestial realm. Hu Wan softly said, "I'm teacher's 7th disciple, and I grew up together with little sister Qing Shuang. When the celestial realm collapsed due to the calamity, we were lucky and happened to be outside, thus avoiding the calamity. After learning that teacher hadn't died but was seriously injured and had gone into hiding, we searched countless caves over the years. Finally, we were able to determine that teacher was in the celestial spirit heaven realm." Wang Lin's mind was startled, and he began to silently ponder. Hu Wan looked at Wang Lin and waved her hand at the restriction to the right. The restriction immediately changed and became even stronger than before. You should have seen the difference in the restrictions around the alchemy room. With your restriction cultivation, you should have had a guess. After the celestial cave was opened by teacher, all of the buildings and restrictions here were set up by me at teacher's command. Only I can add perfectly onto the restrictions here. Hu Wan's voice wasn't loud, but when it landed in Wang Lin's ears, it was like roaring thunder. Wang Lin gasped and wryly smiled. "So it really was you. I thought it was Senior Wang Wei." Wang Wei shook his head and laughed. "My restriction cultivation is weaker than hers, or else I wouldn't have lost the bet regarding your restriction back then." Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and was about to take the celestial pagoda out. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's expression changed and he suddenly looked into the distance. A sharp laugh echoed across the 6th floor at this moment. The moment the sharp laugh was heard, Wang Lin saw a bald person that seemed to be walking in the void and quickly came here. "Bei Lu." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. What a good disciple of Qing Lin to actually trap this demon inside a restriction. Bei Lu took a few steps and noticed Wang Lin. He revealed a look of surprise. "You were able to get here." Bei Lu's eyes revealed a strange glow. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Wei's eyes. He let out a cold snort and took a step forward. His right hand formed a seal and curtain of rain immediately appeared and shot toward Bei Lu. Hu Wan stepped into the restriction on the side and bit the tip of her right finger. Then she quickly drew a strange rune in the air. After the rune appeared, it gave off waves of ghostly light. Just at this moment, all the restrictions in the 6th floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave seemed to become alive and unexpectedly lit up at the same time, as if they were all triggered at once. They came from all directions and flew directly at ancient demon Bei Lu. The sky was filled with restrictions, and as Hu Wan pointed, all of these restrictions gathered. Ancient demon Bei Lu pressed his hands to the side, causing a powerful surge of demonic energy to appear, and formed a vortex of demonic energy. "This demon doesn't want to fight with you two. The two of you want to save Qing Lin, and I'm after that ancient devil, Tajia. Although our goals are different, we can still work together. I fear just you two aren't strong enough to open the seal Tajia placed. With me, the chances of breaking it will be greater." Bei Lu was inside the vortex, and the demonic energy swirled around him. His voice was distorted by the vortex, and when it landed in one's ears, it would make them tremble. Wang Lin was already injured, so his face immediately turned pale. He took out several pills and threw it into his mouth. He had no time to digest them before he cycled the origin energy inside his body. "How is my proposal? If we continue to fight, you won't be able to save the Celestial Emperor and I won't be able to kill Tajia. In the end, we will only make it easier for him." Bei Lu's voice was filled with demonic intent. The reason Bei Lu was saying this was because he really dreaded Wang Wei and Hu Wan when they worked together, and Hu Wan controlled all the restrictions here. When Bei Lu left the celestial burial pool, he had already encountered them on the 4th floor. They went through a very vicious battle, but in the end, neither side could kill the other. However, because of Hu Wan, Bei Lu was trapped for several months. He came here not to continue fighting, but to work together. Hu Wan's eyes lit up and she looked at Wang Wei. As Wang Wei stared at Bei Lu, the coldness in his eyes slowly disappeared. He waved his hand, causing the water curtain to disappear before he calmly said, "Okay." Bei Lu relaxed a bit in his heart and landed on the ground, but kept within certain distance from the couple. His gaze fell on Wang Lin and he laughed. "Little brother Wang, your cultivation level has unexpectedly improved again. However, if you don't heal that injury soon, it will affect your cultivation in the future. Forget it, this demon was only able to come here because of you. I don't think anyone else would have let me in. Although I have medicine to help you, your injuries must have been caused by someone. Tell me his name and I'll kill him for you to repay your grace." Wang Lin's expression was cold. With his intelligence, how could he not see the provocation and temptation in Bei Lu's words? Bei Lu was obviously very surprised Wang Lin was able to get there, and didn't know what his relationship with the celestial cloud couple was. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile as he clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Lord Ancient Demon. If the person who hurt me appears, I'll tell you. Please don't back out on your promise then." Bei Lu's eyes lit up and he laughed. He didn't mention this again. It was naturally inconvenient to take out Qing Shuang's body now. Wang Wei took out a pill wrapped in green wax. There was a trace of reminiscence in his eyes as he handed it to Wang Lin. "This is a green pill teacher gave me. Whether you cultivate celestial spiritual energy or origin energy, as long as it is an energy of this world, all injuries can be instantly healed after taking this pill. I don't have much of this pill left. You may choose to take it now or save it for later." As Wang Wei spoke, he coldly looked at Bei Lu. It wasn't merely that he didn't have much left, he only had 3 total. 1 was with Hu Wan and 2 with him. The moment Bei Lu saw the green wax, greed filled his eyes as he was far too familiar with it. When he and ancient devil Ta Jia sneak attacked Qing Lin, even with Qing Lin's severe injuries, the pill still had some effect. It allowed Qing Lin to put up a lot of resistance and was ultimately why the ancient demon had failed. Gifting this pill means they share a very close relationship with Wang Lin. This also means they still have some more left. Although I don't know if this is true, if a real fight starts, it will be troublesome. Bei Lu's gaze withdrew from the pill. Holding the pill, Wang Lin didn't immediately take it but put it in his bag. They moved toward the dark fog at the center of the 6th floor under Hu Wan's guidance. Zhou still floated beside Wang Lin. Wang Lin was very weak and needed someone to guard him, so Zhou would naturally not leave. Soon, the dark fog appeared before them. Bei Lu looked at the black fog with hatred in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he had failed, then ancient devil Ta Jia couldn't have seized that opportunity. However, this isn't a bad thing. How could Qing Lin be that easy to deal with? Ta Jia mustn't have succeeded, or he would have long left this place. After stepping into the palace, Wang Lin immediately saw a stone tablet on the ground. This tablet was around 20 feet tall, and the only thing on it was a handprint. Wang Wei looked at Bei Lu and said, "The last 3 floors are teachers' private chambers. I don't know if there are any changes to those places. In order to have a better chance, we should wait for more people to arrive. Wang Lin, spend some time healing, so you have the power to protect yourself." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He still wasn't able to see through the celestial cloud couple. They weren't anxious to enter and actually wanted to wait for others to arrive. There was also ancient demon Bei Lu. He didn't question it at all, as if he had the same idea. "Don't think so much and focus on healing. I have already seen that those 2 are strange, but they won't harm us." Zhou was beside Wang Lin, and he sent Wang Lin a message through a special method only sword spirits could use. Wang Lin lowered his head and his eyes lit up. He sat down but didn't take out the green pill. Instead, he took out the other pills and devoured them one by one after checking them out. He then closed his eyes and focused on healing. Although he was healing, he didn't seal his divine sense. Although it would affect his healing speed, he had to stay vigilant here. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye 7 days went by. During this time, Wang Wei and Hu Wan were sitting down as if they were cultivating. Ancient demon Bei Lu was the same. Wang Lin let out a mouthful of foul air. His injuries had recovered slightly, but the hidden dangers were still there. Luckily, there were enough pills to fully recover. Wang Lin took out more pills and devoured them after checking them out. However, his divine sense was still spread out and locked onto the entrance. He was waiting for Master Void to arrive. He believed that Master Void's group of 3 would be the first group to arrive. Time seemed to last forever in the hall, and it was easy for people to forget the passage of time. Wang Lin's injuries slowly recovered due to the large amount of pills. Today was the 27th day since everyone started waiting in the hall. It was about noon when Wang Wei and Hu Wan both opened their eyes and looked at the door. Ancient demon Bei Lu was 1 step faster than them in looking at the door. Fluctuations came from Wang Lin's divine sense. When his eyes opened, they revealed a mysterious light as he looked at the door. A person slowly walked into the hall. This person was a woman surrounded by snowflakes. The snowflakes danced around her and looked extremely gorgeous. It's her. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. The first person to arrive wasn't Master Void's group of 3, but the girl in pink who was suspected of being the brilliant Void Saintess. Her expression was calm. Her beautiful eyes swept across the hall and especially looked at Wang Lin. She didn't speak but found a corner and sat down. Less than 7 minutes after the girl sat down, Wang Lin felt fluctuations outside the hall once more. He looked up and saw 3 figures entering the hall: Master Void, the beautiful woman, and the man in black. The moment the 3 of them entered the hall, they attracted everyone's attention. Master Void immediately noticed Wang Lin, and a monstrous killing intent flashed through his eyes. The moment he saw Wang Lin was also when Wang Lin saw him. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold and he calmly said, "Lord Ancient Demon, he is the person who injured me." The moment Wang Lin spoke, Wang Wei and Hu Wan all turned to stare at Master Void. Even Ancient Demon Bei Lu looked at Master Void with a smile that wasn't a smile. Killing intent flashed across Zhou Yi's eyes as he floated forward, approaching Master Void. The sudden scene caused Master Void to suck in a breath of cold air. Cold sweat covered his forehead, and his heart pounded even faster. He didn't know what Wang Lin had done in these short few months to make these people help him. The celestial cloud couple and the strange bald man made him feel like he would have to be cautious even during his peak. However, right now he was seriously injured and half of his origin soul was missing. His cultivation level had fallen from peak Nirvana Shatterer to mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer. He didn't dare to move at all or retreat. He was locked on to by everyone inside the hall. It was likely any movement from him would make everyone else here attack him. "I'm the Cultivation Alliance's Elder Master Void, junior brother of Head Elder Master Xianxia. What is the meaning of this?" Master Void forced himself to calm down and even brought out the Cultivation Alliance. "Cultivation Alliance?" Wang Wei coldly looked at Master Void and shook his head. "What a high status." Hu Wan smiled and casually looked at Master Void. She and her husband had never considered the Cultivation Alliance much. It wasn't that Master Xianxia or the Alliance were weak, but they had their own pride in their status. Especially Wang Wei, whose pride was known by everyone in the celestial realm back then. However, after countless years of change, Wang Wei's personality had been suppressed and wasn't so easily revealed. However, the pride in his bones wasn't something time could erase. Wang Wei and Hu Wan were disciples of the strongest person in the celestial realm, Celestial Emperor Qinglin. They were famous when the celestial realm was still around and the Cultivation Alliance didn't even exist. They were still just a bunch of lower realm chi cultivators back then. Even ancient demon Bei Lu grinned, and his eyes filled with mockery. As an ancient demon, he naturally held disdain for this Cultivation Alliance that was a new organization. He was already famous in the outside realm when the sealed realm still belonged to the celestial realm. In addition, although he had been trapped in the demon spirit land for all these years, he had learned a lot about the Cultivation Alliance through the cultivators that came here. In fact, he knew a lot more details than most people. Your senior brother, Master Xianxia, was already a famous person before the Celestial Realm collapsed and was considered one of the strongest Qi cultivators. When the Celestial Realm collapsed, he was among the first people, along with the 4 divine sects Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, that risked their lives to rob the Celestial Realm. In the end, he used some unknown method to obtain most of the inheritances of the Reign Celestial Realm, and only then was the Cultivation Alliance established. I, Bei Lu, actually admire such a person, but you... Bei Lu shook his head, and his eyes filled with mockery. Master Void's expression was gloomy. Their gazes made him very angry, but he suppressed that anger. He pointed at Wang Lin and said, I have a personal vendetta with this junior. Since you fellow cultivators came forward, I'll hold off on this matter. I promise to not find any trouble with this junior while we are in this cave. I presume you fellow cultivators are here to work together to enter the next floor. Why ruin the mood? If it impacts our chances at the next floor, it's not worth it. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Master Void's mind as he spoke. His words were very clever. First, he pretended to be weak and did not cause any trouble for Wang Lin. Then pointed out that it was not good for the overall situation for them to start fighting now. To force someone with his cultivation level and status to say something like this was the most humiliating thing one could experience. All his anger was focused on Wang Lin, and although his killing intent was hidden, it was even stronger than before. The man in black next to Master Void walked out and sat down. It was obvious he was showing he wasn't going to participate in this matter. Only the beautiful woman stood next to Master Void with a pale expression. Wang Wei's cold gaze withdrew from Master Void. Although killing this Master Void wouldn't be difficult, it would still be troublesome as this person was still a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Although he was seriously injured, as Master Zhongxian's junior brother, he should still possess some spells and treasures. Right now, saving his teacher was Wang Wei's priority. There was no need to rush killing this person to get revenge for Wang Lin. Seeing that this matter was going to calmly pass, Master Void relaxed in his heart. However, just at this moment Wang Lin stood up. Master Void's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at Wang Lin. The moment he looked at Wang Lin, Zhou Yi immediately released a powerful cold aura. He turned into a ray of sword energy and shot directly at Master Void. The moment Zhou Yi stepped out, Wang Lin stepped out too. His hand formed a seal and flames appeared in his eyes. Fire came out from his right arm and quickly formed a vermilion bird before him. This vermilion bird let out a cry as it charged at Master Void along with Zhou Yi. You're courting death. Killing intent appeared in Master Void's eyes as he waved his right hand. A yellow vortex appeared out of thin air and swept forward. Wang Wei originally didn't want to attack right now, but seeing Wang Lin and Zhou Yi attack, he couldn't just do nothing. Zhou Yi couldn't die, and Wang Lin had brought Qing Shuang here, so he couldn't die either. After letting out a sigh, Wang Wei pointed forward and a curtain of water appeared. It released a 5-colored light and immediately charged forward. It was so fast that it immediately reached the yellow vortex Master Void had created. Wang Wei calmly said, "Seal." The moment he spoke, the 5-colored curtain of water turned into water vapor and spread out around the yellow vortex before it quickly contracted. There were popping sounds as the water vapor fused with the yellow vortex. The vortex immediately seemed to stop rotating and suddenly collapsed. It turned into countless pieces of dirt that scattered in all directions. Master Void's schemes were completely destroyed by Wang Lin's attack. Wang Lin's daring and cunning shocked Master Void. Such a decisive act was something Master Void knew he couldn't have done at Wang Lin's age. Even out of all the juniors he had met, there were few like Wang Lin. The collapse of the yellow vortex allowed the vermilion bird formed by Wang Lin's spell to charge through. As it rushed out, it released a monstrous flame that contained extreme heat, and it shot toward Master Void. Unless he took out that iron sword again, Master Void wouldn't care about Wang Lin's attack. What he cared about was Wang Wei, Hu Wan, and Bei Lu. Facing Wang Lin's attack, Master Void slapped his bag and a small bag appeared. He slapped that bag and purple ashes flew out of it. The moment these purple ashes appeared, they turned into a mire and gave off a rotten smell. The smell shot toward Wang Lin and Zhou Yi. Bei Lu smiled and quickly stepped forward. With just one step, he appeared on the mire and mercilessly inhaled. There was a whistling sound as the mire was sucked into Bei Lu's mouth. Bei Lu's eyes were filled with greed and he licked his lips. He then appeared near Master Void and his hand reached out. Master Void's expression changed greatly, and he retreated without hesitation. His hand formed a seal and repeatedly clapped down, causing a thunderous rumble to echo across the hall. At this moment, the vermilion bird formed by Wang Lin's spell closed in and brought with it intense heat. Master Void let out a roar. Then his origin soul appeared around his body and pointed at Wang Lin's vermilion bird. He used his powerful cultivation to cause the vermilion bird to shatter into pieces with a point of his finger. Master Void didn't stop moving. He stepped to the side as he tried to shake off Bei Lu. However, Bei Lu was even faster and kept chasing after Master Void. Popping sounds echoed in the hall, and after every pop, Master Void's face would become a bit paler. While Bei Lu chased, demonic energy erupted from his body. He only needed to raise his hand and spells would appear without any seals. There were so many different spells that it was enough to blind someone from the light. Master Void had no chance to fight back and could only retreat while passively resisting. What gave Master Void a headache was that the collapsed vermilion bird had unexpectedly reformed. It gave off an even stronger flame than before and charged at Master Void. No matter how many times Master Void destroyed the vermilion bird while being chased by Bei Lu, it would reform from the flames. It was as if this vermilion bird really had an undying soul. Zhou Yi turned into a ray of sword light and followed closely. He wouldn't causally go near Master Void, but the moment he found an opportunity, he would charge in. The beautiful woman's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation, and she was about to help when Wang Lin suddenly looked at her with a cold gaze. This immediately made her think of Wang Lin's words before he left the first floor and the terrifying power of the iron sword. Her foot that had lifted and was forcibly stopped by her. She subconsciously avoided Wang Lin's eyes and the idea of helping Master Void quickly extinguished. Master Void's face became even more pale. If this was it, it wouldn't have been too bad. But what made Master Void anxious was that Wang Wei had unexpectedly stood up. He charged in and went on a pincer attack with Bei Lu, completely sealing in Master Void. Seeing that Wang Wei was about to attack, Master Void became anxious and roared, "If you fellow cultivators don't participate in this matter, I will give up on taking anything from this Celestial Emperor cave and will help you break through the restrictions in here." Wang Wei's eyes narrowed, and even Bei Lu's eyes narrowed and his feet paused for a moment. Just at this moment, another fluctuation came from outside the hall. Someone else had arrived. The All-Seer slowly entered with Ling Tianho, and the old man on the gourd was behind him. After seeing what was going on inside the hall, Ling Tianho was startled. The All-Seer revealed a gaze that made it seem as if he had foreseen everything. He revealed a smile that was not a smile and looked at Master Void. "All-Seer, help me!" Master Void quickly retreated. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and the vermilion bird condensed once more. He didn't target Master Void directly, but it suddenly collapsed into a sea of flames next to Master Void. Just at this instant, the sword light formed by Zhou Yi released a fierce energy he had never released before along with a trace of the aura of a pseudo-nirvana void treasure. He charged directly at Master Void, who was inside the sea of flames. Master Void suddenly turned around, and his hand moved to form a seal to use a spell. However, at this moment, the All-Seer's mouth moved slightly and Master Void immediately stopped. It was as if an invisible force had suddenly interrupted his spell. Master Void's expression changed greatly, and at this moment, Zhou Yi pierced through the flames toward Master Void. He was so fast that he landed on Master Void's chest in an instant. A thunder rumble echoed across the hall and he coughed out blood. He then staggered a few steps backwards. Crackling sounds came from the floor as the ground he stepped turned to powder. The sword energy dissipated and turned back into Zhou Yi. His face was pale and his body was transparent as a large amount of spiritual energy had left his body. He looked as if he could disappear at any time. It seemed that although this attack had done damage to Master Void, Zhou was also hurt in the process. Zhou retreated next to Wang Wei and Hu Wan. He sent a message to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, my sword energy wasn't enough to kill him, but I caused his previous injuries to erupt and made them worse. With that, Zhou sat down and quickly began to heal himself. He unexpectedly took out pills from somewhere and devoured them. These pills were specially made for spirit bodies. They weren't made to look like pills and instead looked like flowing spiritual energy. Master Void's face was deathly pale. He had already been seriously injured and had suppressed his injuries along the way so they wouldn't worsen. However, thanks to Zhou Yi's desperate blow, his injuries erupted once more, causing his cultivation level to fall once more. Although he wasn't down to the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer yet, if his injuries worsened, he wouldn't be far off. This was the first time he had felt a chill in his heart, and he retreated a few more steps. His right hand formed a seal and quickly pointed at his body, allowing him to barely stabilize. However, this action caused him to cough out more blood. He had a ferocious expression, but he wasn't looking at Wang Lin or Zhou Yi. Instead, he was locked onto the All-Seer. The All-Seer's expression remained neutral as Master Void's gaze made him feel no discomfort, and he calmly said, "Fellow cultivator Master Void, I would only dare to help you if you were brought down to such a state." With that, the All-Seer looked at Wang Wei and Hu Wan and smiled. "I hope the celestial cloud couple will give this old man face. How about we forget all personal grievances today and focus on getting to the next floor?" Ling Tianho's expression became gloomy. How could he not see that the All-Seer had secretly made a move? He silently moved next to Master Void and coldly looked at Wang Lin and company. There was also that old man on the gourd who had an indifferent expression as he looked at everyone. However, where he stood clearly showed that he would stand on the All-Seer and Master Void's side. At the same time, the girl who was suspected to be the brilliant Void Saintess stood up and went to Master Void. Her beautiful gaze swept by before landing on Wang Lin, and she softly said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, let's stop this matter today. Once you leave here, my brilliant Void Realm won't participate in this matter." Aside from the man in black, everyone else had clearly picked a side. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he clasped his hands at Wang Wei. Junior was reckless. I'll let Senior decide this matter. Although Wang Wei was not happy about Wang Lin attacking earlier, he nodded when he saw that Wang Lin knew when to stop. His gaze landed on the All-Seer and company and he calmly said, "Good. Let's put aside all personal grievances for now. The last 3 floors are filled with dangers. So please, fellow cultivators, don't hold back. After we transfer to the 7th floor, meet at the center." After Wang Wei finished speaking, the All-Seer and company smiled and nodded. Hu Wan stood up and walked next to the stone tablet. She placed her jade-like hand on the tablet and gently pressed. Purple light came from the tablet and rumbling sounds came from it as if it was shaking. In an instant, a large amount of cracks appeared on the ground and suddenly collapsed, revealing a starry sky. Everyone fell in and disappeared. As for Zhou Yi, Wang Wei brought him toward the starry sky-like transfer array. The 7th floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave was very different from the first 6 floors. There were no pavilions, and it was covered in a sea of flames, as if it was its own world. In this not-so-big space there was an erupting volcano in the center, and it was surrounded by a large amount of black fog. Rumbling sounds came from the volcano and fire occasionally rained down from the sky. The ground seemed to be divided by cracks into countless pieces that floated on the magma. Black gas came out from the cracks and gave off intense heat. Everyone was scattered when they were teleported here. When Wang Lin landed, he immediately looked around and frowned. Wrong. Everything here was completely different from the 7th floor on the map. There was no resemblance at all. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked ahead and saw Hu Wan about 1,000 feet away. Hu Wan looked around, and there was also confusion in her eyes. When Wang Lin looked at her, Hu Wan also looked at Wang Lin. She had long suspected that Wang Lin had had some fortunate encounter and had become very familiar with this cave. Now that she saw Wang Lin's gaze, she let out a wry smile and shook her head. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. It seemed Hu Wan's expression wasn't fake, and she was also confused about the changes here. The place is completely flat with only the volcano. The entrance to the 8th floor must be in the volcano. Hu Wan's voice spread out and landed in everyone's ears. Master Void was in the distance with a pale face. Even with the fiery light, his face didn't look red at all. His right hand was over his chest and bursts of pain came from it from time to time. There was a strange sword energy there that prevented the wound from healing. All-Seer Wang Lin, and that sword spirit. I'll remember this. If I don't pay you all back 10 times, number 100 times, then I'll never give up. He gloomily looked around. Damn it, even the Celestial Emperor Cave is working against me. It unexpectedly has such powerful fire origin energy. I fear that it will benefit that little bastard. Master Void roared in his heart. But then he suddenly realized something and became covered in cold sweat. The drop in cultivation level caused my personality to change. How can I be angered so easily? Master Void took a deep breath as he suppressed the anger in his heart and forced himself to calm down. Wang Wei stepped next to Hu Wan and the two of them turned into 2 rays of light, heading toward the volcano. At this moment, the All-Seer and company also got up and charged at the volcano. The beautiful woman, the old man on the gourd, and the man in black flew toward the volcano. Master Void coldly stared at Wang Lin and also flew toward the volcano. Wang Lin casually moved forward in the air. He knew his cultivation couldn't match that of the old monsters before him, so would naturally not lead the charge but slowly move forward. Another person also slowed down in the distance, the suspected brilliant Void Saintess. Her beautiful eyes fell on Wang Lin and she stopped as if she was waiting for Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold. When he saw the girl in pink stop, he simply went around her in an arc. He was unwilling to interact much with her and slowly closed in on the volcano. When the girl in pink saw Wang Lin move around her, she let out a snort and no longer paid him any attention but flew toward the volcano. Seeing the girl in pink leave, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. Although this place was different from the map, as Wang Lin slowly moved, he saw traces of celestial jade remnants within the cracks. It was obvious that countless years ago, this was the 7th layer of the Celestial Emperor Cave. It was just that some unimaginable thing had happened, causing this place to become a flaming ruin. Looking at the towering volcano, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his divine sense spread out. After a long time, he opened his eyes and was even more confident in his speculation. This volcano didn't appear out of nowhere. It was moved here by someone. The closer he got to it, the more evidence he saw that supported this idea. Wang Lin clearly saw that the rocks around the volcano were completely different from the ground. I guess everyone must have also seen something strange about the volcano. Wang Lin stood at the foot of the volcano and was in no rush to enter. His eyes lit up as he looked around until his gaze fell on the magma flowing out from the crack. The high temperature from the magma didn't make Wang Lin feel discomfort and in fact made him feel very comfortable. Even the origin energy inside his body became more active. The change here benefits me. Wang Lin's right hand reached into the magma in the crack. He immediately felt the endless fire element inside the magma. His right hand was inside the magma, and the heat from it made him very comfortable. His origin energy moved inside his body and formed a vortex. A suction force came from Wang Lin's body and he used his right hand as a bridge. The fire origin energy from the magma suddenly moved and was slowly pulled into Wang Lin's body. I have already learned the first 3 of Celestial Emperor by Fan's 6 spells. However, according to senior brother Qing Shui, the latter 3 spells contain the true essence of Bai Fan's power, and the first of those 3 is Mountain Crumbles. In the slaughter domain, I saw Qing Shui use it, and it was very similar to a volcanic eruption. Wang Lin pondered while he absorbed the fire origin energy and looked at the majestic volcano. To Wang Lin's right, the man in black with the hidden black dragon also didn't enter the volcano but sat down and placed his left hand inside the magma in the crack. Like Wang Lin, he was also absorbing the origin energy within the fire. He would sometimes look at Wang Lin with fear and hostility in his eyes. Vermilion bird. If I devour the vermilion bird, will my flame dragon awaken a second time? The fire element origin energy was extremely dense in the 7th floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave. In particular, the magma contained even more. As Wang Lin absorbed large amounts of fire origin energy, it entered his body and wrapped around his origin soul, nourishing his origin soul that had adapted to fire origin energy. A very comfortable feeling emerged in Wang Lin's mind. Although he had devoured a lot of pills on the 6th floor and his injuries had recovered a bit, they were still not completely healed. At this moment, as he absorbed fire origin energy, his injuries began to recover once more. Although it was slow, it gave Wang Lin hope. However, most people had already entered the inner part of the volcano, and Wang Lin let out a sigh. During the 1 month he spent healing, he had asked Wang Wei about the method of curing the 7th heaven poison. However, back in the celestial realm, Wang Wei and Huan rarely came into contact with poison. Although they had heard of the 7th heaven poison and knew a bit about it, they didn't know the specifics. In the end, he still had to place his hope of curing Situ Nan's poison on Celestial Emperor Qinglin or Qingshuang. Knowing that he couldn't stay on the 7th floor for too long, Wang Lin took a deep breath and the origin energy in his body moved even faster. A more powerful suction force came from his hand as he absorbed more fire origin energy before withdrawing his hand. Wang Lin jumped up and entered through the top of the volcano. The moment Wang Lin got up, the man in black also went up and headed to the top of the volcano from another direction. Wang Lin had already noticed that the man in black could also absorb fire origin energy like him. This person also had a mark between their eyebrows, which made Wang Lin vigilant. Wang Lin didn't move very fast and moved up like a gentle breeze. He gradually arrived at the top of the volcano. There was a huge opening at the top of the volcano, and dense, black fog slowly spread out from inside. High temperatures filled the area. Even the rocks near the mouth of the volcano were bright red. It looked very shocking. Floating above the red rocks at the mouth of the volcano, Wang Lin's expression was neutral as the high temperature brought him no discomfort. Looking down, the inside of the mouth of the volcano was shrouded with a fiery glow and a phantom-like black smoke that occasionally could charge out. Without hesitation, Wang Lin stepped out and charged at the volcano's entrance like a meteor. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out around him when he charged in. The black smoke coming from inside the volcano suddenly disappeared. Waves of heat rushed at him. When the heat got near him, all the pores on his body opened up and absorbed the fire origin energy inside the heat. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light and he sank even faster. Behind him, the man in black also descended but kept a certain distance. He didn't want to attract Wang Lin's killing intent for being too close. The man in black had learned that Wang Lin wasn't someone who was easy to deal with during his brief contact with him. Wang Lin was someone decisive and ruthless but also very cunning. Even the likes of Master Void had repeatedly been forced into terrible situations that caused his cultivation level to drop greatly. If anyone changed positions with Wang Lin, they would find it difficult to walk among so many powerhouses. He was even able to borrow pressure from others to suppress the enemy, causing Master Void to end up in a difficult situation. Thinking about this, the man in black felt even more dread, especially when he recalled Wang Lin's gaze and arrogant words before leaving the first floor. The aura Wang Lin had after forcing Master Void away was something the man in black couldn't forget. Moreover, although he could absorb the fire origin energy here, he was still inferior to the vermilion bird that had control over all the fire in the world. I desire to devour this person. Difficult, difficult, difficult. The man in black sighed to himself. Wang Lin naturally didn't know the man in black's complex thoughts. He moved faster and faster as he constantly absorbed the heat wave coming at him. The deeper he went, the more intense the heat became. The surrounding rocks had countless cracks on them and were no longer red but dark red. This meant that the fire poison here was even stronger. The walls here weren't smooth, and they would often have rocks sticking out. Wang Lin's body flickered and landed on one of those rocks that were sticking out. The rock was dark red, and it released bursts of black gas. The moment Wang Lin stood on the rock, gravel fell off and sank into the volcano. The moment he landed, Wang Lin suddenly inhaled and the powerful heat waves below were all sucked into his mouth. It looked like Wang Lin was devouring a sea of flames. The heat turned into flame essence as it was inhaled into Wang Lin's body. Then he retreated a steps and his face turned red, but his eyes were extremely bright. The origin energy in his body moved like crazy and continued to digest the fire origin energy. After 7 minutes, Wang Lin looked up, let out a cold snort, and descended deeper into the volcano. The moment Wang Lin left, the man in black landed on this rock. There was a trace of terror in his eyes. To devour fire origin energy like this person is a madman. Fire origin energy was the most violent. The man in black knew he wouldn't dare to devour like this. He could only absorb it as if he was guiding it. Wang Lin moved faster and faster. Soon, he arrived at the bottom of the volcano. His gaze pierced the heat waves and smoke below, allowing him to see everything below. The bottom of the volcano was filled with dark red magma. It was a sea of magma. Occasionally, bubbles would swell up, and whenever one burst, an intense heat wave would charge upwards toward the top of the volcano. Black smoke also floated up and was pushed up with the heat wave. There was a palace stuck between the walls of the volcano above the sea of magma. This palace looked exactly the same as the entrance to the next floor in the last 6 floors. However, at this moment, the gate was closed and a complex word was drawn on it with black blood. This extravagant word looked like a tattoo but also didn't. Just looking at it gave off a crazy feeling, as if it could turn the world upside and reverse the heavens. The moment Wang Lin saw the word, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He recognized the word as it was the language that belonged to the ancient god clan. It was also the language of the ancient demon and ancient devil clan. Devil! It was the word, devil. At this moment, outside the palace, Wang Wei, Hu Wan, and Bei Lu formed a group and the All-Seer and company formed another. They floated in the air and stared at the gate of the palace. Ling Tianho, the old man on the gourd, and the beautiful woman were constantly using spells to constantly attack the gate. However, due to the heat, the sounds from the impacts were fragmented. The sounds weren't able to spread far and weren't able to echo. Wang Lin's arrival caused Master Void to raise his head, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it. Wang Lin moved next to Wang Wei and Hu Wan. He looked at the gate and frowned. At this moment, Ling Tianho let out a roar and the 4 origin swords behind him crashed into the door. The word devil on the door flashed intensely, but it showed no signs of taking any damage. I can't open the seal to enter the 8th floor. Ling Tianho let out a cold snort and retreated. The beautiful woman and the old man on the gourd also shook their heads and gave up. Wang Wei and Hu Wan also frowned. They had tried it before and couldn't break it either. With this seal here, they wouldn't be able to enter the palace. Wang Lin stared at the word devil on the gate of the palace. He knew that with these old monsters here, there was obviously no need for him to do anything. He sat down on a rock not far away before closing his eyes and beginning to cultivate. Although he was cultivating, he was still on guard. Not far away from Wang Lin, the girl in pink stood on a rock slightly lower than Wang Lin. Countless snowflakes surrounded her, resisting the high temperature. The rock below her feet even showed signs of freezing. Time slowly passed. The man in black that was behind Wang Lin had arrived a long time ago. He cautiously floated on the side and stared at the palace while pondering. The word devil on the palace gate contained an unimaginable sealing force. Almost everyone, including Wang Wei, Hu Wan, the All-Seer, and even Bei Lu, took turns attacking in succession. In the end, both sides attacked at once, and the sounds of the attack unexpectedly broke through the heat waves. The echoes formed caused large amounts of rocks to fall from the volcano. The rumbling sounds echoed even louder as everyone continued to attack. In the end, the sounds merged together and even echoed outside the volcano. If you were outside the volcano, you would be able to hear the muffled rumbles. In the end, with a final attack from Bei Lu, All of the spells gathered into a massive storm that swept toward the palace. There was a heaven-shattering rumble, and the whole volcano seemed to tremble. The magma below raged as if there was an earthquake. The word devil on the palace suddenly collapsed. The gate opened. However, a shocking change occurred the moment the gate opened. The moment the word devil dissipated and the gate opened, the sea of magma below suddenly began to churn violently. Bursts of muffled roars came from the magma and then, with a bang, the magma below charged up into the sky. It was as if an unimaginable force was pushing the magma up. The volcano was erupting. A temperature several times higher than before suddenly emerged when the magma charged up. The intense temperature even caused a lot of the surrounding rocks to immediately fracture. Before they could even fall, they were turned into black gas and pushed up. At this moment, if you looked at the volcano from the outside, you would see that the volcano was trembling and black smoke several times stronger was coming out. Large amounts of black smoke rushed out into the air as if it wanted to cover the entire sky. As the black smoke was sprayed out, it covered the entire sky in almost an instant, not allowing any light to penetrate through. Only the magma between the cracks of the earth glowed, vaguely lighting up the area. The moment the door opened inside the volcano, Bei Lu rushed out into the palace as the magma rushed up. Everyone else regained their senses and followed him. However, everyone's speed was a bit slower, and the monstrous magma rushed up. If this was it, it wouldn't be enough to scare these powerful cultivators. However, as the magma passed by, a giant arm reached out and grabbed the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman exclaimed and wanted to dodge, but she was too slow before the hand. She was shrouded by flames in an instant and was pulled into the magma. This sudden scene shocked the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. However, this wasn't over yet. As the magma rushed out, a roar came out from the magma and echoed around like a sonic boom. This caused the surrounding rocks to collapse even more. As the roar echoed, a purplish-red coffin came out from the raging magma. The roar from the coffin became even stronger. Wang Wei and Hu Wan's expressions changed greatly. The two obviously knew about the coffin. Without hesitation, the two of them each formed a seal and joined the seals together. They became transparent and instantly passed everyone as they charged into the palace. The moment they entered the palace, the coffin collapsed and scattered into countless pieces that fell on everyone. At the same time, a red-robed old man walked out from the coffin. This red-robed old man contained no vitality and was filled with death aura. The moment he appeared, he charged toward everyone. The all-seer's eyes lit up and his mouth moved as if he was saying something. Then the red-robed old man suddenly stopped. Taking advantage of the red-robed old man's pause, the all-seer waved his sleeves and charged at the palace. Just at this moment, the red-robed old man's body collapsed and a roar came out from within. Then a sea of flames appeared and turned into a fire dragon that attempted to devour everyone. The expression of the girl in pink surrounded by the snowflakes turned pale as she rushed toward the palace. However, before she could enter, her body turned into a ray of light and was inhaled by the fire dragon. Seeing that everyone was charging toward the palace and not worrying about others, Wang Lin had already left the rock and shot toward the palace. However, just as he was about to enter the palace, Master Void, who was the last person to enter the palace, suddenly turned around and coldly stared at Wang Lin. Before Master Void could attack, the fire dragon arrived. The fire dragon was so big that it could devour the entire palace. Wang Lin felt a powerful suction force, and he was devoured along with the palace by the fire dragon. The fire dragon devoured everything and then charged into the magma. The magma began churning even more violently when the dragon dove into it. The magma continued to surge up faster and faster until it erupted out from the volcano and covered the sky. Then the magma fell as balls of fire onto the ground. Only after a long time did everything end and the volcano stopped erupting, leaving only black smoke coming out. The magma sank back down and the bottom of the volcano became quiet once more. However, the palace was now missing. At this moment, in the deepest part of the magma, the palace devoured by the fire dragon appeared. However, now it was surrounded by magma, so even if you were inside the palace, you could feel the intense heat. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the magma in the distance. The heat coming from the magma not only didn't injure him, it made his injuries even better. The magma was thick, and it surrounded Wang Lin with an indescribable amount of fire origin energy. The vermilion bird tattoo on this body shined brightly and even let out vermilion bird cries. He sat down and gradually sank to the bottom of the magma. He was about 10,000 feet away from the palace. Both of his hands formed a seal and dense fire origin energy entered his body. As he absorbed, his body turned red, and time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. The surroundings were completely quiet. Not only was the origin energy inside his body not restrained, it became even more vigorous. While pondering, Wang Lin didn't immediately leave but continued to cultivate. This was a very precious chance for him. It would be very difficult for him to find another place with such rich fire origin energy. Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to absorb fire origin energy. Time passed. As Wang Lin absorbed, the amount of magma gradually reduced. During this time, Wang Lin awakened 3 times, and all 3 times were because the intense fluctuations of magma caused the volcano to erupt. Whenever he awakened, he would carefully watch the eruption of the volcano. After the eruption was complete, he would immerse himself in absorbing once more. On this day, Wang Lin awakened for the 4th time. Although the magma still had endless fire origin energy left, Wang Lin no longer dared to continue absorbing. As he absorbed the fire origin energy, he gradually became one with the magma, and he vaguely felt that there was a strange spirit inside the magma. If he absorbed too much, it would be easy to disturb that strange spirit. According to Wang Lin's analysis, that strange spirit should be the fire dragon that devoured everything. While pondering, Wang Lin slowly stood up and walked toward the palace in the magma. However, after a few steps, Wang Lin suddenly stopped as he saw a bubble slowly closing in on the palace. After carefully looking at the bubble, Wang Lin's expression became strange, and at the same time, the cultivators inside it saw Wang Lin. There were 2 people inside the bubble. They were the girl in pink and the beautiful woman who was devoured by fire dragon. The beautiful woman was unconscious and her whole body glowed red. It seemed like she was on the edge of death. As for the girl in pink, the snowflakes around her had disappeared. There was a snowflake rune flashing between her eyebrows that released bursts of cold energy that allowed her to survive inside the bubble. She immediately saw Wang Lin approaching, and surprise and horror filled her eyes. Although she knew about Wang Lin's vermilion bird awakening, she didn't think that Wang Lin wouldn't be injured at all inside this magma, and he moved as if he was on land. No wonder those people were so terrified of the 4 divine sect. It seems that after the vermilion bird awakened, he unexpectedly gained a terrifying resistance to fire. The girl in pink stared at Wang Lin. She had been stuck in the magma for several months and was unable to move too fast. Fortunately, she was able to find the beautiful middle-aged woman. But she had been unconscious this whole time and her body was filled with a strange flame. The girl wasn't able to awaken the beautiful woman. Although she was able to protect herself from the magma with the treasure her senior sister had given her, moving forward was difficult. It had taken several months for her to find the palace, but she didn't expect to see Wang Lin here. When she saw Wang Lin, the girl in pink felt her heart skip a beat and became anxious. She quickly controlled the bubble and charged straight for the palace. Due to the sudden acceleration, the bubble became unstable and seemed like it could collapse at any time. However, the girl in pink couldn't care about that anymore, and she quickly closed in on the palace. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as he stepped toward the bubble the girl in pink and the beautiful woman were in. As he quickly closed in, the girl in pink became even more anxious. She didn't know what Wang Lin was thinking, but she knew Wang Lin and the beautiful woman's group had conflict in the past. She thought he was coming here to kill the beautiful woman. When the girl in pink saw that Wang Lin was only few hundred feet away, she quickly shouted, "Wang Lin, you have a feud with Master Void. The 2 of us has no feud with you." Wang Lin's expression was still cold as he instantly closed the hundreds of feet gap and arrived next to the bubble. He coldly looked at the girl in pink and the beautiful middle-aged woman. The woman in pink's eyes were wary and the snowflake rune shined brightly. She was very nervous at this moment as she had no way of stopping Wang Lin from doing anything. The only thing she could rely on was the snowflake mark between her eyebrows. It was the life-saving treasure her senior sister had given her. Wang Lin looked at the girl and sent out a divine sense message. "Are you the brilliant void saintess?" His divine sense seemed to fuse with the magma, and a ripple echoed, causing the bubble around the girl in pink to tremble violently as if it could break at any moment. The girl in pink's face immediately turned pale. She bit her lower lip as she shook her head and said, "I'm not the brilliant void saintess, my senior sister is." Wang Lin pointed at the beautiful woman and asked, "What is your relationship with her?" "She is my elder in the brilliant void realm." The girl in pink didn't dare to not answer. If Wang Lin broke this bubble, the middle-aged woman would immediately fall into the magma. The middle-aged woman was already seriously affected by fire poison, and falling into the magma would only make it worse or cause her soul to be destroyed. "Although Master Void has harmed you, we didn't offend you. You?" Before the girl in pink could finish speaking, her pupils shrank and she quickly retreated a few steps. The snowflake between her eyebrows began flashing. She saw that Wang Lin had already stepped through the bubble while she spoke and stood opposite of her. "Put away your treasure." Wang Lin entered the bubble and squatted down next to the beautiful middle-aged woman who was in a coma. His eyes revealed a strange light. As for girl in pink, Wang Lin didn't consider her a threat at all. Even though she had the snowflake treasure, she still wasn't a threat in Wang Lin's eyes. "What are you doing?" The girl in pink's heart pounded rapidly. When she saw Wang Lin's finger land between the beautiful middle-aged woman's eyebrows, she was going to shout at him to stop. However, just as she was about to attack, Wang Lin didn't turn around but casually pointed with his finger. "Noisy!" The stop spell was suddenly used and the girl in pink suddenly stopped. Although her body was stopped, the snowflakes around her split into countless more and surrounded her body, forming a tight defense. Wang Lin no longer paid any attention to the girl in pink but placed his right index finger between the eyebrows of the middle-aged woman, taking the chance while her origin soul was weak and unconscious. His divine sense swept through her mind. The memories of the beautiful middle-aged woman appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Although her cultivation level was higher than Wang Lin's, his divine sense swept through her memories. Whether she lived or died wasn't important. Wang Lin just wanted her memories. All memories related to the brilliant void realm were important information for Wang Lin. The real reason he needed this information was due to the figure that caused him so much pain that he saw when his mind spread out across the brilliant void realm when he reached peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage. As his divine sense spread across each of her memories, Wang Lin gradually gained an understanding of the brilliant void realm, and his expression became serious. However, none of this was information he wanted to know. As he searched her memories, the beautiful middle-aged woman's body trembled and her eyelashes shook lightly. Her beautiful and mature face was flushed red and could cause anyone's heart to skip a beat. As Wang Lin searched her soul, it was obvious that it made it so she wasn't able to suppress the fire poison, and it showed signs of erupting. The girl in pink became anxious and looked at Wang Lin with hatred in her eyes. However, she wasn't strong enough to put up any resistance against Wang Lin's stop spell. As Wang Lin swept through the middle-aged woman's memories, he was suddenly startled as he found what he was looking for. There was an arrogant figure in her memories. This figure was the person Wang Lin saw when his mind swept through the brilliant void realm. Brilliant void saintess Mu Bing Mei. Wang Lin had a complex expression as he lifted his right index finger up. This middle-aged woman respected the brilliant void saintess a lot but didn't know much. She only knew that the saintess cultivated a very strange cultivation method. Once it's complete, the saintess would become the strongest person in the brilliant void realm. Unfortunately, it seemed this method was extremely difficult to complete. Aside from the first-generation saintess, no one else had succeeded in it. However, it seemed this seventh-generation saintess Mu Bing Mei had achieved some success. Mu Bing Mei. Wang Lin felt pain come from his mind. He could even feel Wang Ping, who was inside the heaven-defying bead, show signs of awakening due to the fluctuations in his mind. Thinking about Wang Ping, Wang Lin felt like his heart was cut by a knife. Wang Ping always had a wish, but he only mentioned it once in his life. After not receiving an answer, he never mentioned it again in his life. He very much wanted to see his mother once. Wang Lin stood up while silently pondering and looked at the girl in pink. From the middle-aged woman's memories, Wang Lin knew that this girl was Lu Mei's junior sister, and that she cultivated the same method. Her relationship with the middle-aged woman wasn't simple. The middle-aged woman had watched the girl in pink grow up before she became Lu Mei's junior sister. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and calmly said, "If I don't save her, she will without a doubt die within 15 minutes. The beautiful woman's body was a rosy red. This red was a demonic kind of red. Lots of sweat was coming out from her body, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into white gas. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the middle-aged woman to become a mummy, and her origin soul would be destroyed. Even if Wang Lin didn't search her memories, she wouldn't have lasted long. Maybe a bit longer, but the result would have been the same. We can make a deal. I'll save you, take you two into the palace and into the 8th floor. In return, you will let me search your memories." Wang Lin spoke calmly and gave the girl a choice. If she agreed, it would be fine, but if she didn't, Wang Lin would attack. The girl in pink let out a bitter smile. She could see the determination in Wang Lin's words. She was smart, so she naturally knew that Wang Lin wanted to search her memories to look for something. After observing him, she knew that he was certainly searching for something related to her senior sister. Even if she didn't agree, it would be pointless. She nodded and gave up resisting. Wang Lin no longer spoke but waved his sleeves. He took the two women and stepped directly outside the bubble. He then charged straight ahead. Soon, he closed in on the palace and entered. After he entered, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed, causing all the magma to surge out of the palace. Once no lava was left inside the palace, the gate suddenly closed shut. Although there was no more magma inside, this place still gave off intense heat. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and the two women landed on the side. His right hand reached out and the beautiful woman's body flew toward him. Wang Lin's right hand hit multiple spots on the beautiful woman, not caring that she was female at all. Every time he hit a part of her body, her face would become a bit more red. After 7 minutes, her body was almost completely red. Wang Lin placed his right hand on her forehead and a suction force came from his hand. All of the fire poison in her body rushed into Wang Lin's hand. The beautiful woman's body gradually returned to normal. However, she was extremely weak and fell to the side. "Now it's your turn." Wang Lin looked at the girl in pink. The girl in pink bit her lower lip and, after pondering a bit, she sat down. She pointed between her eyebrows with her right hand and the snowflakes around her body slowly disappeared. She closed her eyes and remained motionless. Wang Lin didn't have any other thoughts. It was only an exchange for him. His right hand pointed between to her eyebrows and his divine sense spread out and searched her memories. The girl in pink's body trembled, but she clenched her teeth. Although searching memories was harmful, Wang Lin wasn't too tyrannical. As long as she didn't resist, he wouldn't break through by force. So in the end it would all depend on whether she completely gave up resisting or not. As Wang Lin searched, he gradually understood more about Mu Bingmei. After a long time, he withdrew his right hand, and his expression became even more complex. Heavenly Soul Tao. To pretend the heavens Tao has a soul and to cultivate this Tao with countless avatars. After many experiences, one will cultivate many different cultivation methods and retain their original heart while obtaining countless domains. In the end, all of the avatars unite to complete the Heavenly Soul Tao. This Heavenly Soul Tao was the peak cultivation method of the brilliant Void Realm, and only the first generation scientists had succeeded in cultivating it. All future generations failed because they lost sight of their original hearts and died. This Mu Bingmei was the 7th generation saintess. She had unexpectedly found a shortcut by using her ruthless domain. After an avatar was formed from cultivating the Heavenly Soul Tao, she didn't allow it to retain her memories. Instead, she'd send the avatar to survive on its own. This allowed the avatar to create a new consciousness that didn't know of the existence of the original body. Only after the avatar's cultivation level reached a certain point could the memory inheritance be activated, and the avatar would then fuse back with the original body. The Heavens Tao was ruthless, so her avatar needed to be ruthless too. Also, she didn't have countless avatars like previous generation saintesses. She only had 9. She had calculated very far into the future when she selected the planets to place them on. After countless years, the first 8 avatar had all awakened while retaining their virgin bodies. However, the 9th avatar on planet Suzaku had an accident. As for what the accident was, the girl in pink didn't know. She just knew that the 9th avatar was named Lu Mei and that it had caused her senior sister to enter a struggle. The girl in pink's face turned deathly pale and sweat covered her forehead. Her body became very weak, but the damage of the memory search wasn't very heavy, so she only needed to rest for a bit to recover. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had already obtained the answer he wanted about the brilliant Void Saintess. Although it wasn't complete with Wang Lin's intelligence, he was able to see the problems. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's gaze swept the palace and he found where to activate it. After opening this array, the 2 of you can enter the 8th floor. You'll be on your own. Wang Lin activated the transfer array and disappeared. Although he didn't kill the beautiful middle-aged woman, while searching her memories, he had destroyed all of his secrets that she saw. He had also left behind restrictions in her mind. If she continued to bother him, he could cause her mind to collapse. The moment Wang Lin entered the 8th floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave, he heard rumbling sounds from the distance and felt powerful origin energy fluctuations. The 8th floor was completely dark and enveloped in a black mist that prevented Wang Lin's divine sense from spreading out far. However, the noise became more rapid and he could vaguely hear angry roars. This voice seemed to belong to Ling Tianhou. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. After listening for a long time, Wang Lin retreated, but just as he retreated, the black mist before him churned and Ling Tianhou charged out. At this moment, Ling Tianhou was in an extremely sorry state and his face was filled with horror. There was a black handprint on his chest. The handprint had broken through his clothes and imprinted on his chest. As he ran, black mist moved toward that handprint. A shadow was chasing behind him through the black mist, and it had taken the form of a giant devil by using the black mist. It was chasing the escaping Ling Tianhou and was about to devour him. The fear in Ling Tianhou's eyes was even stronger, but he clenched his teeth and turned around. He opened his mouth and spat out origin energy before reaching out at the void with his hand. A spatial rift appeared and Ling Tianhou's red qilin charged out at the roaring devil. The qilin's body was also covered in wounds, and a large amount of blood was flowing out of them. Ling Tianhou's eyes revealed his heartache. But right now wasn't the time for him to think about it. And he shouted, "Blood sacrifice." As he spoke, he hit the spot between his eyebrows and the remaining 2 origin swords behind him flew out. They didn't fly toward the devil, but toward the qilin. The qilin let out a miserable cry, but it didn't resist. It allowed the 2 origin swords to stab into it. Large amounts of blood sprayed out and immediately covered the surrounding 1,000 feet area. "Beast soul appear." As Ling Tianhou shouted, the qilin's body suddenly exploded. As blood rained down, the qilin's soul appeared from its collapsed body. The moment the qilin's soul appeared, it let out a roar. This roar couldn't be heard by the physical body, only the origin soul. When that roar entered Wang Lin's ears, it was like rumbling thunder. As the qilin's soul let out a roar, it charged at the devil monster. It began biting the devil in an attempt to stop it from chasing. Ling Tianhou looked at all the qilin blood with his bloodshot eyes. His heart was also bleeding. This qilin had followed him for countless years and had become something too difficult for him to part with. However, at this moment, he had to personally kill it to use its blood as a sacrifice to speed up the growth of its soul. While he roared, Ling Tianhou's hand formed a seal and pointed forward. All the blood flew into the air and gathered toward where the Qilin was fighting the devil. There were traces of gold inside the blood that even caused more than half of the black mist to dissipate as it gathered toward the devil. Wang Lin, help me. This place is dangerous. It is not a place that a single person can last in. I'll explain to you later. The reason Ling Tianhou chose to escape to this location was because he had detected someone entering. Of the people that hadn't entered, the person who was most qualified to enter first was Wang Lin. Just after entering the 8th floor, Wang Lin immediately saw Ling Tianhou in such a sorry state, and he had even destroyed his own Qilin. Wang Lin had a bad feeling about what had happened to the people that had entered the 8th floor. At this moment, he had to ask someone about what happened. Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze and stepped out from the dark mist. Not wasting any time talking with Ling Tianhou, he jumped up and was about to use a spell. Spells are useless against it. It will just devour them. Ling Tianhou immediately shouted, and at the same time he slapped his bag of holding. A small, red sword appeared in his hand and he threw it straight ahead. Then Ling Tianhou's heart ached as he shouted, "Explode!" After he spoke, the small sword suddenly collapsed into a destructive force that entered the devil. The devil immediately let out sharp cries. To Wang Lin, this devil was clearly an ancient devil. However, this ancient devil was a bit strange, and although it was similar to a scattered devil, it was a little different. For some reason, there were stars in this ancient devil's left eye. There was a total of 8 stars, 7 of which were dim, and only 1 gave off monstrous devilish energy. At this moment, the ancient devil was filled with pain, and the stars in its left eye were rotating. The one shining star became even brighter as powerful devilish energy came from it, giving it an eerie feeling. While roaring, the ancient devil's body flickered and it unexpectedly escaped the Qilin. It charged directly at Ling Tianhou. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and his right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. The ancient god shadow appeared, but thanks to the black mist, it wasn't clear. However, the moment he threw that punch, the ancient devil was startled and suddenly turned around. The ancient devil stared at Wang Lin and gave up on chasing Ling Tianhou. Then it turned into a shadow and charged at Wang Lin. It was obvious that he had recognized Wang Lin's ancient god aura. Wang Lin's mind moved and a black and white yin and yang symbol appeared behind him. His right hand reached out, and as the black and white gas mixed, the treasure Wang Lin had fused with his domain appeared. The Karma Whip. With the Karma Whip in hand, Wang Lin's hand shook and popping sounds came out. Then the skin on the whip peeled open, revealing strands of golden light. The moment the devil closed in, the Karma Whip closed in and landed on the devil. The ancient devil suddenly stopped, and a large amount of devilish energy sprayed out from where the whip passed. He let out a painful scream and his eyes were bloodshot. He was about to charge again. However, the Karma Whip in Wang Lin's hand moved once more, and with a snap, it landed on the ancient devil, causing him to tremble. Wang Lin didn't stop and continued to land blows on the ancient devil. The ancient devil seemed to have become fearful of the whip and continued to retreat. However, just after it retreated hundreds of feet, the ancient devil rapidly shrank until it unexpectedly became a large handprint and whistled toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin, be careful. That devilish handprint can penetrate all forms of protection. Ling Tianhou was startled by the handprint. The injury on his chest was caused by that handprint. When Wang Lin saw the devilish handprint, his eyes shined brightly. This giant handprint gave him a very familiar feeling. As it closed in, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. The feeling of that shocking handprint he saw in the Rain celestial realm appeared in his mind. I know this handprint too. Back then, Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't high enough, but now he was at the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage and had the body of an ancient god. The thought of that handprint from the Rain celestial realm immediately filled his mind and replaced everything. It seemed to become an eternal existence, and it turned into a will that entered his right hand and shot forward. This palm caused the world to change colors, and thunderous rumbles echoed. All of the black mist was pushed back like crazy, as if there was a powerful wind pushing it. The will contained inside this handprint contained an imposing aura that said, "Everything in the world belongs to me." This palm immediately turned into a giant handprint that covered the heavens and earth. It contained an indescribable pressure as it pushed forward. In an instant, it collided with the ancient devil's shadow. There was a heaven-shaking rumble that caused the entire earth to tremble. The devilish handprint collapsed with a bang and turned back into the ancient devil. His eyes were filled with horror as he let out a scream and was about to flee. However, Wang Lin's palm didn't dissipate, but swept forward in a crazy manner. All of the black mist in the 8th floor began to be pushed back. Unexpectedly, this handprint had opened a large path through the black mist. The ancient devil wasn't able to escape, and the handprint caught up. It let out a mournful cry, and just as its body shattered, its left eye flashed. His left eye escaped and flew straight ahead. The handprint didn't stop and continued to move forward. All of the pavilions in the way collapsed. As the handprint moved forward, it finally collided with the edge of the palace at the center. There was a loud thud and more than half of the palace was destroyed, exposing the 99 candlesticks inside. The moment the handprint collided, one of the 2 candles that remained burning shook violently, and in the end the flame went out. The only remaining candle showed signs of extinguishing but was still struggling to stay burning. Ling Tianhou stared dumbfoundedly at all of this, and he sucked a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Wang Lin. Right now a terrifying storm appeared in his heart. "Let's go!" Wang Lin's words were concise, and he followed the road the handprint had opened. He was not as calm as he looked at this moment. He had a feeling that he was only able to display a very small portion of the true power of that handprint. If he could use it at full power, all 9 floors of this celestial emperor cave could be smashed with one handprint. Ling Tianhou quickly followed behind Wang Lin, and his dread toward Wang Lin increased as he understood Wang Lin less and less. Although he knew that his cultivation level was higher, if they were really to fight, he had a feeling that he would without a doubt lose. Wang Lin moved forward like lightning and soon arrived next to the half-destroyed palace. He coldly looked at Ling Tianhou as he took out a large amount of pills and threw them into his mouth. Then he slapped his bag of holding and a ray of silver light fluid. The silver female corpse appeared around Wang Lin and coldly looked at Ling Tianhou. Ling Tianhou's pupils shrank. He felt like Wang Lin had become even more mysterious and powerful. "I can't figure this person out all. Whether it's his cultivation, spells, or anything else. I can only use the 2 words profound mystery to describe him." In Ling Tianhou's life, he had only described the All-Seer as a profound mystery. And now there was one more. He didn't use the green pill Wang Wei had given him but instead devoured a lot of other pills to make up for the terrifying amount of origin energy that handprint had used up. The amount of origin energy he had used wasn't any less than what he used with the iron sword. However, Wang Lin just had left the magma. Aside from the fire origin energy inside his body, there were still large amounts of origin energy he hadn't absorbed yet. Also, during his months of cultivating, the vermilion bird tattoo had absorbed a lot as well. During those months of cultivation, Wang Lin noticed that the fire origin energy absorbed by his vermilion bird tattoo could be transferred to his body. It was this discovery that made Wang Lin remain so long inside the magma. After devouring the pills, Wang Lin didn't use the fire origin energy inside the vermilion bird tattoo, and instead absorbed some of the unabsorbed fire origin energy in his body. Adding on the pills he had just devoured, Wang Lin recovered a bit. He soon arrived at the half-destroyed palace with the candlesticks, and only one remained struggled to remain burning. There was no one here. Wang Lin's gaze swept the area and then he calmly said, "What exactly happened here?" Ling Tianhou arrived inside after Wang Lin with lingering fear in his eyes and said, "When we entered from the 7th floor, there was no black fog here. However, after entering this hall and opening the entrance to the 9th floor, 3 devil shadows shot out and filled this area with black fog. Those 3 devil shadows were very strange, and Master Void was immediately seriously injured by one. Wang Wei suffered injuries from Bei Lu's sneak attack. Then the All-Seer attacked, and he helped Bei Lu. As for Hu Wan, Before she could do anything, she was immediately sucked into the 9th floor. I was also injured by a devil shadow. I couldn't clearly see my surroundings with this black fog, as divine sense can't pierce it. Ling Tianho simply explained what happened, and as Wang Lin listened, his expression gradually turned into a frown. Wang Lin wasn't surprised about the All-Seer helping Bei Lu. The All-Seer had been to the demon spirit land many times, and Wang Lin wouldn't believe that he had never come into contact with the ancient demons. Besides, back when Wang Lin was still in the Heavenly Fate sect, he remembered that the senior brother of the Purple Division had used a spell similar to a demonic spell. He remembered that profoundly. Later, as he encountered more events, the more he thought about it, the more it confirmed his speculation. Wang Lin had also obtained the body of the scattered devil. The body was obviously the same as Ling Tianho, only a lot younger. Wang Lin still had that body inside his bag. He believed that if he took that body out, Ling Tianho's expression would change greatly. Even the All-Seer's expression would probably change. Ancient devil, ancient demon, All-Seer, and Ling Tianho. There must be some strange relationship between them. Wang Lin quietly looked at the remnants of the palace, especially at the last remaining burning candle. How do we activate this place? Wang Lin had to go to the 9th floor. Whether it was for Zhou or Situ Nan, he had to enter. Although Situ Nan hadn't come this far, Wang Lin firmly believed that with Situ Nan's cultivation level, he would be fine in the first few floors. However, Zhou was at the 9th floor, and the hope of curing Situ Nan's poison was also on the 9th floor. Both were his benefactors, so how could Wang Lin give up? Although he knew that there were dangers on the 9th floor, if he gave up due to danger, then he wouldn't be Wang Lin. Ling Tianho hesitated and asked, "You really want to go down?" Wang Lin nodded. Ling Tianho pondered a bit, then a trace of madness in his eyes, and he muttered, "Forget it. You've cultivated for less time than me but still have the guts to go. This old man's beloved beast was destroyed due to that damn thing. I've cultivated the tyrannical domain all my life, and I'm unwilling to leave just like this. The All-Seer dared to enter, so why should I be afraid?" He stepped forward and headed toward the candlesticks. He then quickly moved the candlesticks based on his memory of what Huan did. The 99 candlesticks began to slowly move and loud rumbles could be heard. As they moved, they took the shape of a large formation. Bursts of ghostly light came from the candlestick and then shined brightly. At the center of the 99 candlesticks, a circle of light appeared, and dense, black fog came from inside it. Ling Tianho clenched his teeth and charged into the circle of light first. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath and put away the silver female corpse before stepping into the light circle. Just as Wang Lin and Ling Tianho entered the 9th floor, inside the palace at the center of the 9th floor, which was the same as the one on the 8th, a figure covered in dark fog raised his head and revealed a sign of struggle. There was only one light remaining between his eyebrows as the endless black gas attacked in an attempt to devour the last speck of light. Constant rumbles came from outside the palace along with angry roars. It was obvious that an intense battle was occurring outside. Outside the palace, almost everyone was present, but they were all injured. They were circling the palace, and countless devil shadows were rushing out and attacking the surrounding cultivators. No matter how much they attacked, these devil shadows didn't dissipate. If they were forced into a desperate situation, the devil shadows would collapse to form a terrifying destructive force. This caused all the surrounding people to be entangled in this battle. Master Voight's face was pale and he sat down not far away. He coughed out a mouthful of black blood and pointed at spots across his body to suppress his injuries. Beside him, the man in black was also extremely pale, and he sat there cultivating, but his eyes were locked straight ahead. The All-Seer waved his large sleeves, and every time he did so, he would launch many powerful attacks, breaking everything coming at him. As for Wang Wei, he had a gloomy expression as the monstrous water curtains around him attacked like crazy. There were two reasons why he was attacking like crazy. One was his master, Qing Lin, and the second was Huan, who was immediately sucked into the 9th floor. This caused him to become distracted, allowing Bei Lu the chance to launch a sneak attack. Along with the All-Seer's help, they were able to injure Wang Wei, but Wang Wei had too many pills. He simply took some and ignored Bei Lu and the All-Seer as he rushed into the 9th floor to look for Hu Wan. Bei Lu was on the other side. Demonic energy filled his body, forming a powerful demonic flame around him. An ancient demon shadow appeared behind him, but this shadow was almost corporeal, and it gave off a powerful demonic aura. Whenever he raised his right hand, countless spells would fly out, attacking the devil shadows, and he shouted, "Ta Jia! I know your devil shadow spell consumes the most devilish energy. I want to see how much more you can waste." What answered Bei Lu was a cold, hoarse voice that caused everyone's hearts to feel a chill. This voice was ethereal and contained a devilish pressure. "Bei Lu, when I finish my possession, you will know how much devilish energy I have now." After hearing this, Wang Wei's eyes turned red. Then both of his hands moved and a blue light appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a surging sea that filled the entire sky like a real ocean. Wang Wei roared, and then this monstrous ocean came crashing down from the sky at the dark fog outside the palace. The old man on the gourd also attacked as he turned into countless spells and charged into the black fog to begin a slaughter with the devil shadows. Joey was also here, but he was even weaker than before. He had an anxious gaze as he looked at the black mist before him. However, the devilish energy in him was too strong. As a spirit body, he was finding it difficult to resist the devilish energy. It was at this moment that Wang Lin and Ling Tianho arrived. This 9th floor was not big. Aside from the palace, there was nothing else. The moment they arrived, they saw the unprecedented fierce battle before them. Ancient demon Bei Lu's shadow and Wang Wei's monstrous waves were the most noticeable. At this moment, the All-Seer's eyes revealed a strange light as he pointed at the sky and said, "Heavenly Fate Finger." After he spoke, a majestic vortex appeared in the sea formed by Wang Wei's spell. Then a powerful pressure descended from the above. A giant finger came out of the water and mercilessly pressed down on the palace covered in black fog. The monstrous ocean suddenly smashed down as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. The All-Seer's finger also descended from the sky. Ancient demon Bei Lu opened his arms and the ancient demon shadow behind him detached from his body. There was a flash of light and 24 small illusionary flags surrounded the ancient demon shadow. As the ancient demon pointed forward, the 24 small flags released an unimaginable pressure. Various illusions of ancient gods and ancient devils appeared. There were even some fierce beasts from ancient times. They filled the sky. Various spells descended from the sky outside the palace at this moment. Master Void clenched his teeth and was going to attack, but when he realized that Wang Lin was here, he immediately stopped. The man in black also didn't move, but a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. Inside the palace was a seriously injured celestial emperor Qinglin. Even if the ancient devil was here, they still had more people, and they weren't lacking in powerful cultivators, so even the ancient devil would be afraid. As long as I can obtain 3 drops of Qinglin's blood, my mission will be complete. Then the Lord will help me increase my cultivation level greatly. Even the old man on the gourd's eyes lit up. He stopped attacking and took a few steps back. Then greed appeared in his eyes. He came here with the All-Seer, so he hadn't encountered too much trouble. He wasn't here to obtain the secret of the 3rd step from Qinglin. He wanted his celestial spells. When the All-Seer, Bei Lu, and Wang Wei's spells landed, there was a violent rumble and countless cracks appeared on the earth, making it seem as if it was going to collapse. When the All-Seer's finger landed, the entire earth collapsed and even the entire Celestial Emperor Cave began to shake. All 9 floors were affected. Then, adding the numerous illusions summoned by Bei Lu's flags, what shook wasn't merely the Celestial Emperor Cave, but the entire demon spirit land. The collapse of the ground caused the entire 9th floor to turn into ruin. When the 3 powerful spells descended, Bei Lu's hoarse voice roared like crazy. And then all the black fog around the palace charged at the 3 powerhouses. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of heaven-shaking rumbles echoed. Wang Lin and Ling Tianho quickly flew forward. Before they got close, they felt the unimaginable impact from ahead. However, just as the spells and the black fog collided, causing the world to change colors, the last candle in the palace on the 8th floor struggled for a moment and then extinguished. The moment the candle extinguished, the light between the eyebrows of the middle-aged man on the throne disappeared. Then large amounts of devilish energy rushed in and occupied the entire area. At this instant, the man suddenly raised his head, and the confusion in his eyes disappeared, replaced with a terrifying devilish flame. There were now 8 stars rapidly rotating in his left eye. He revealed a gloomy smile as he slowly stood up. He had been sitting here for countless years, and during these countless years, his body wasn't able to move an inch. However, at this moment he moved. The moment the middle-aged man stood up, monstrous devilish energy surged out and countless cracks appeared on the palace he was in. Then the palace shattered into countless pieces and scattered everywhere. Even the black fog outside quickly entered the collapsed palace and went toward the middle-aged man. A suit of black armor suddenly appeared on his body. At this moment, Wang Wei saw the palace collapse, and he saw the figure inside the collapsed palace. His eyes were filled with shock and pain. "Teacher!" There was a trace of madness in the all-seer's eyes. He had waited a very long time for this day. On the other side, Bei Lu sucked in a breath of cold air, and intense killing intent appeared in his eyes. He has just finished the possession and it hasn't stabilized yet. I can't let him consolidate his power. The moment the middle-aged man stood up, all the restrictions in the first fight floors flickered intensely as if they were cheering, and then they all collapsed. What was even more terrifying was that the demon spirit land changed greatly when he stood up. All the demonic energy was swept away from the demon spirit land, reverting it to the celestial spirit heaven realm. However, at this moment, endless devilish energy surged out and covered the entire sky above the celestial spirit heaven realm. The celestial beasts that had just recovered were swept by the devilish energy. Once the devilish energy passed, they became extremely bloodthirsty, ferocious beasts. Not only the demon spirit land, but even the endless starry sky the demon spirit land was in was filled with devilish energy. It turned into a huge illusory devil shadow, and it let out an arrogant laugh. This laugh was silent, but it enveloped the entire alliance. This was an unimaginable kind of power. The war in the alliance that had lasted for half a year still continued. Countless cultivators had died, but the ruthless battle had made both sides' eyes red from slaughter. Large amounts of all-heaven cultivators came from all-heaven, and the alliance moved out almost all the cultivators in the northern region. The entire northern region was covered in the thick smell of blood. Even Master Flamespark had almost gone crazy from killing. However, just as the two sides were immersed in endless slaughter, that silent laugh passed by. Master Flamespark was startled, and even the Alliance Elder fighting him was aghast at the situation. They weren't the only ones. All the surrounding ordinary cultivators began to tremble, but they didn't know the reason. In the distant Alliance headquarters, there were still some surviving Celestials like Wang Wei and Hu Wan. They were the backbone of the Alliance, and they were about to head out to join the battle in the northern region. However, the silent laugh passed by their ears. The expressions of these former Celestials changed greatly and terror filled their eyes. This sound is Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. Even the middle-aged man in the secret room on the planet above the vortex deep within the Alliance headquarters suddenly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, the bell on the ceiling suddenly collapsed with a bang. Celestial Emperor! At the same time, the old man that noticed Wang Lin in the brilliant void realm suddenly looked up. It was as if his gaze could penetrate into the distance and look at the demon spirit land. His expression had never been so serious before. Beside him, the cold brilliant void saintess, Mu Bingmei, was also startled. He has awakened. No, it's not him. The old man's expression changed. There was a hint of melancholy, a hint of relief, but also a hint of disappointment. In the burning starfield that was a forbidden land for the alliance that belonged to the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect of the Four Divine Sect, there was a 100 feet wide white rock that was within the deepest part of the starfield. This was where the source of the flames was. This rock had an irregular shape, and it wasn't red, but snow-white. However, the temperature from this rock was unimaginable. Even the current Wang Lin would melt if he came within 1,000 feet of it, and even his vermilion bird would instantly die. Even a 5-star ancient god wouldn't be able to last if they went within this 1,000 feet of this rock. This seemingly ordinary stone was the source of this burning starfield. It was because of this that the starfield had continued to burn over the countless years. At this moment, there was an old man sitting on top of this rock. This old man looked far too old with his loose skin, and a dense death aura filled him. From a distance, he didn't look like a person, but a pile of dead flesh. However, no one dared to underestimate this old man. He was the vermilion bird divine emperor. Even back then, his fame shook the stars. Due to some special reason, he didn't enter the celestial realm, but there would have been a place for him there. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes. He looked ahead and revealed a hint of melancholy. Could it be that my vermilion bird divine sect really can't rise once more? There was a planet among the stars that most people didn't pay attention to or directly ignored. It was a rank 6 cultivation planet, and it was called Planet Suzaku. On Planet Suzaku, in the place where it was once a sea of fog, there lied the land of the ancient god. Within the blood sea of the land of the ancient god, a red-haired man slowly raised his head and revealed a hint of contempt in his eyes. This 8-star ancient devil is just a waste. In another 100 years, I, Tuosen, will be able to leave this place. At that time, will anyone who can hinder me appear? As Tuosen's voice echoed, the sea of blood churned and raged like a monstrous wave. The land of the ancient god was a separate space in the void that Tu-Si had opened up. His body was stored in this space. It was impossible to describe how large his body was. Even a cultivation planet was like a children's toy next to it. His rough skin and huge fist gave off an earth-shattering pressure that filled the void. However, as the blood sea raged with Tuosen's words, Tu-Si's right index finger suddenly moved a bit. The collapse of the palace was like a storm that was suddenly stopped, and then all of its force scattered outwards. The middle-aged man that stood up was the former number 1 person who had no rivals among the 4 celestial realms, Celestial Emperor Qinglin. However, right now his eyes were filled with powerful devilish flames, and he was enveloped by a suit of black armor. The scale-like armor covered his entire body. The monstrous devilish energy formed a cloak behind him that moved without any wind. At the end of the cloak, the impressive shadow of an ancient devil appeared. The dense armor completely covered his appearance, with only the devilish flame in his eyes giving off a red glow. The moment the palace collapsed, he stepped out. At this moment, outside the collapsed palace, Wang Wei's magnificent sea spell covered the sky. The collapse of the palace was too fast, so Wang Wei had no time to stop his spell. The surging waves smashed down like crazy on the collapsed palace. At this instant, it was as if everything in this world was replaced by the sea, and water vapor filled the world. A heaven-shaking amount of celestial spiritual energy flooded the area at this moment. Felt almost corporeal and could shake one's mind. Just this spell was enough to make Wang Wei one of the most powerful cultivators today. The entire world seemed to be submerged by this raging sea. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. From what he could see, Wang Wei's strength was comparable to Qing Shui's if his G-realm wasn't included. However, just as the raging sea arrived, the middle-aged man clad in armor took a step and arrived in the air. Just a small trick, with a trace of bloodthirst and madness. The man raised his right hand and randomly waved. Large amounts of black gas suddenly came from his hand and immediately flooded the sky, covering the sea. The sea Wang Wei had created exploded into countless raindrops that scattered everywhere. It was as if Wang Wei's spell was mere child's play before this man. Teacher, disciple was late. Wang Wei's face was pale as he retreated hundreds of feet and arrived next to Zhou Yi. He looked at the middle-aged man with pain in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and revealed a determined gaze. Zhou Yi hadn't recovered from injuring Master Void and was in danger here. Wang Wei waved his hand, and Zhou Yi naturally knew Wang Wei's intent. Zhou Yi looked at Wang Lin before turning into a light and was put into Wang Wei's bag. In the sky, after Wang Wei's sea was shattered, the All-Seer's finger that seemed like it could support the heavens descended. It was filled with powerful origin energy, and it slowly descended from the sky. Although it looked slow, it was extremely fast. The rumbling sounds echoed as if a hole was being opened in the sky by the finger. Even the black fog was pierced through as it came crashing down on the man below. A strange whistling sound echoed, but before it could get close, the middle-aged man's right hand reached out. With a bang, the finger began to collapse in the middle. It was as if a power far stronger than this finger had broken it in half, causing the entire finger to break inch by inch. The rumbling was heaven-shaking. The finger that made Wang Lin's scalp tingle collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the middle-aged man stepped out, both Wang Wei and the All-Seer's spells collapsed. However, the man in armor didn't stop and took another step. He moved at an indescribable speed and immediately arrived before ancient demon Bei Lu. The 8 stars in his left eye flashed as he raised his right hand and casually waved it at all the illusions summoned by the small flags. The endless black fog covering the sky suddenly shrank and surrounded him and Bei Lu. All of this happened so fast that by the time people could react, they only saw black fog. Waves of rumbles echoed inside the black fog. The black fog churned, and Bei Lu's angry roars could be heard. Ta Jia, even though you've possessed Qing Lin's body, if you don't have enough time, you can't possibly devour Qing Lin's soul or display all of Qing Lin's strength from back then. So what? It is enough to kill all of you. A hoarse and gloomy voice came out along with spell fluctuations. When it landed in everyone's ears, it was as if bones were being rubbed together. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The All-Seer's eyes revealed a strange light. Then he unexpectedly charged into the black fog. The rumbling from the black fog became even louder. Wang Wei clenched his teeth and rushed into the black fog as well. These 3 powerhouses had entered the black fog, and the heaven-shaking collisions of their spells echoed. There were also crazy fluctuations of origin energy and celestial spiritual energy that spread. Master Void looked at the black fog with a serious expression, and the man in black beside him did the same. The old man on the gourd also hesitated and stopped at the edge of the black fog. As for Ling Tianho, he looked at the black fog with a gloomy expression. Wang Lin immediately retreated without hesitation. Although he didn't know everything that was going on, the man in the armor that had come out of the palace was the same person that interfered with his nether guide when he was inside Bottle World and gave him the yellow crystal. When Wang Wei shouted "Teacher," it confirmed Wang Lin's speculation. That person was the strongest person in the celestial realm, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. Connecting all the information from before, the karma of everything is about to reveal itself. In the past, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin was seriously injured during the collapse of the celestial realm and was forced to go into closed-door cultivation. However, Ancient Devil Ta Jia and Ancient Demon Bei Lu took this opportunity to ambush Qing Lin. They wanted to steal Qing Lin's body to take his cultivation and memories. However, Qing Lin was very powerful, and even after being seriously injured, he was still incredibly powerful. Even with the Ancient Devil and Ancient Demon working together, they couldn't completely defeat Qing Lin. Finally, Qing Lin came to the Celestial Spirit Heaven realm, where their battle reached a peak. In that battle, Ancient Demon Bei Lu was split into 9 parts by force. He had no choice but to become 9 ancient demon spirits and hide himself for countless years in the Celestial Spirit Heaven realm until he could reform. As for Ancient Devil Ta Jia, he was able to enter Qing Lin's body, and he tried to take over. However, Qing Lin was able to arrive on the 9th floor of this cave. The moment he sat down, he used the 99 candles to resist the Ancient Devil. However, Ancient Devil Ta Jia was also a powerful being. He unexpectedly filled the entire cave with devilish energy, and even caused some of Qing Lin's guards to walk down the devil's path. They eventually ended up under his command. As for the scattered devil that was out in the demon spirit land and had the same body as Ling Tianho, I fear there is something else behind that. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With his intelligence, he immediately had a rough idea of the situation inside the cave. Just as hundreds of thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's head while he was rapidly retreating, a deafening sound came from the black fog. Along with this sound, the black fog rapidly spread outwards. Wang Wei's body charged out from the expanding black fog. As he floated in the air, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked dispirited. However, the sadness on his face and the pain in his heart suppressed any injuries. Just as Wang Wei was forced out, the black fog spreading out gathered and turned into a ray of black light that shot at Wang Wei. It was so fast that it immediately pierced through Wang Wei's chest. Large amounts of blood sprayed out from Wang Wei's chest and then he fell from the sky. This change was so sudden that it caused everyone's expressions to change greatly. The man in black gasped before withdrawing all his greed and immediately retreating. Master Void was the same, but his eyes lit up, and as he retreated, he charged at the seriously injured Wang Wei. I'll take this opportunity to end this person and resolve a bit of the hatred in my heart. Although Master Void was seriously injured, he was still at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. At this moment, he moved like lightning and appeared next to Wang Wei. He then raised his hand and mercilessly smashed down on Wang Wei's head. He grinned and shouted, "Since you dared to help that little bastard, die!" While Wang Lin retreated, he also saw Wang Wei get thrown away after being seriously injured. He immediately stopped and charged toward Wang Wei. However, he wasn't as fast as Master Void, who had closed in on Wang Wei and had already lifted his hand. An earthy yellow glow appeared in Master Void's right hand. His hand contained the peak power of an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Just at this moment, Wang Lin didn't have time to think. The ancient god furnace appeared around him. He pointed at Wang Wei and shouted, "Change positions!" A light covered Wang Wei, and the moment Master Void's hand smashed down, he disappeared and was replaced by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right eye flashed blue the moment Master Void's palm descended, and the azure light shield appeared between them. Master Void's hand smashed into the shield. The shield sank and pressed down on Wang Lin's chest, causing him to cough out blood. His body was pushed back and his eyes became bloodshot. Then he arrived next to the unconscious Wang Wei. He grabbed Wang Wei and retreated. As he did so, he reached into Wang Wei's clothes to grab a pill. He then crushed the wax around the pill and threw it into Wang Wei's mouth. Master Void stared at Wang Lin. After being forced to suppress his anger for so long, he couldn't hold it in anymore. At this moment, he forgot that he shouldn't be losing his mind so easily with his cultivation level drop and charged at Wang Lin. "Little bastard. I'm going to skin you alive today." Wang Lin quickly retreated and his eyes turned cold. Just as Master Void chased after Wang Lin, the dark mist filled with spells suddenly expanded once more. And this time the All-Seer was thrown out. Although he looked pale, he wasn't in a bad state. The moment he rushed out, the black fog turned into the black light that injured Wang Wei, and it charged at the All-Seer. The All-Seer's eyes lit up. He charged out and his right hand touched between his eyebrows. A ray of 7-colored light shot out from between his eyebrows and collided with the black light. There was a bang when the 7-colored light and the black light collapsed. The All-Seer borrowed this force and retreated without hesitation. This sudden change shook Master Void's mind. However, it didn't make him give up on killing Wang Lin. He actually moved even faster. When the old man on the gourd saw that even the All-Seer was defeated, his face filled with horror. He retreated without hesitation, but he was too late. The churning of the black fog reached a peak, and the earth-shattering rumbles continued. Then a muffled groan could be heard as Bei Lu was mercilessly thrown outside the black fog, and blood sprayed everywhere. The demonic energy around Bei Lu that was scattered quickly gathered. His eyes were filled with dense resentment. Behind him, the black fog quickly contracted, and in an instant, the fog shrank back into the armored ancient devil. The ancient devil's right hand held a 30-feet-long black blade and moved forward. He wasn't fast, but he wasn't slow either. By his second step, he was already before the old man on the gourd. The old man on the gourd revealed fear in his eyes and was about to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat, The ancient devil stepped past him and the black blade casually swept by the old man. An unimaginable sharp energy caused the old man's expression to change greatly. Without time to think, the gourd under his feet blocked before him and his right palm hit the gourd. However, just as a spell came from the gourd, the blade flashed by and the gourd made a crackling sound as it split in half. When the old man looked down, he was startled to find that his body was already cut in half. Even his origin soul didn't have time to escape. It was destroyed by that blade while it was still in his body. All of this happened in an instant. Ancient devil Tajia didn't pause after he passed by the old man on the gourd. The old man's body suddenly collapsed. This scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. The man in black was filled with even more fear and escaped even faster. Drops of blood dripped from the blade. The ancient devil revealed a hideous expression and then chased after Bei Lu. Bei Lu back then. I didn't kill you because our ancestors were once the same clan, but since you came looking for death, this devil can only fulfill your wish. Bullshit. Back then we had an agreement that I'd take the body and you'd take the memories. If you hadn't backed out on our deal, that body would have been mine. Bei Lu roared as he retreated. The armored ancient devil revealed a smile of mockery as he held the blade and said, "It was just that I was a bit faster. If I acted later, then our positions would have switched." As he spoke, he held the blade and slashed down at Bei Lu. "Reveal your demon spirit form for this devil." A shockingly large blade appeared in the world. It was like a blade that could split the sky in half. When the ancient devil chopped down, a thunderous rumble could be heard. A ray of blade energy hundreds of thousands of feet long suddenly appeared and mercilessly swept toward Bei Lu, causing his expression to change greatly. The blade was so fast that he didn't have time to dodge before it landed on him. The blade's energy penetrated Bei Lu's body and landed on the ground. A loud rumble came from the collapsing ground as a gully of unknown depth appeared. Bei Lu's body was split in half and collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. However, as his body collapsed, a green demonic light flew out into the air and immediately turned into an ancient demon that was 1,000 feet tall. This was ancient demon Bei Lu's real body. As soon as he appeared, he retreated at a shocking speed. The ancient devil let out a cold snort and chased after with his blade. As for the others, he doesn't consider them threats at all. Aside from the ancient demon, the only other person he had to pay attention to was the disgusting ancient god aura that he had noticed when he appeared. While he chased Bei Lu, the ancient devil coldly looked at Wang Lin in the distance. Wang Lin was moving as fast as he could to dodge the mad dog-like Master Void. But his speed was still far too slow compared to Master Void's. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin took out the Tattoo Clan's Wither tattoo and placed it on his body, making his speed immediately reach a peak. "Go to where the palace was. My wife is there. She was awake before Master was possessed, so she must have gotten a message." Wang Wei's voice came from behind Wang Lin. His injuries had completely healed. After speaking, he left Wang Lin and charged at Master Void. Wang Lin immediately changed directions without pausing. He arrived before the collapsed palace in a flash, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he found the unconscious Huan. When he got near Huan, Wang Lin gathered some fire origin energy in his hand and pointed to between her eyebrows without hesitation. The fire origin energy swept through her body and awakened her. "Senior, please quickly open the passage to leave this place." Wang Lin didn't have time to explain and quickly sent a message to Huan when she awakened. After Huan awakened, there was a trace of confusion in her eyes, but she quickly recovered. She got up and both of her hands formed a seal. Then she pointed at the sky. A rumble echoed across the sky and then 6 pillars of light came crashing down within 100 feet of Huan. In the distance, Wang Wei's right hand formed a seal, creating a curtain of water that trapped Master Void. Killing intent appeared in his eyes, but this was obviously not the time to fight. He let out a cold snort and then the water-trapping Master Void suddenly turned into countless swords and rapidly shrank. Without waiting for the result, Wang Wei immediately appeared next to Huan and Wang Lin. The pillar of light flashed and the 3 of them immediately disappeared. At the same time, the man in black also arrived in a panic. He charged into the pillars of light and disappeared. Master Void's body was surrounded by water swords. As they stabbed at him, he let out a roar and a storm of yellow soil appeared. There were sounds of collisions as he managed to block the attacks, but he coughed out blood. This made him shiver coldly, and it awakened him from his crazed state. Everything that happened before would have looked incredible to other people. How could he have lost control of his killing intent and attacked at this moment of crisis? If he had been a bit careless, he would have died here. Master Void's eyes were filled with fear and bitterness. His body flickered and he charged directly at the pillars of light. As for the All-Seer, he unexpectedly disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. Earlier, I noticed that I was losing control of myself, but now I'm certain I didn't think the first heaven's blight would arrive so quickly. Master Void rushed into the pillar of light and disappeared. Ancient demon Bei Lu, who was being chased by the ancient devil, let out angry roars. When he saw that the transfer array to exit this place had opened, he immediately rushed toward it without hesitation. However, just as he got close, the ancient devil chasing him revealed a bloodthirsty gaze. He let go of the blade in his hand and suddenly opened his arms. Devil devours all spirits. As he shouted, the armor around the ancient devil released boundless black fog, and black fog suddenly filled the world once more. The black fog turned into a giant mount that attempted to ruthlessly devour the escaping Bei Lu. Bei Lu let out a miserable groan before his body collapsed with a bang. Half of his body was devoured, and the remaining half turned into the size of an ordinary person. He then disappeared into the transfer array. The black fog quickly absorbed half of Bei Lu's spirit body. Then the fog wrapped around Tajia and turned into a dragon. It rushed at the transfer array and smashed toward the sky. The sky was smashed open as he charged upwards. None of you can escape. As for Wang Lin and the celestial cloud couple, the three of them immediately appeared in the palace on the 8th floor. Huan quickly said, "When Master talked to me earlier, he only said one sentence. Reign Celestial Realm Temple. Origin Soul Crystal. Qing Shuang's blood." Wang Wei's eyes narrowed. Before he could speak, the man in black and Master Void came from the transfer array. At the same time, ancient demon Bei Lu's miserable spirit body also appeared. Also, at this moment, the ground everyone was standing on collapsed. While the ground collapsed, strands of devilish energy came out from the cracks. When the ground completely collapsed, the dragon formed by devilish energy rushed out. It opened its mouth that could devour the world and attempted to devour everyone. At this instant, Wang Lin was replaying the words Huan just said in his mind. Qing Shuang's blood. Qing Shuang's blood. The moment the devil dragon arrived, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the celestial pagoda appeared. With no time to care about how precious the celestial tower was, Wang hit it with his palm, causing it to collapse, and Qing Shuang's body appeared before him. "I'm sorry," he secretly apologized to Zhou Yi. Wang Lin seized all the time he had as he stabbed Qing Shuang's index finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. Then he immediately threw that drop of blood at the devil dragon before them. This insignificant drop of blood was thrown by Wang Lin at the black gas devil dragon that charged out from the collapsed ground. The devil dragon opened its mouth, releasing large amounts of cold energy, and attempted to devour everyone. However, just at this moment, the drop of Qing Shuang's blood touched a strand of black gas that came from the devil dragon. In an instant, while everyone was dumbfounded, sizzling sounds came from the black fog. It was like splashing water on hot coal. As the sizzling sound echoed, the black fog unexpectedly dissipated, as if it couldn't withstand this drop of celestial blood. The drop of blood penetrated the black fog and landed on the devil dragon's head. The devil dragon suddenly paused, but that was immediately followed by a painful and angry roar. As it roared, the devil dragon's body twisted and swept the area, causing a loud rumble. As if a giant pair of hands was stirring up the place, all the buildings collapsed and the entire floor was in ruins. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he squeezed out more of Qing Shuang's blood and mercilessly threw it. Then he waved his hand and the powerful origin energy in his body rushed out. The blood immediately exploded into a blood mist that shot forward. The blood mist immediately touched the devil dragon. After coming into contact the blood again, the devil dragon struggled even more intensely. Roars continued to echo, and the devil dragon's body rapidly contracted. It was like a whirlwind, and after all the black fog withdrew, the ancient devil appeared before everyone. The black armor was now stained with several drops of blood. It released strands of red gas that lingered around the ancient devil. No matter how the ancient devil waved his hands, he couldn't expel it. Even when he tried to wipe it, his hand went through it as if it wasn't even there. Qing Lin, is this the plan you came up with to resist me after countless years of scheming? If whoever occupies your body attempts to kill your descendant, all spells become useless. Your spells have no effect and your body is restrained by the blood of your descendant. This is no longer changing laws but creating laws. You're so powerful, Qing Lin. The ancient devil had a hideous expression as he charged at Wang Lin. This devil wants to see how the mere blood of a body can make me yield. The ancient devil yelled as his right hand reached out. The black blade suddenly appeared in his hand and he slashed at Wang Lin. I can't kill Qing Lin's descendant, but I can kill you, you puny ancient god. Wang Lin's expression turned pale. This blade energy was huge, and not even the old man on the gourd could escape it. Wang Lin's mind was extremely clear as the ancient god furnace appeared around him, and he pointed at the man in black who was watching from a distance. He didn't choose Master Void because it was a moment of danger, and so he absolutely had to succeed. Although Master Void was seriously injured, he was still at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, so Wang Lin wasn't confident. The man in black's expression changed greatly when he felt a light surround him. The blade energy came so close that Wang Lin could even feel the oppressive sharpness coming from it. Change positions, Wang Lin yelled, and the light around the furnace reached a peak. The man in black's eyes were filled with terror, and just as he was about to be transferred, he no longer cared about hiding his identity. The fire dragon mark appeared between his eyebrows and directly charged out, turning into a fire dragon covered in flames. The moment the fire dragon appeared, it let out a roar and surrounded the man in black in an attempt to resist the power of the ancient god furnace. As a result, there was a force to resist it. With this hindrance, the blade closed in and passed through Qing Shuang. Due to the law Qing Lin created, the blade energy did no harm to Qing Shuang and landed directly on Wang Lin. If this blade energy landed, even Wang Lin's ancient god body would be split in half. After all, he was only a 5-star ancient god. The moment the blade energy descended, Wang Lin's right eye shined blue, and the azure light shield appeared and collided with the blade energy. There was a heaven-shaking bang, and a crack appeared in the middle of the azure light shield. Although it didn't break, it was damaged. Although Wang Lin hadn't had it for long, it had been able to resist all attacks so far. Even someone as powerful as Master Void could only push it back and not cause it to crack. More and more cracks appeared on the azure light shield. Wang Lin took this moment to retreat with Qing Shuang's body, but no matter how much he ran, he couldn't escape the blade energy. Cold sweat came from his forehead, but the moment it appeared, it turned into ice crystals due to the chill from the blade energy. At this moment of life and death, Wang Lin no longer cared about hiding his identity, and he let out a roar. The 5 ancient god stars between his eyebrows shined brightly and rotated until it looked like a vortex had appeared between his eyebrows. Powerful ancient god power filled his body and rushed into the ancient god furnace. This caused the light around the ancient god furnace to become even brighter, and it lit up the entire world. Transform, change position. Wang Lin roared. His voice even became a bit hoarse during the roar. When it landed in people's ears, they felt as if their minds were being torn. As he let out that heart-wrenching roar, the fire dragon around the man in black seemed unable to withstand the sudden increase in power from the light. The man in black quickly retreated and fled. However, before he could escape, light filled his body and he disappeared. At the moment the azure light shield seemed like it couldn't withstand the blade energy anymore. Wang Lin also disappeared. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was where the man in black was, and the man in black appeared before the blade energy. The moment man in black appeared, his eyes were filled with blade energy and the blade energy swept by. Popping sounds came from his body and then it was split in half. However, when his body shattered, his origin soul escaped with the help of the fire dragon. His origin soul was bleak and his eyes were filled with fear. However, the danger wasn't over yet. The blade energy that destroyed his body shot straight after his origin soul. The blade energy was about to penetrate his origin soul. The man in black quickly spread out a divine sense message filled with anxiety and horror. Lord Ancient Devil, I'm the Supreme's seventh disciple, Lu Ho. The moment the man in black sent out the message, the blade energy suddenly moved to the side and bypassed the man in black before going after Wang Lin once more. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. Wang Wei and Huan both moved and used spells at the same time to resist the blade energy chasing Wang Lin. Wang Lin had survived through luck, but he revealed a ferocious expression as he stared at the Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil Ta Jia stepped out, but he didn't go toward Wang Lin and instead arrived next to the origin soul of Man in Black. After grabbing the origin soul, he stepped out once more and arrived next to Wang Wei and Huan, who were resisting the blade energy. The moment Ancient Devil Ta Jia closed in, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. Roar. The roars of the people of the Ancient Order were all powerful, but, like spells, they contained different abilities. Although the roar of an ancient devil wasn't as strong as an ancient god's roar, it created a devilish sound that would invade the mind. As he roared, a giant black shadow with a single horn appeared behind Ancient Devil Ta Jia. This giant shadow was like the source of all devils. As Ta Jia roared, his shadow also opened its mouth and let out a roar. Huan's body trembled and she immediately coughed out blood. Wang Wei also coughed out blood and became dispirited. However, he clenched his teeth, grabbed Huan, and retreated. His hand formed seals and countless pillars of water appeared before him like crazy. At this moment of crisis, Wang Wei was going all out. The water pillars appeared one after another, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of water pillars appeared. However, before Ancient Devil Ta Jia, this was all child's play. With a roar, all of the water pillars collapsed. As the water pillars continued to collapse, Wang Wei and Huan coughed out more blood, and they charged toward Wang Lin. With a pale face, Huan's hands quickly formed seals, creating restrictions that fused with the water pillars. However, the water pillars continued to collapse due to Ancient Devil Ta Jia's roar. If the two of them were like this, there was no need to talk about Master Void. He immediately coughed out blood and his eyes became bleak. He quickly retreated and his hand formed a seal, causing countless grains of yellow sand to surround him. However, just as the sand appeared and before they could form a shield, it collapsed. All of the sand was blown into Master Void's body, throwing him back and causing blood to spray from his body. Only Bei Lu was barely able to withstand it. As he was a member of the Ancient Order, he only retreated. As for Wang Lin, popping sounds came from his body under power of the roar of Ancient Devil Ta Jia. He coughed out blood, but his expression became even more ferocious. Roar. Wang Lin also let out a roar of anger with a ferocious expression. This was the roar of an ancient god. Wang Lin's body grew like crazy, and at this moment, he could no longer be concerned with hiding his status as an ancient god. His body grew to thousands of feet tall, looking as if he could support the world. 5 stars rapidly rotated between his eyebrows and bursts of ancient god energy surrounded him. What was more bizarre was that the vermilion bird tattoo seemed to have fused with him, so it grew along with his ancient god body. It was like fresh blood had imprinted on his upper body, and the tail spread across Wang Lin's face. At this moment, Wang Lin looked like an ancient god and a vermilion bird. After transforming into his true ancient god body, Wang Lin let out a roar. The roar formed a storm that silently collided with the roar of the ancient devil. At the same time, the escaping ancient demon Bei Lu suddenly stopped, and his eyes revealed a trace of crazy demonic light. Today, all three ancient order clans are in the same place. What a spectacular view. I'm in a sorry state for an ancient demon. Bei Lu's body flashed and immediately grew. The 7-star ancient demon's body was thousands of feet tall, almost as tall as Wang Lin's ancient god body. At this instant, the battle no longer belonged to the cultivators, but to the three ancient order clans that had existed since ancient times. After Bei Lu transformed into his ancient demon body, he let out the roar of an ancient demon. It created an intangible force that joined with Wang Lin's roar and swept toward ancient devil Tajia. He is unexpectedly a royal ancient god. Ancient devil Tajia stared at Wang Lin. He clearly saw a trace of gold within the 5 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This trace of gold meant the royal bloodline. The angry roars of the three ancient order clans created an indescribable storm. It swept across the 8th floor and caused all the surrounding buildings to collapse. Even the sky seemed like it was about to collapse, as fine cracks appeared and bursts of hot gas filled the area. Ancient demon Bei Lu took a step and shouted, "Ancient god, do you dare to fight this ancient devil with me?" Wang Lin's right hand reached out at the void before him, causing a large rift to appear. Purple lightning came out of the crack, and he dragged out the 1,000 feet long god-slaying spear. He grabbed the spear and shouted, "Why would I not dare?" Ancient demon Bei Lu laughed as his right hand also reached at the void. A large flag immediately appeared, and it seemed to cover the world. It flew directly at the ancient devil. Wang Lin took a step and charged at the ancient devil. The ancient devil's eyes revealed mockery as he raised the blade in his hand. Monstrous blade energy appeared behind him and he smiled. A mere 5-star ancient god and a 7-star ancient demon dare to fight me? As he laughed, the heaven-shaking blade energy shot forward. There were only 2 rays of blade energy. One swept through the sky and the other swept just above the earth. This represented the sky and the earth. Once they crossed, they would create a destructive force. Ancient demon Bei Lu waved his right hand and endless demonic energy came from the 1,000-foot flag and shot at the blade energy in the sky. Demonic energy erupted from his body, and it was an earth-shaking sight to behold. Wang Lin threw the god-slaying spear in his hand, and the purple lightning filled the world. The god-slaying spear was covered in purple lightning when it collided with the blade energy on the ground. Rumbling sounds suddenly echoed and a powerful shockwave to sweep the area when the blade energy on the ground and the god-slaying spear collided. The earth completely collapsed and there was no longer a 9th floor in his cave. Just the 8th floor that was connected to the 9th floor. Wang Lin's ancient god boy felt an unimaginable impact during this collision, and popping sounds came from his body. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and the ancient god stars between his eyebrows dimmed. In the sky, the ancient demon's flag collided with the blade energy and a shocking impact spread. Even more cracks appeared in the sky due to this impact, and a blood-red light came through the cracks. At this moment, it felt as if the sky could collapse with a single touch. Wang Lin, we need to go all out with him. Otherwise, none of us will escape this celestial emperor cave. As ancient demon Bei Lu roared, he took a step and charged at the ancient devil. However, his body suddenly began to retreat. It was so fast that he left an afterimage, and he rushed at the cracked sky. However, although ancient demon Bei Lu was fast, Wang Lin was even faster. The moment ancient demon Bei Lu roared, Wang Lin also grabbed Wang Wei and Hu Wan before charging at the sky. He was a bit faster than Bei Lu as he punched the sky. The sky was already extremely fragile, and now it was smashed open by Wang Lin's punch. It completely cracked and the sky disintegrated. The moment the sky collapsed, endless magma fell like rain. Wang Lin's body rushed into the magma and charged straight up. The ancient devil cursed, but he didn't slow down and charged straight up. Master Void had cultivated for many years. Although his mind was affected due to the early arrival of the first heaven's blight, it was unprecedentedly clear at this moment. The moment the sky collapsed, he coughed out blood and used the blood escape to charge into the magma. He disregarded the high temperature of the magma and the newly inflicted injuries caused by the battle between the 3 members of the Ancient Order clan. As he rushed into the magma, he also didn't have time to think about finding trouble for Wang Lin, as he was focused on escaping this place. Along the way, his injuries became worse, and at this moment, his cultivation level fell from Nirvana Shatterer to peak Nirvana Cleanser. A dense feeling of unease enveloped his mind, making the once powerful Master Void look like a stray god. When Wang Lin charged into the 7th floor, endless lava rushed toward his face. His body quickly shrank back into his ordinary body. His face was pale as he coughed out a mouthful of blood, and bursts of pain came from his body. He couldn't help but slow down a bit due to this. Even though he had transformed into his ancient god body, he was still seriously injured by that blade energy despite the fact that he had the god-slaying spear. However, if he hadn't done it, then it would have been impossible for Wang Wei or Hu Wan to escape. Even he himself wouldn't have had the chance to escape to the 7th floor. After all, Wang Lin was only at the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage. Just at this moment, Hu Wan grabbed Wang Lin and Wang Wei and flew straight up. She also devoured the only green pill she had. Now that she had recovered, she quickly moved through the magma with Wang Lin and Wang Wei. The magma continued to move into Wang Lin's body and shook his spirit a bit. He quickly sent out a message, saying, "Seniors, go first. I found a fire spirit here before, and may be able to use it to stop the ancient devil a bit." Hu Wan revealed a hint of hesitation. If it was before, no matter how much she and Wang Wei admired Wang Lin, she wouldn't have hesitated. However, Wang Lin had just saved her and her husband, and this was very important to her. She didn't even know that Wang Lin had saved Wang Wei from Master Void's sneak attack. This kind of kindness needed to be repaid. "You?" Hu Wan looked at Wang Wei, who had helped her block the blade energy and then was seriously injured by the ancient devil's roar. There was struggle in her eyes. Right now, Wang Wei needed urgent care, and Hu Wan didn't have time to wait. "Senior can rest assured." Wang Lin left Hu Wan and charged into the depths of the magma in the 7th floor. Hu Wan clenched her teeth as she took Wang Wei and disappeared. After Hu Wan left, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was so desperate to make Wang Wei and Hu Wan owe him. As long as the two of them were grateful, then even if Qing Lin doesn't awaken, they would help with Situ Nan's matter. Also, their treatment of Zhou Yi would be vastly different due to his kindness. Inside the magma, Wang Lin mercilessly absorbed without hesitation. The magma seemed to flow in reverse as the fire origin energy entered Wang Lin's body like crazy. The energy flowed through his meridians, causing his seriously injured body to recover a bit. Wang Lin wasn't being careful like he was when he absorbing before. Right now he was extremely reckless. The vermilion bird on his body appeared around him, and as a result, the fire origin energy inside the magma surged at them. As the fire origin energy surged toward Wang Lin, large amounts of magma fell from the 7th floor to the 8th floor. Ancient Demon Bei Lu and Master Void charged into the magma with Ancient Devil Ta Jia chasing behind. At this moment, all of this, along with Wang Lin frantically stirring up the fire origin energy in the magma, caused all the magma inside the volcano to begin collapsing. Just at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar that shook the magma came from the depths of the volcano. A giant dragon head arose in the magma. At this moment, all of the magma Wang Lin hadn't absorbed or had fallen into the 8th floor began to move as if it had intelligence. It all charged at the dragon. In the blink of an eye, all the magma in the 7th floor disappeared, leaving behind an indescribably large fire dragon that stared at all the creatures below it. At the same time, in the boundless space where the speck of dust where the demon spirit land was, there was fire burning in the horizon. A giant vermilion bird letting out vermilion bird cries slowly closed in. This vermilion bird had intelligence. It unexpectedly didn't go to the entrance at the East Demon Spirit Sea, but to the true location of the demon spirit land. There were large amount of cultivators behind this vermilion bird, and among them were 6 elders. These 6 elders all wore red robes, and each one of them gave off a powerful aura. They were all Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. According to the search with the true spirit, this is where the person who has awakened is, and this is also the location of that mysterious sense of danger. This trip might be extremely dangerous, But even if I risk it all, I must protect the person who awakened. The 6 elders looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. All the other members of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect revealed determined gazes. At the same time, a majestic voice came from the planet above the vortex in the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. Suspend the battle with all heaven. Send all forces to where Qing Lin's cave is. The moment this voice echoed, Qing Shui's body appeared outside the Alliance headquarters. He stared at the Alliance headquarters and the Red G realm shined in his eye. At the same time, inside the brilliant void realm, the old man who noticed Wang Lin before revealed a complex expression. He shook his head as he stepped forward, and his gaze fell on the indifferent brilliant void saintess, Mu Bingmei. Your 9th avatar was destroyed due to a calamity. Why do you still hide even though the calamity has arrived? The beautiful woman with the cold expression lowered her head and pondered. Since that 9th avatar was destroyed because of him, no matter how much you avoid it, you still have to face it in the end. When you saved that little girl, Zhou Ru, this old man already knew that your mind was a mess due to the 9th avatar. The old man let out a sigh as he looked up at the void. Remember, you are the brilliant void saintess, Mu Bingmei, not Lu Mei from planet Suzaku, who had a son with an ordinary cultivator. You are responsible for carrying out the mission of the brilliant void realm and responsible for defending against the people from outside the sealed realm. The boundary between the inner and outer realms will open soon. He is not an ordinary cultivator? Before the old man could finish, the indifferent woman lifted her head and calmly spoke. Her beautiful face was enough to make anyone's heart pound and be willing to do anything for her. Are you still stubbornly indulging yourself in that illusion? The old man frowned. I'm just telling you that he is not an ordinary cultivator. The indifferent woman's voice was still calm, but her tone was slightly heavier. Fine. Even if he isn't an ordinary cultivator, even though his mind was able to enter here through some unknown method, even if he reaches the peak of the 2nd step, so what? The old man revealed a look of disdain. In the end, he is still just a cultivator. This old man didn't know that this little cultivator he spoke of was someone who had survived the Vermilion Bird Awakening, and the Vermilion Bird Divine sect would protect him with all their might. He also didn't know that this little cultivator had the blood of an ancient god. This wasn't power he had inherited. He had gained it after his own body collapsed, and he reformed it based on 2C's memories. This body was the root of his bloodline. He also didn't know that this little cultivator had the heaven-defying bead. The beautiful woman looked at the old man and calmly said, "You were once only a cultivator." The old man revealed a bitter smile and didn't know what to say for a moment. You can rest assured. I won't evade the responsibility of the brilliant void realm as the brilliant void saintess. However, you can't interfere in my private affairs, and you don't have the right to interfere. I don't need anyone else to get involved in the matter between us. The beautiful woman's voice was resolute, and she refused to compromise. The old man let out a sigh and didn't continue this topic. He looked at the sky and said, "My old friend's body has been possessed, so I'm going on a trip. Are you going as well?" The beautiful woman pondered a bit and revealed a complex expression. However, in the end, she became determined and nodded. "I'll go." Inside the 7th floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave, all of the magma had condensed into a fire dragon. The fire dragon lifted its head and stared at everyone below it. An invisible pressure suddenly spread. 2 strands of heat waves came out of the fire dragon's nose along with this pressure. The 2 giant dragon horns were red and gave off intense temperatures. Its python-like body was coiled up, giving the dragon an aura that made it seem like it looked down upon the world. Its angry gaze swept through the people below and locked onto Wang Lin. He could feel a hint of familiar aura from Wang Lin's small and weak body. This was the aura of fire origin energy. Wang Lin's mind trembled when the fire dragon looked at him. He didn't bow his head but slowly retreated. The dragon quickly withdrew its gaze and stared at Master Void, Ancient Demon Bei Lu, and Ancient Devil Ta Jia. It let out a roar and charged at the 3 of them. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief and rapidly retreated. When his divine sense spread out, He saw that the seventh floor had become a sea of flames when the fire dragon roared. As the dense fire burned, ancient demon Bei Lu's eyes lit up and he unexpectedly stopped escaping. He turned around and his hand formed a seal. A giant green demon head appeared behind him and charged at the ancient devil. Master Void's hand formed a seal and formed a storm of yellow sand, creating a 100-foot barrier around him, blocking the flames. However, with his current cultivation level, he couldn't hold the fire off for long. When the sand came into contact with the flames, there were popping sounds, and the sand cracked and collapsed. As for ancient devil Tajia, his eyes became cold, and he was filled with bloodthirst. With a step, he let out a hoarse laugh. Why did you stop running? A mere fire dragon spirit that was only a guard dares to bite its master. As the ancient devil spoke, his hand formed a seal and pointed. He shouted, "Let me show you Qing Lin's spell. Burn the heavens." After he spoke, a black devilish flame appeared where he pointed. The devilish flame immediately began to spread and intense temperatures filled the seventh floor. Even the sky was shrouded by the devilish flames. In an instant, the sky was black because it was covered in these devilish flames. Not only could it burn everything, but the invading devilish energy could cause your origin soul to collapse. In an instant, the devilish flames covered the sky and the fire dragon let out a roar. Flames came from its body like crazy in order to fight the black flames in the sky. The entire seventh floor shook as the fire dragon's giant body rushed at the ancient devil. The ancient devil revealed a sneer as his right hand pointed at the fire dragon. All of the devilish flames in the sky descended like meteors and surrounded the fire dragon. This scene was heaven-shaking. In an instant, the devilish flames fell and covered the fire dragon. At this moment, it looked as if the fire dragon was giving off monstrous devilish energy. Waves of angry and painful roars echoed from the fire dragon, and it struggled to charge at the ancient devil. However, when it got close, Tajia's right hand pressed down, creating an invisible force. When the fire dragon was within 100 feet of him, Tajia caught the fire dragon. No matter how much the fire dragon struggled and roared, it couldn't escape. This made ancient demon Bei Lu suck in a breath of cold air. You can use Qing Lin's avatar and the invisible force in his body. Bei Lu was aghast at the situation. He clearly knew that it meant ancient devil Tajia's possession had become one with the mind. Ancient demon Bei Lu gave up all intentions of attacking, a bitter feeling arising in his heart. He understood that with his own strength, even if he got everyone else to help, they no longer had the power to change the fact Qing Lin's body had been possessed. This devil was willing to pay any price and fought with Qing Lin inside his body for countless years. All of this was for Qing Lin's memories and his cultivation, but more importantly, it was for this body. The ancient devil held the fire dragon as it moved forward, and arrogant laughter came from his mouth. Ancient demon, you and I were great enemies in the outside realm, but now you are a mere ant before me. Once this devil completely takes over Qing Lin's body, I'll own the body Qing Lin has refined for countless years. A body that can break all laws. A body that can enter any place. With this body, I can retrace the footsteps of my ancestors and become a 9-star ancient devil. Once I reach 9 stars, I'll be able to enter the ancient devil tower ruin and obtain the true power of the ancestors. Ancient devil Tajia's mad laughter echoed. The fire dragon struggled to retreat. However, it was thrown aside by Tajia. Qing Lin's spell, burn the heavens, boil the oceans. The devilish flame in Tajia's eyes suddenly moved and the 7th floor was filled with devilish energy. This devilish energy was so dense, it seemed like it was corporeal. Then, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a devilish ocean. As the waves raged, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with shock and he was trapped inside the ocean. Not just him, but Master Void was also trapped inside the ocean. Even ancient demon Bei Lu couldn't escape. In the distance, the fire dragon was roaring inside the ocean, but there was fear in its eyes. As ancient devil Tajia spoke, the ocean formed by the devilish energy began to boil. Devilish gas floated into the air and bubbles appeared in the raging ocean due to it reaching an unimaginable temperature. This burned the heavens. Boil the oceans was going to boil the ocean until it dissipated completely. This also made it impossible for the people trapped inside to struggle. During his brief contact with Tajia, Wang Lin found that as time passed, Tajia became even more powerful. Back on the 9th floor, Tajia would have found it difficult to use these spells. But now he was able to use the Celestial Emperor's spells. Thinking about Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's countless spells, Wang Lin's scalp felt numb. However, right now was not the time to think about it, as the ocean waves raged. The devilish flames in the sky continued to descend and large amounts of water vapor appeared. In the distance, Master Void revealed a miserable smile when he saw the ocean that wanted to boil them alive shrink and the fire from the sky close in. He hit his forehead with his palm and his body collapsed. A crazy shockwave spread out from this collapse, and it created a whirlpool in the ocean. It also pushed the descending devilish flames away. The moment his body exploded, Master Void's origin soul charged out. This crisis is too dangerous. This old man would rather risk facing the first heaven's blight than be boiled alive here. The moment Master Void's origin soul flew out, he opened his arms, and his eyes revealed a decisive gaze. As his arms opened, outside the cave and outside the demon spirit land in the boundless space where the vermilion bird spirit was, 5 stars emitted an indescribable light. As this light shined, it diffused across the entire star system. As long as one was in the Alliance star system, one could see that 5 stars had appeared in the sky. Whether it was day or night, the light from the 5 stars could be seen everywhere. Then one of the stars shined brightly and covered up the remaining 4 stars. Then, when the light reached its peak, the star suddenly fell into the void. The old man from the brilliant void realm and the beautiful woman were moving through the stars. As they moved forward, the old man raised his head and calmly muttered, "Someone is experiencing their first heaven's blight." The most bright of the 5 stars fell. It was extremely fast, far faster than any cultivator. In an instant, the bright star passed the vermilion bird spirit, and a loud rumble echoed when it disappeared into a speck of dust. After piercing through the dust, it entered the demon spirit land and caused the devilish energy shrouding the demon spirit land to be pushed back. The star penetrated into the earth and charged through 6 floors of the Celestial Emperor cave before landing on Master Void's origin soul within the boiling ocean. At this instant Master Void's cultivation level increased like crazy, but he revealed a painful expression and began to scream. By borrowing the power of the first heaven's blight, Master Void unexpectedly broke through the devilish flames in the sky and charged up. His origin soul was rapidly dissipating under the light of the star. For a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, this was just the start of the first heaven's blight. Ancient Devil Tajia was going to reach out toward Master Void, but his eyes lit up and he lowered his hand. He's experiencing his first heaven's blight while seriously injured. If he doesn't die, he could become one of my scattered devils. At this moment, Bei Lu, Wang Lin, and the dragon that was still trapped inside the boiling ocean had reached a critical moment. The Celestial Emperor's spell and the monstrous devilish flame had reached a frightening degree. The ocean level reduced rapidly and the temperature increased greatly. Even with Wing Lin's vermilion bird and ancient god body, he felt the pain from the heat. However, no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't charge out. The devilish flames had descended into the ocean, which caused this spell to reach a peak. Wang Lin's eyes became anxious. The intense heat entered his body, making him feel as if he was being cooked alive, and made his body limp. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression. He had rarely been wrong in his life, but he had to admit he had calculated wrong this time. If he had left with Hu Wan and Wang Wei, he wouldn't have been in such danger. However, even so, they still wouldn't have been able to escape from here. The terrifying ancient devil Tajia would have eventually caught up and they would have still had to face him. No matter what, the ending was the same. Wang Lin had been through danger throughout his life, whether it was facing the blood ancestor, the Yao family's pursuit, or the land of the ancient god when he was at the core formation stage. None of those times had made Wang Lin yield, and he didn't want to yield now either. However, reality was cruel. However, all of this wasn't enough to make Wang Lin's Dao heart collapse or give up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He still had the heaven-defying bead. He still had source origin. At this moment, the ocean had almost completely dissipated, leaving only the devilish flames. It seemed to want to burn all life within it to death. The fire dragon was weak, and its body continued to shrink. Even it couldn't withstand the devilish flames. Bei Lu's body was surrounded by monstrous demonic energy, but this was all futile. The mad laugh of the ancient devil echoed as he stared at the devilish flames. On his shoulder sat a small person. It was the origin soul of the man in black that had shrunken to sit there. A flame dragon circled the man in black. As he stared at the fire dragon, his eyes were filled with greed. This fire spirit dragon was refined by Qing Lin and is extremely loyal to Qing Lin. With its intelligence, it can obviously tell I'm not Qing Lin. Lu Ho, since you are the Supreme's disciple, I'll gift it to you to devour. Ta Jia's voice was calm as he grabbed the origin soul of the man in black and threw it forward. The origin soul turned into a dragon and greedily charged at the weakened fire dragon within the devilish flames. Many thanks, Lord Ancient Devil. The man in black sent out a message filled with joy and then charged at the fire dragon. However, at this moment, the fire dragon raised its head and revealed an unyielding arrogance. It let out a roar that turned into sonic booms that echoed in the devilish flames. It even caused the devilish flames to pause for a moment. The dragon formed by the man in black suddenly stopped and retreated, but the greed in his eyes increased. He was in no rush, and he believed that this fire dragon wouldn't last long under ancient devil Ta Jia's spell. With greed in his eyes, the man in black's origin soul looked at the struggling Wang Lin. His eyes revealed a strange light. His vermilion bird is also mine. Just at this instant, a scene that shocked the man in black occurred. He saw the fire dragon suddenly struggle to move its body. Its giant body shrank until it was only 100 feet long and charged at Wang Lin. Its dragon eyes revealed determination and an intent to die. It would rather die than let the man in black devour it. If it had to die, then it'd rather choose this person because it could at least feel a hint of familiarity from this person. This scene was outside of the expectations of the man in black. The fire dragon was so fast that before the man in black could react, it was already near Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, the fire dragon let out its last roar and charged into the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Endless fire origin energy entered Wang Lin's body and made its way into his origin soul. The vermilion bird tattoo that had weakened suddenly awakened, as if new power had been injected into it, and let out a vermilion bird cry. Although the fire origin energy inside the fire dragon was different from the fire of the vermilion bird, the source was still fire of the heavens. When the fire dragon rushed into Wang Lin, it caused the fire origin energy in his body to increase greatly. Moreover, the fusion of these two different types of flames caused an unexpected change. The vermilion bird moved within the storm and the shadow of a dragon. The storm reached a peak and unexpectedly even absorbed the devilish flames that were burning the world. As it absorbed like crazy, the storm formed a powerful vortex that had a terrifying suction force. This all happened in an instant, and even ancient devil Ta Jia was startled. The man in black was aghast at the situation. He no longer had any thought of devouring and wanted to retreat. However, he was too close, so the moment he tried to retreat, he was pulled in by the vortex. The ancient devil frowned as he raised his right hand and grabbed the man in black's origin soul. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, ancient demon Bei Lu's eyes lit up. He had already given up, but he didn't think that such an unexpected mutation would occur after Wang Lin absorbed the fire dragon. He could clearly see that within the vortex. A white fire was condensing like crazy inside Wang Lin's body. Source origin fire seed. At this moment, even with his identity as an ancient demon, Bei Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. His desperation suddenly disappeared and he saw a chance to escape. Just a trace more and he will be able to completely condense that fire seed. Once that fire seed forms, he will be able to control all the flames in the world. Although there is a hint of will inside these flames, Tajia's possession isn't complete, so there is still a chance. Various thoughts flashed through Bei Lu's mind. Just as ancient devil Tajia was about to pull the man in black's origin soul back, Bei Lu clenched his teeth. The 7 stars in his right eye rotated rapidly, and then one of them suddenly collapsed. Ancient demon shattered star. The collapse of an ancient demon star allowed a powerful surge of demonic energy to enter Bei Lu's body, allowing him to struggle. Although it was not enough for him to escape or charge out from the burning flames, it was enough for him to use spells. His right eye shined once more and another ancient demon star collapsed. With 2 stars shattered, ancient demon Bei Lu's body suddenly magnified, and he charged forward at the man in black's origin soul that was about to be saved by Ta Jia. Bei Lu's body turned into a whirlwind of demonic energy and smashed into Ta Jia's arm. There was a loud bang as ancient demon Bei Lu's body lost a lot of demonic energy, and he became even weaker. However, this made it so the man in black's origin soul was no longer in the ancient devil's grasp. Terrified, the man in black's origin soul was about to escape once more, but Wang Lin's right hand reached out from the vortex and grabbed him. He was about to resist, but endless flames came from Wang Lin and wrapped around him. Then Wang Lin dragged his origin soul into the vortex. Inside the vortex, killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he devoured the man in black's origin soul without hesitation. The moment Wang Lin devoured the man in black's origin soul, an explosion occurred in his body, absorbing the fire dragon, devouring the man in black's flame dragon, and his own vermilion bird meant that 3 types of flames were inside Wang Lin's body. The fire origin energy in his body reached a new height, and as the heat increased, a fire seed the size of a fingernail was formed in his dantian. The moment the fire seed appeared, all of the devilish flames in the 7th floor paused for a moment and unexpectedly charged at the vortex Wang Lin was in. It was very fast, and in an instant almost all of it went into the vortex. Devilish flames, fire dragon, and flame dragon. These 3 kinds of fire energy fused with the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was the main energy and the other 3 were secondary when the mutation of flames occurred. However, this wasn't important. After this great fortune, Wang Lin's vermilion bird unexpectedly showed signs of a second awakening. In the vermilion bird divine sect, the number of awakenings determined the peak of one's cultivation level, and this was key for them to become the vermilion bird divine emperor. In the long history of the vermilion bird divine sect, if multiple people had one awakening, then they would fight it out. The winner would become the divine emperor and the losers would become elders. However, if there was a person among them who had achieved a second awakening, there was no need to fight. The vermilion bird divine emperor would definitely be this person. As for the third awakening, it had never happened in the long history of the vermilion bird divine sect. Right now, the vortex around Wang Lin became monstrous, as if it could support the world. As it continued to absorb, a firestorm came out from the vortex and an indescribable firestorm charged out from the volcano. Cracking sounds came from the mouth of the volcano when the firestorm erupted. Then countless pieces of rock fell and the volcano collapsed completely. As it collapsed, the huge firestorm charged up into the sky, and the intense heat collided with the sky. This caused a hole to punch right through from the 7th floor to the 6th floor. The 6th floor immediately appeared before everyone. The girl in pink and the beautiful woman were in the 6th floor. Both were in the main hall when they felt the ground take. To their horror, they saw the ground collapse, and all the buildings and the countless restrictions inside all shattered. This looked like the end of the world. However, the firestorm didn't stop. It continued to charge up. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the 5th floor, and the entire 5th floor collapsed. Wang Wei, who had just woken up, and Huan didn't hesitate and immediately rushed out. This firestorm continued traveling upwards after breaking through to the 5th floor. The 4th floor collapsed. Situ Nan stared dumbfoundedly at all of this and gasped. Without hesitation, he moved with the flames. The 3rd floor collapsed. The 2nd floor collapsed. The monstrous storm reached the 1st floor before it finally stopped, but it didn't dissipate. However, the fire rapidly contracted and the endless firestorm disappeared into a figure deep within the cave. There were no flames in his eyes, but his body was surrounded by an invisible fire. If one looked closely, they would find that the space around Wang Lin seemed to distort, and your vision was blocked. His hair had completely changed. A head of white hair flowed as Wang Lin let out a big breath and clenched his fist. Behind him, a vermilion bird appeared. It was no longer red, but white. This kind of white was similar to snow, but anyone who saw the vermilion bird would feel the unimaginable heat within. The white vermilion bird circled Wang Lin. It was extremely proud, as if all other creatures in the world were below it. As it circled Wang Lin, it let out a vermilion bird cry that could penetrate the heavens. The vermilion bird's second awakening. At this instant, the entire world trembled. Master Void was hiding in the corner of the 4th floor, struggling to survive through his first heaven's blight. Once I succeed, not only will my injuries recover, but my cultivation level will increase dozens-fold. When that happens, killing that Wang Lin will be like crushing an ant. While was struggling, the cry of the vermilion bird's second awakening entered his ears. After being startled for a moment, Master Void was filled with disbelief. If it was the first awakening, he could accept it, but he would have never thought that a second awakening was possible. He clearly knew what the second awakening meant, and he knew that the difference between the first and second awakenings was like the difference between heaven and earth. If the first awakening could make the entire Vermilion Bird Divine Sect protect him, then the second awakening was enough to make the entire Vermilion Bird Divine Sect crazy. It could no longer be described as using their full power to protect him. Now it would be to protect him no matter the cost. If it was just one awakening, although the Alliance would still have to kill Wang Lin, they wouldn't be shocked. However, if the Vermilion Bird went through a second awakening, even they would be shocked. Moreover, Master Void knew that the time between these two things happening was so short, it was negligible. Thinking about how the person he wanted to kill, the one that caused him to end up in such a state, had awakened twice, Master Void, who was enduring his first Heaven's Blight, coughed out a mouthful of Essence Origin energy. His mind became confused and all the Origin energy in his body went crazy. The initial sign of failure of his first Heaven's Blight appeared. The first Heaven's Blight was unpredictable, and often just the slightest fluctuation in one's mind was enough to make one fail. And once you failed, the result was death. The moment the Vermilion Bird went through the second awakening, the Vermilion Bird spirit outside the Demon Spirit Land let out the same cry. At this moment, the eyes of all the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect members widened. The 6 Nirvana Shatterer Elders all sucked in breaths of cold air. Second awakening. He unexpectedly started the second awaken after such a short period of time. The hope of my Vermilion Bird Divine Sect will arrive. If this person is safe, my Vermilion Bird Sect will rise once more. Deep in the burning starfield where Vermilion Bird Divine Sect was located, there was a white stone. This was where the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor that had survived for countless years sat. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they shined like they never before. Second awakening. His breath became unstable. After pondering for a bit, he unexpectedly tried to get up, but in the end, his old body was unsuccessful. I don't have much time left. Giving up a bit of my remaining time for this clan member who has awakened a second time is worth it. The old man let out a sigh and closed his eyes. Just as his eyes closed, an unimaginable force of fire charged out of his body. It was so powerful that even the burning starfield trembled. It was as if the entire starfield was going to collapse, and popping sounds echoed across the starfield. Then an origin soul slowly floated away from this old man. The origin soul didn't look old. It was that of a middle-aged man. He lowered his head and looked at his body, and his eyes revealed an ancient gaze. It has been a long time since my origin soul has left my body. He shook his head and took a step. A vortex appeared in the sea of flames before him. He stepped into the vortex and then disappeared. As for inside the Celestia Emperor Cave on the 7th floor, Ta Jia looked at the firestorm, and his eyes revealed a serious expression for the first time. He didn't care about the vermilion bird's second awakening, but he felt an unexplainable terrifying aura from this ancient god. The royal bloodline ancient god and the vermilion bird divine beast. They have unexpectedly fused. But that isn't important. Just as I was about to attack to stop him, I unexpectedly felt unease. What else does he have? And at this moment, ancient demon Bei Lu borrowed the moment Wang Lin's second awaken occurred to escape along with the firestorm. He no longer wanted to fight against the ancient devil and was focused on escaping. I need to get out of here and quickly reach the outer realm. I can't fight Ta Jia. Bei Lu felt very bitter. He had lost too much this time. Half of his ancient demon spirit body was devoured, and in order to escape just now, he had shattered 2 stars. He moved like lighting as he charged straight up. Ancient devil Ta Jia's eyes lit up. The person he absolutely couldn't let go was this ancient demon. He simply ignored Wang Lin and chased after the ancient demon. The more time passed, the better control he had of this body. His speed was now several times faster than before, so he instantly closed the distance between himself and ancient demon Bei Lu. Bei Lu clenched his teeth and moved, but Ta Jia was even faster. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Bei Lu clenched his teeth and a third ancient demon star collapsed. Borrowing the force of the star's collapse, Bei Lu charged into the 6th floor and immediately locked onto the 2 escaping women. His body flickered and closed in on the 2 women. His demonic claw reached out toward the girl in pink. The girl in pink's face became pale without blood, but she didn't panic. The moment the ancient demon's claw closed in, the snowflake mark between her eyebrows shined. There was a loud whistling sound and then a snowstorm appeared before the girl in pink. The moment the ancient demon's right hand reached over, it collided with the snowstorm, and the claw was knocked back. The girl in pink coughed out blood all over the snowstorm and then was thrown backwards. The ancient demon was surprised, but he didn't hesitate. His right hand swept by and grabbed the beautiful middle-aged woman's head. Thanks to the ancient demon's cultivation level and spell, the injured beautiful middle-aged woman who had just recovered couldn't resist at all. Demonic energy surged into her body and completely sealed all her meridians. At this moment, ancient devil Ta Jia arrived. Bei Lu didn't have time to think. As he held the beautiful woman, a demonic glow appeared in his eyes. Then his left hand formed a seal and he pointed at her body. Every time he pointed, a strand of demonic energy entered her body. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman's body trembled, and the blood vessels in her body crossed, forming a large, strange rune. The moment ancient devil Ta Jia closed in, ancient demon Bei Lu through the beautiful woman. Then his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Demon spirit transformation." After he spoke, all the blood vessels in her body exploded. Her body turned into a blood mist, and she died. However, a rune appeared in her collapsed body and quickly absorbed her flesh. It even spare her shattered origin soul. After absorbing everything, the rune released a demonic glow and flew toward the 5th floor. After the ancient demon did all of this, he felt as if he had consumed a lot of demonic energy, and the 4 remaining stars in his right eye were dim. However, he no longer tried to run. Instead, he turned around and he stared at ancient devil Ta Jia with madness in his eyes. "Forget it. I'll try to buy more time so the demon spirit can escape." Demon spirit transformation was the ancient demon's life-saving spell, and they wouldn't use it unless they had no choice. This spell had one great weakness, which was that they had to use a member of the opposite sex as a furnace for it to succeed. And even if it succeeded, one would lose most of their cultivation and just become a broken spirit. Bei Lu had been forced to the brink, and he only used this spell because he saw the 2 women. At this moment, madness appeared in his eyes, and the ancient demon stars in his right eye rotated rapidly and then collapsed. 1, 2, 3, 4 ancient demon stars shined brightly and all collapsed. The collapse of the 4 ancient demon stars caused Bei Lu's body to grow like crazy, and the madness in his eyes became even stronger. He let out a ferocious roar. "Ta Jia, even if I can't kill you, I'll make it so your possession will never truly succeed. This is all because you've forced me." Ancient Demon Bei Lu charged out while letting out a roar. Then his body flickered and turned from 1 to 2, then to 4, then to 8. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was filled with Ancient Demon Bei Lu's figure. When he got near Ancient Devil Ta Jia, a thunderous rumble echoed. He had chosen to self-destruct. He'd die just to hurt Ta Jia. The thunderous rumble echoed across the sky. All the avatars of the ancient demon collapsed, forming a destructive shockwave that spread across the 5th floor. The entire 7th floor immediately collapsed. The girl in pink revealed anger, but she didn't have time to think. The moment the ancient demon charged at the ancient devil and exploded, she immediately rushed toward the 6th floor. However, before she could get far, she felt the unimaginable impact behind her. As for Wang Lin, he was at the 1st floor of the cave, and the vermilion bird cry echoed behind him. An invisible fire surrounded him as he looked down at the tunnel that pierced through the entire Celestial Emperor cave. His hands were moving and countless restrictions were appearing. The restrictions continued to land on the pit, and each restriction caused a large amount of rocks to fall. Wang Wei and Hu Wan came out, and the moment they saw Wang Lin, they understood his intention. They didn't hesitate and began launching spells at the ground as well. This earth began to tremble as if the entire demon spirit land was being affected. At this moment, it was as if earthquakes were occurring across the demon spirit land. Situ Nen charged out from the deep pit and cursed non-stop. Damn it! What is this damn place? After I leave here and get rid of this poison, I'll have to enter closed-door cultivation. After Situ Nen charged out and saw Wang Lin, he gasped. But he immediately knew Wang Lin's plan. Without hesitation, he flew into the air and began bombarding the ground with spells. The ground began to tremble even more violently. It felt like the entire Celestial Emperor cave was going to collapse. At this moment, the people hiding inside the 2nd floor all flew out. Among them were Big Head, the 3 Chen brothers, Lei Ji, the beautiful middle-aged woman's 2 disciples, and even Master Hollow Wind. After these people charged out, when they saw Wang Lin, they were terrified and quickly scattered. Master Hollow Wind seemed to have guessed Wang Lin's intention, but he didn't understand. After all, he hadn't experienced the horror of the ancient devil. None of them even knew the ancient devil existed. Just as the trembling became even more violent, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. Then his hands formed a seal and he suddenly pointed at the ground while letting out a roar. The huge vermilion bird behind him let out a cry and rushed into the pit. The endless flames suddenly surrounded the vermilion bird and charged straight into the pit. At this moment, Wang Wei's eyes were bloodshot, and his hand formed a seal and a monstrous sea appeared. The sea charged into the pit right after the vermilion bird. Hu Wan and Situ Nen also used their most powerful spells that followed the vermilion bird down into the pit. Just at this instant, waves of cold energy came from the pit. It was the girl in pink with countless snowflakes around her, and she was struggling to get out. As the various spells descended, the snowflakes rapidly rotated and she barely made it out through all the danger. The vermilion bird landed into the pit that penetrated the entire Celestial Emperor cave. A loud rumble came from the 2nd floor, and when the rest of the spells landed, the Celestial Emperor cave began to truly collapse. The endless rumbles filled the sky, and as they echoed, the ground sunk in, sealing off the exit. It was also shrouded within everyone's spells. Muffled sounds came from below, and there were roars of the ancient devil. After using the spells, Wang Lin's hands continued to move, and countless restrictions landed. Hu Wan didn't stop either. She and Wang Wei also placed restrictions. The 3 of them were extremely fast, so a large amount of restrictions fell on the collapsed ruin. The dense restrictions landed as if they were forming a large net. At this moment, muffled roars came out, and they were even more crazy than before. As the roars echoed, the earth trembled even more violently. It was as if a force wanted to rush out, as if a person wanted to break out from inside and slaughter all life. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators that didn't know about the ancient devil changed. Master Hollow Wind could clearly feel the endless fierce energy coming from below, which made him tremble. He didn't hesitate and quickly placed the restrictions he knew. Everyone else who knew restrictions all sent out restrictions in an attempt to help. The roars from the ground came closer and closer, and the vibrations became stronger and stronger, causing the rocks that buried the hole to begin to collapse. Not enough time. Wang Lin clenched his teeth as he slapped his bag of holding and took out Qing Shuang's body. He had no time to worry about Wang Wei or Hu Wan's feelings. His right hand hit the back of Qing Shuang. This wasn't to hurt her, but to force out all the blood he could from her body without her dissipating. When his palm landed, Qing Shuang immediately coughed out a large amount of blood. The moment the blood appeared, Wang Lin took it and turned it into blood mist that covered the ground. Origin energy continued to surge out from his hand, and Qing Shuang continued to cough out blood. Wang Lin scattered blood on all the restrictions here. Just at this instant, a shocking rumbling sound came from underground. Then a monstrous surge of devilish energy shattered all the rocks that were blocking the way, and ancient devil Ta Jia slowly flew upward. However, the devilish energy that rushed up dissipated like melting snow the moment it touched the restrictions. The strange part was that there were 4 people behind ancient devil Ta Jia: the All-Seer, Ling Tianho, Master Void, and the strange humanoid thing from the collapsed celestial burial pool. The human-like thing looked very gentle and calm as it floated next to Ta Jia. It was as if Ta Jia was its owner. The moment Wang Lin saw this, it was like a bolt of lightning had struck him. Before, he didn't link it with the ancient devil, but after seeing this, he had a guess. Ancient gods had moongazer serpents in their bodies, and the ancient devils had something similar. The human-shaped thing was obviously that. This thing didn't exist before the ancient gods died, but it somehow was released during the struggle between the ancient devil and the celestial emperor. After it got separate, it somehow went into the ancient god's skull deep under the celestial burial pool. Although Master Void was standing behind ancient devil Ta Jia, he was in an extremely strange state. His eyes were filled with madness, and there was a rune on his forehead emitting powerful devilish energy. It was obviously a seal, but Wang Lin could clearly see Master Void's life force rapidly dissipating. He was on the brink of death. Ling Tianho's expression revealed a complex gaze, and he subconsciously avoided Wang Lin's gaze. He looked to the side, and no one knew what he was thinking. The most unpredictable was, of course, the All-Seer. The All-Seer's expression was calm, just like it was when he entered the cave. His eyes were clear, as if he had seen through everything. When Wang Lin looked at him, he revealed a smile. When Wang Lin saw the All-Seer and company appear, he let out a sigh. He knew that the blood on the restrictions would only affect the ancient devil Ta Jia and was useless on everyone else. However, this was the first floor of the Celestial Emperor Cave, so it wasn't difficult to leave. But for some reason, he had always felt in his heart that there was something weird about everything he had experienced just now, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. There was a hint that something bad was going to happen. When he saw the All-Seer behind ancient devil Ta Jia, that feeling became even stronger. In truth, everything that had just happened had happened far too quickly for him to think. Looking back, it seemed like everything they had done was forced by the ancient devil. It was as if everything was intentionally planned out by the ancient devil. The kind of terrifying feeling that the All-Seer gave people surrounded Wang Lin's heart. He rapidly retreated while pondering. Situ Nan kept an eye on Wang Lin. When he saw Wang Lin retreat, he headed toward Wang Lin and retreated with him. Wang Wei and Hu Wan also did the same. At this instant, all the surrounding cultivators rushed to leave. The All-Seer revealed a smile and then raised his finger and pointed. There was a flash of gray gas and the gray-robed All-Seer appeared. He coldly stared at his original body and let out a cold snort, but then he charged at the restrictions. Endless slaughter energy appeared and charged into the restrictions. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the restrictions began to light up. However, the restrictions weren't only placed by Wang Lin. Wang Wei and Hu Wan had also placed them. Hu Wan's restrictions were far more powerful than Wang Lin's, so the restrictions here weren't something the gray-robed All-Seer could easily break. This bought everyone time. While Wang Wei retreated, he pointed up and a pillar of water appeared and turned into a giant. The giant waved its giant first and hit directly above, causing large amounts of rocks to fall. Huan didn't leave but stood in the distance, placing down large amounts of restrictions and reinforcing their strength. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his hand formed seals, and he used spells to attack the sky with Wang Wei. The surrounding cultivators didn't hesitate and all attacked as well. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the first floor of the cave. And at this moment, in the space outside the demon spirit land, the 6 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators sat across from each other with their hands forming seals as they chanted. They would occasionally raise their fingers to point at the vermilion bird's true spirit, which caused the flames around it to become even stronger. A moment later, the vermilion bird true spirit suddenly let out a cry and a sea of flames spread out. The flames had no effect on members of the vermilion bird divine sect, but they would destroy any cultivators or any dust that divine sense couldn't see. As the flames spread, all the dust was burned to nothing, leaving only one dust particle that hadn't collapsed. This was the location of the demon spirit land. A flame began to burn on the only remaining dust particle, revealing this location to everyone. The vermilion bird's true spirit let out a cry and charged at this speck of dust. Endless rumbles echoed as the vermilion bird's true spirit smashed into the seal on this dust particle. Every time it collided, the seal would loosen a bit. The 6 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators all began using spells to bombard the dust particle. The seal that was personally left by Qing Lin before the celestial realm collapsed trembled even more violently. The external impacts clearly transmitted into the demon spirit land, causing the entire place to tremble violently. Even the people inside the cave clearly felt these trembles. However, no one paid any attention to them. As everyone attacked, the barrier between the Celestial Emperor Cave and the Demon Spirit Land suddenly collapsed. The moment the barrier broke, the gray-robed All-Seer broke through Huan's restrictions. Huan's face was pale as Wang Wei pulled her back, and they charged out of the broken barrier. Ancient Devil Ta Jia stepped out. He then let out a grim smile and suddenly inhaled. Suddenly, endless devilish energy came out of his mouth and turned into roaring black dragons. The second brother of the 3 Qin brothers was caught by the black dragons. There was despair in his eyes as he was devoured by the ancient devil. Wang Lin wanted to save him, but he was too late. One of the female disciples of the beautiful woman was caught by the black dragon and was pulled back. Even Chen Qin had a pale face and was about to be caught by the black dragon. At this moment, the girl in pink covered by the snowstorm arrived and pulled Chen Qin out toward the exit. The black dragon arrived and collided with the snowstorm, causing her to cough out blood. The snowflake treasure had protected her from countless attacks, and at this moment, it couldn't withstand them anymore, cracked and shattered. However, the girl in pink pulled Chen Qin and charged out. Big Head and company managed to charge out with the help of Situ Na and Master Hollow Wind, along with the woman in silver, who Wang Lin had taken out of his bag. However, the danger wasn't over. Ancient Devil Ta Jia stepped out, and his right hand mercilessly reached forward and squeezed. With this squeeze, everyone who had just escaped the cave to the demon spirit land immediately felt a powerful pressure surrounding them. Chen Qin had the lowest cultivation level, so she coughed out blood and her whole body collapsed. Even the girl in pink trembled, and her body collapsed as well. However, there was a treasure from the brilliant void realm in her origin soul. This treasure shined, and then its light surrounded her and Chen Qin's origin souls. However, the 2 girls' origin souls were seriously injured, and under the protection of the light from the treasure, they began to fuse. It was not only the 2 of them. Among the remaining 2 Qin brothers, the 3rd brother's body also collapsed. Master Yichun quickly saved his 3rd brother's origin soul and escaped. Although Lei Ji's cultivation was ordinary, his physical body was very strong, but half of his body collapsed. The remaining half was saved by Big Head, who luckily had taken no damage during this moment of crisis. As for Master Hollow Wind and Situ Nan, both were at the Nirvana cleanser stage, so while they were seriously injured and coughed out blood, their bodies didn't collapse. However, Situ Nan's expression became strange. The poison in his body had activated due to the serious injuries. The ancient devil's spell originally could have annihilated everyone here. The reason it didn't was largely due to Wang Wei and Hu Wan. The moment the ancient devil used the spell, they quickly used their own spells to interfere, and they withstood a majority of the attack. The reason they did this was because they knew there were people here that were close to Wang Lin. They had to repay Wang Lin. Wang Lin had also helped resist this spell. He shared this blow with Wang Wei and Hu Wan. He coughed out blood and was extremely weak. His origin soul was seriously injured and began to rapidly dissipate. Although he had endless fire origin energy inside his body, it didn't stop his origin soul from dissipating. Not even the ancient god leather armor could do much against these constant injuries. After all, Wang Lin's enemy was an ancient devil that had possessed Qing Lin's body. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and took out the pill Wang Wei had gifted him. He crushed the pill and swallowed it. This pill was indeed miraculous. His origin soul stopped dissipating and rapidly healed. Wang Wei and Hu Wan's expressions were also bad, and blood came out from the corners of their mouths. The couple revealed bitter smiles, but their eyes were filled with determination. Wang Lin, the two of us will use our lives to stall the ancient devil. Forget about resurrecting teacher. If you have the chance in the future, save Qing Shuang for us. Wang Wei's right hand reached at the void before him and a crack appeared, and then he threw Zhou out. The two of us have lived for too long and have entered the cave many times. However, due to various reasons, we never got close. I didn't expect such a thing would happen when we got close. Wang Wei had a complex expression. At this moment, ancient devil Ta Jia slowly walked out from the barrier, and he looked up at the sky. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he began to laugh like crazy. Qing Lin, in order to prevent me from successfully escaping, you made it so your body couldn't break any of the restrictions in the cave. But this devil merely used an illusion, and all these people that came to save you broke all the restrictions you set to stop me. Ancient devil Ta Jia clenched his fist as he looked at this world. The excitement in his eyes became even stronger. After he spoke, Wang Wei and Hu Wan's faces suddenly turned pale. Wang Lin gasped. He finally understood the bad feeling he had in his heart. He looked at the ancient devil and his pupils shrank. Now let me show you my real power. Ta Jia raised his right hand as he laughed. His eyes were filled with a crazy amount of bloodthirst. Just at this instant, the entire earth trembled and even the sky distorted. An illusion appeared in the sky. This was the illusion of a palace within a sea of purple flowers. Ancient devil, you can break one of my husband's plans, but you didn't know that by stepping outside, you'd enter the second rule my husband set for you. A cold and beautiful voice echoed across the world. A woman in white gradually walked out from the illusionary palace that appeared in the sky. Flower Imperial Concubine. Wang Lin suddenly looked at the sky. At the same moment, the seal on the dust particle where the demon spirit land was had loosened under the constant attacks of the vermilion bird's true spirit, could be broken at any time. At the same time, a law similar to the change between day and night on a planet shined on the dust particle the demon spirit land was in. It arrived during sunrise. The illusion of the palace in the sky above the demon spirit land gradually turned from an illusion into solid form. It was as if it had teleported from Qing Lin's cave. The moment the flower Imperial Concubine walked out from the palace, the entire palace and the thousands of purple flowers around it shrank and became a palm-sized hairpin. She closed her jade-like hands and the hairpin disappeared, fusing into her body. She light her gentle hand that could cause most people's hearts to pound. The flower Imperial Concubine looked at ancient devil Ta Jia with melancholy and sadness in her eyes. They were so close, but they hadn't met since they separated countless years ago. Now that she was able to finally meet him, it was like seeing the moon in the water or the flower in the mirror. It was not the same soul as back then. It was like standing by the river and looking across. Below you there is the blue river and across is the green mountain. However, after you cross the river, you that find something is lacking. The green mountain and blue river are still there, but there is one thing missing. The soul. Ancient devil Ta Jia's eyes shined red as he looked at the flower Imperial Concubine with greed and bloodlust. Then he laughed. I have long heard that Qing Lin was flooded with good fortune, and that all his 8 of imperial concubines were all extremely beautiful women. In particular, the flower imperial concubine was above the rest. It was said that she came from the Wind celestial realm and was the little sister Wind celestial emperor Lan Yun. Back then, I missed the chance to get a look, but looking at you today, it seems the rumors were indeed true. Although your husband, Qing Lin, is dead, his body is still there. Simply become this devil's flower concubine and become a cultivation furnace. Won't that be a joy? Ta Jia laughed as he stepped forward and reached out with his right hand. Although ancient devil Ta Jia laughed, he was filled with caution. He wasn't afraid of the flower imperial concubine, but his fear of Qing Lin was too strong. According to her, Qing Lin had already prepared for failure and had left more plans. The appearance of the flower imperial concubine was obviously one of Qing Lin's plans. Qing Lin was the most powerful celestial emperor. He was so powerful that even people from the outer realm knew his name. In addition to his powerful cultivation, he was able to calculate the future as if he was the heavens themselves, and he never missed a thing. As ancient devil Ta Jia moved, the demon spirit land suddenly trembled. Black fog appeared in the sky and spread out. As Ta Jia's right hand reached out and the black fog condensed into a giant arm that reached for the flower imperial concubine. At the same time, the human-shaped thing next to Ta Jia coldly looked at everyone and locked onto Wang Lin. In a flash, it charged at Wang Lin, and before it even got close to Wang Lin, sonic booms could already be heard. Master Void's condition was extremely bad. Although he was standing there, his breathing was very difficult. Even if you were at a distance, you could hear him trying to breathe. This was no longer the sound a person could make. It was as if he was a beast. What was even more terrifying was that not only was his breathing rough, even drool was dripping down the side of his mouth. This drool was very thick, so it stretched out like silk. It was enough to make you feel nauseous just by looking at it. His eyes were swelled, and his bloodshot eyes were sluggish yet filled with madness. His already old appearance no longer looked human, and his facial features were twisted together as if he had gone crazy. He also stared at Wang Lin. His last trace of memory was his hatred and killing intent toward Wang Lin. Master Void let out a roar as he shot toward Wang Lin closely after the human-shaped thing. The All-Seer still looked calm, and his eyes revealed a gaze that made seem like everything was clear and normal. It was as if this trip to the Celestial Emperor Cave was all within his calculations. Ling Tianho still had his head lowered and was struggling. He had a complex expression along with a dazed look, and most of all guilt. The human-shaped thing and Master Void were naturally blocked by the celestial cloud couple. However, they were both injured, and the human-shaped thing was extremely strange, so it was difficult for a winner to be decided quickly. Master Void was breathing hard, and when Wang Wei and Huan tried to block him, he became even more crazy. His target was Wang Lin, and if anyone dared to block him, he would charge without any care for the repercussions. The moment Wang Wei closed in, Master Void let out a roar and all the flesh on his body moved. It was very strange. Wang Wei's expression changed and he retreated without hesitation. However, just as he retreated, Master Void opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of black blood. This black blood gave off a powerful stench, and Master Void trembled after coughing it out. That was a majority of the blood inside Master Void's body. After the large amount of blood was spat out, it seemed to have intelligence, and it formed a net that charged after Wang Wei. Wang Wei's right hand formed a seal while he retreated, and he pointed forward. With a bang, an ice mountain appeared out of thin air. The ice mountain suddenly appeared and immediately blocked the black blood. However, the blood seemed to contain extreme heat, so the moment it touched the ice mountain began to melt. It also dyed the entire ice mountain black. Wang Lin, this is the first of the 5 heavens blight peak nirvana shatterer cultivator's face. Body blight. His body will continue to deteriorate until his soul dies. Wang Wei wanted to continue blocking, but due to previous injuries, Huan was constantly pushed back by the human-shaped thing. At this moment of crisis, Wang Wei waved his hand and a large amount of icebergs appeared before Wang Lin. Then he charged toward Huan to help her block the human-shaped thing. Without anyone blocking him, Master Void jumped at Wang Lin with drool and black blood leaking from his mouth. His eyes were filled with madness. At this moment, he no longer looked like the elder of the Alliance. He was obviously an ugly beast. Looking at Master Void, Wang Lin was shocked. He wasn't shocked by Master Void's arrival, but by the 5 Heavens Blights he kept hearing about recently. This is the first Heavens Blight. After one reaches the second step, their lifespan is almost limitless. If they absorb the world's origin energy, it can be transformed into endless vitality. However, how could the heavens allow something to exist as long as itself? The 5 Heavens Blights were the boundless calamities that Nirvana Shatterer cultivators had to face. It wasn't that cultivators who didn't reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage would be fine. There would be even more terrifying calamities awaiting the ones that didn't. At this moment, Master Void rushed in with heavy breathing and closed in on the iceberg. He opened his mouth to spit again, but this time there wasn't much blood left. Aside from the foul smell, there were pieces of rotten innards. The moment the giant hand formed by the black fog from Ta Jia closed in, she lifted her jade-like hand and a sphere immediately appeared at the tip of her finger. There was a cloud of gas inside the sphere, and countless illusion of flowers appeared within it. The moment the giant hand closed in, the small sphere collided with it. The giant hand unexpectedly collapsed into endless black fog and was pushed back. Ancient Devil Ta Jia's pupils shrank. He let out a cold snort and then charged at the flower imperial concubine. Both of his hands moved to form a seal, and the world immediately changed colors. As the wind blew, the black fog covering the sky began to gather and formed blobs of black fog. The moment those blobs of black fog appeared, they began to move. I believe you must be very familiar with this spell. Ancient Devil Ta Jia laughed as his right hand mercilessly grasped at the sky and he shouted, "Star Burial!" After he spoke, the countless blobs of black fog began to move even more than before and suddenly turned into spheres. These spheres emitted bright starlight. It was currently night, but with the endless starlight coming from the spheres, the land was completely bright. The star burial of my husband's sun, moon, and star spell. The flower imperial concubine revealed a complex gaze, but she shook her head and softly said, "However, with just your power, you can't display the true power of my husband's spell." Ta Jia sneered and waved his right hand. The spheres formed by the black fog emitting the starlight became even more dazzling. Then these spheres transformed from incorporeal into corporeal forms. The rays of light crossed and filled the sky. As Ta Jia waved his hand, the endless starlight gathered and descended toward the flower imperial concubine. It was as if it wanted to bury the flower imperial concubine here. If my husband used this star burial celestial spell, he could extract the power of the star system and use a spell that could fill up the entire star system. Battling 10,000 people or 100,000 people would the same. If he was facing just one person, then that person would have to withstand the power of the entire star system. There was a hint of disdain as she looked at the starlight falling from the sky. She formed a seal with her right hand and spat out a mouthful of fragrance that turned into 9 balls. There was source origin energy inside these 9 balls, and they floated around the flower imperial concubine like a formation. The moment the formation appeared, the starlight gathered on her body. At this moment, the location she was at became the brightest spot in the star system. At the same time, in the space outside the demon spirit land, as the Vermilion Bird's true spirit and the Vermilion Bird divine sect continued to attack the seal on the demon spirit land, the seal finally began to collapse. Along with it, the entire sky of the demon spirit land collapsed. The sky collapsed inch by inch as if it was the seal itself. Collapsed, and was replaced with the starry sky. The Vermilion Bird divine sect arrived. For the first time, the All-Seer frowned slightly. Everything that had happened within the Celestial Emperor Cave had been within his calculations. He also knew that although the trip within the cave seemed simple, every step contained plans left by Celestial Emperor Qinglin. The All-Seer rushing into here meant that he had become part of the Celestial Emperor's plan. Just thinking about how he was indirectly competing with Celestial Emperor Qing Lin made his eternally calm heart pound rapidly. Was the former Celestial Emperor really omnipotent, or was the All-Seer a step above? He didn't know the answer, but this chance was extremely precious for the All-Seer. Once he succeed, his Dao heart would grow by leaps and bounds. The powerful self-confidence and momentum of beating Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's plan would allow him to recover from the injuries of the past and advance even further. Even if he failed, it would still be a fortune for the All-Seer. He could use this plan that he had calculated for countless years to comprehend everything he needed to. In order to get this opportunity, he was willing to pay any price. What about Ancient Devil Ta Jia or the Cultivation Alliance? Even if he had to cause a catastrophe, it wouldn't stop the All-Seer's Dao heart. Everyone else wanted Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's body or spells. Some even wanted to find the secret of the third step. Others might think he was crazy, but what he wanted was to battle Qing Lin with a war of predictions. Since you wanted seal the Ancient Devil and set many plans to deal with the Ancient Devil in the future, I'll destroy all of this. The Ancient Devil is merely my tool to have a battle with Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. No one could guess what the All-Seer was thinking. If there was one person, it would be Ling Tianho. However, within the Celestial Emperor cave, Wang Lin's first vermilion bird awakening was something outside of the All-Seer's plan. From that moment on, the All-Seer felt a sense of pressure. In his original plan, Ancient Devil Ta Jia would take his advice and use an illusion to confuse everyone. This made everyone that entered his helper in breaking the plan Qing Lin had laid out on the first floor. However, the All-Seer would have never thought that that damn Wang Lin would awaken a second time. The moment Wang Lin's second awakening occurred, countless unpredictable variables appeared in the All-Seer's plan. At this moment, the change in the sky caused the All-Seer's expression to become gloomy. He took a deep breath. The All-Seer understood that he had to personally act now. His eyes suddenly closed, and at this moment, 7-colored light shined from his body. Then gray was added, and as a result, 8 colors appeared. These 8 colors flickered, and then suddenly 8 different avatars wearing different colored robes walked out. The gray-robed All-Seer was one of them. Although the 8 All-Seers looked the same, they all had different auras. They immediately scattered toward Wang Lin and the celestial cloud couple. 3 of them charged toward the collapsed sky. At the same time, the flower imperial concubine was surrounded by starlight, and with a bang, the starlight was pushed away. She walked out from within the 9 balls. Although they had dimmed quite a bit, her expression was still calm. Ancient Devil Ta Jia looked at the sky and revealed a serious expression. His hand reached out and the large black blade appeared in his hand. Holding the blade, he faced not the flower imperial concubine, but the sky, and slashed his sword, sending a ray of blade energy at the sky. The flower imperial concubine revealed a smile. The moment the change occurred in the sky, she knew that what Qing Lin had said back then had come true. The person who saves me will be named Wang. When the celestial spirit heaven realm collapses, I will have a chance to awaken. At this moment, Ancient Devil Ta Jia's blade energy charged into the sky, and the flower imperial concubine's body gradually disappeared. When she reappeared, she was in the sky before the blade energy. She took a deep breath and then the 9 balls charged forward to collide with the blade energy. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the powerful impact caused her to retreat. Killing intent flashed across Ta Jia's eyes, and then he charged at the flower imperial concubine. As for Wang Lin, when the All-Seer's avatar arrived, he was put into a dangerous situation, especially with Master Void's crazy attack. The glacier Wang Wei had placed didn't last. Collapsed, and Master Void charged like crazy toward Wang Lin. There was also the All-Seer's avatar. The gray-robed All-Seer was the fastest. He was closing in on Wang Lin with an indifferent expression. In addition, there were 2 more All-Seer avatars closely behind the gray-robed All-Seer. The 4 powerhouses all contained powerful cultivation. Now they all charged at Wang Lin, causing his pupils to shrink, and he quickly retreated. Just at this instant, the sky suddenly collapsed and the law of origin in the sky entered the demon spirit land. The moment the sky collapsed, It was like a mirror being shattered. The broken fragments were hit by the impact of the flames and pushed downwards. Behind the fragments, a heaven-shaking vermilion bird cry from the vermilion bird's true spirit echoed across the entire demon spirit land. However, due to the crisis Wang Lin was facing, he didn't have time to look up at the sky. But as he retreated, he felt a familiar power of law appear around him. This familiar power of law was what Wang Lin had comprehended after sitting on the mountain peak for a few months on planet Water Spirit. It was also the power of his first self-created spell, Sundered Night. The Sundered Night born from the sea. At this moment, even while facing the attack of Master Void and 3 of the All-Seer's avatars, Wang Lin stopped without hesitation when he felt this power. His eyes were filled with madness as he raised his arms and stared at the 4 of them. Then the law that had just appeared seemed to be attracted by something and rushed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's mind thoroughly entered a mysterious state, and everything before him disappeared. The only thing in his mind was that moment of beginning, when he comprehended the force that tore the darkness of the night apart. The pupils of the gray-robed All-Seer, who was chasing after Wang Lin, suddenly shrank, and his eyes revealed a trace of shock. Not only him, but the other 2 All-Seer avatars were also startled as they looked at Wang Lin with disbelief. "This is..." the gray-robed All-Seer gasped. Only Master Void was completely unaware of all this. Although his body looked real, it was formed by his origin soul during his first Heaven's Blight. Whether it was the blood or guts, they were all formed by his origin soul. When it finally decayed, his origin soul would be destroyed as well. He was lost in madness as he charged out. He pounced at Wang Lin with only the thought of devouring Wang Lin. However, just when he was within hundreds of feet of Wang Lin completely disappeared from his eyes. The entire world unexpectedly became night. Even the sea of flames that had fallen from the sky when it shattered disappeared. It was as if at this moment, Wang Lin was no longer in the demon spirit land, but in a boundless, independent space. Not only was the sky completely dark, but the sound of waves moving was entering your ears. Even the gray-robed All-Seer and the other 2 avatars were in this endless night. No matter how much their divine senses spread out, they couldn't find a trace of Wang Lin. It was as if Wang Lin had completely merged with the law of the world, and it was impossible to find a single trace of him. The surroundings were completely quiet aside from the sound of the raging waves. It was so real. It was terrifying. Looking ahead, one could vaguely see that they were in a vast and boundless sea. The waves were not raging but slowly rising up and down. The wind blew by, carrying the smell of the sea. All of this made it hard for people to believe it was not real. Master Void's angry roar echoed across the quiet sea. Being unable to find Wang Lin made him go crazy. He continued to attack the sea, setting off powerful waves. The gray-robed All-Seer looked ahead, and a feeling of fear he hadn't felt for countless years appeared. This was a very unfamiliar feeling for him, but he couldn't help but feel it. He vaguely learned something, but the more he learned, the more shocked he became, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Just at this moment, a red light appeared in the distance. The moment the red light appeared, never-before-seen fear appeared in the gray-robed All-Seer's eyes. He recognized it as the power of law, and he couldn't believe Wang Lin possessed it. The gray-robed All-Seer retreated without any hesitation. His scalp was numb, but no matter how much he ran, he was still above the sea. The red glow from the horizon became even brighter, and what appeared before everyone was the fiery red sun. The sun was completely red, and the waves raged below it. At this moment, almost everyone saw an illusion showing that their bodies had dissipated and turned into the endless night sky. Even the crazed Master Void was startled, and he unexpectedly awakened from his confused state. However, his eyes were soon filled with unimaginable horror. Law of origin. When he was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, he comprehended the law of the world and created Sundered Night. Right now, Wang Lin's cultivation level was far above what it was back then, at the peak Nirvana Scryer and only one step away from Nirvana Cleanser. At his current cultivation level, If he were to cast this spell that he could only use during the rare moments the law of origin revealed itself. Not even Wang Lin knew how powerful it would be. The sound of the waves continued to enter the ears of the four people here. This sound seemed to contain a strange rhythm and seemed to contain the law of the world. However, as the sound the waves echoed, the gray-robed all-seer's mouth felt dry. He wasn't the only one. The other two avatars felt the same. In fact, they were even worse off, and fear grew within their hearts at an uncontrollable rate. Master Void had completely awakened when he looked at the bright red sun appearing over the horizon. Although only a small portion of the sun was exposed, the dazzling light was like swords that wanted to tear the night apart. He who was within the night was like part of the night, and would be destroyed with it. This was the power of sundered night. Time seemed to last for forever, but it also felt like it only took an instant for the sun to rise up. The moment the sun went up, an unimaginable force appeared. This was the power of the rising sun that could destroy anything blocking it. It also completely displayed the power of that sliver of law of origin. The dark night was forcibly torn apart. This power was strong enough to reverse the world, shake the heavens, and cause the night to collapse. The shattered night would be blown away and the world would be covered with light. It also contained Wang Lin's monstrous killing intent. It contained Wang Lin's unwillingness that was born after being hunted throughout the Celestial Emperor Cave and becoming a helper to the All-Seer and ancient devil Ta Jia's plan in the end. It also contained the suppressed anger that he had been holding this whole time. Wang Lin's 2 vermilion bird awakenings caused an unimaginable heat to appear. This heat was far stronger than anything Wang Lin's spell could produce. Thanks to the law of origin, Wang Lin's sundered night was able to harvest the moment of intense heat from the rising sun and magnify it to an unimaginable degree. The sun that rose from the sea released unprecedented golden light and incredible heat. It wasn't as simple as just tearing the night apart. It was going to completely crush everything and burn everything to ashes. The first person to face Wang Lin's sundered night was Master Void, who was the closest. The sunlight swept across the earth along with the extreme heat. Master Void was already dying, and his origin soul was dissipating form, failing his first heaven's blight. If not for the seal ancient devil Ta Jia had placed on him, Master Void would have been long dead. At this moment, under the boundless sunlight, the night was torn and Master Void's face turned pale. His body was formed by the first heaven's blight, and at this moment, both of his legs collapsed into mist. However, the mist immediately dissipated without a trace due to the bright sunlight. But the current him couldn't feel pain. The only thing that he felt was the boundless fear and the feeling of disbelief. After his legs collapsed, the ancient devil mark between his eyebrows only lasted a moment before dissipating as well. After it dissipated, Master Void let out a miserable scream and his body dissipated. But he tried to back away. However, this world was very large. Not even the night could escape the power of sundered night, so how could Master Void? No matter how far he retreated, he couldn't escape death. As he retreated, the sunlight rushed forward. Master Void's screams echoed as the sunlight pierced through his body. He vanished with a miserable smile and was filled with despair. Master Void was a powerful peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator with a high status within the Alliance, and he was even the junior brother of Master Xianxia. He was once so famous, yet he couldn't escape the reincarnation cycle, the first heaven's blight, and the consequences of his own ill actions. Master Void disappeared with endless regret and an urge to live. All of this happened in an instant. At the instant the sun rose, Master Void died. Without pausing, the light tore apart the night and swept toward the gray-robed All-Seer and the other 2 All-Seer avatars. At this instant, the gray-robed All-Seer felt the pain of being torn apart from every part of his body. Even his independent origin soul was wrapped in this power. He had never felt this kind of pain before. It was as if every part of his body was being torn to pieces. A powerful sense of life and death crisis filled his heart. He suppressed the fear in his heart and then let out a roar and opened his arms. A monstrous amount of origin energy spread out from his body and turned into endless slaughter energy. This slaughter energy was endless and covered the entire sky. The roar of the slaughter energy tried to suppress the sound of the sea. It also tried to suppress the power of this sundered night that was enough to make him almost lose his wits. Not just him, but the other two All-Seer avatars turned pale and used their own spells. The yellow-robed All-Seer rotated rapidly. His body turned into a storm and he charged into the sky. The sky suddenly changed colors and countless yellow ripples appeared in the darkness. Then the heavenly fate finger came crashing down. The yellow-robed All-Seer was the one that possessed the law of heavenly fate. At this moment, as he roared, the giant finger carried an aura that could make all mortals bow down in worship as it charged at the rising sun. He wanted to destroy this sun. The purple-robed All-Seer's hand formed a seal, and a purple mist appeared behind him. The purple mist rose into the air and fused with the night. Even the purple-robed All-Seer fused with the night. In an instant, there was a hint of purple within the night, and hideous figures walked out one by one. They all looked different, and there were men and women among them. They looked like angry ghosts that had been trapped in hell. The moment they walked out, they let out loud hisses and roars. These people who were the people devoured in the heavenly fate sect over the countless years. However, the moment their spells appeared, they were pierced by the sunlight just like the darkness of the night. The evil figures that came out of the purple night all charged toward the sun. But before the burning sun, they were torn apart. They were like moths rushing into the flame. Some began to burn as they were pierced by the sunlight and were torn apart. It only took a moment for them to dissipate completely. The purple-robed All-Seer was forced out from the night with a twisted expression. His face was pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His pupils shrank violently, and the terror in his heart reached an extreme. As for the heavenly fate finger, it carried powerful momentum as it charged for the sun. However, before it got close, it was swept by the sunlight, and popping sounds came from inside it. It also began burning, and the fire rapidly spread. In just a moment, the finger collapsed just like the night. Law of origin. The origin of all law in the universe. The yellow-robed All-Seer had a pale expression. He felt pain from his body and blood came out from all of his orifices. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and revealed a miserable smile. Then the gray-robed All-Seer's countless slaughter energy charged at the sun like fierce dragons. However, the sunlight caused the stands of cold slaughter energy to dissipate one by one. Even those that didn't dissipate were torn apart by the sun. The gray-robed All-Seer's face was pale, but his eyes were ferocious. He had independent will and knew that if he didn't give it his all, he might die under this spell. Going all out. The gray-robed All-Seer's hand formed a seal and pointed to his body. Popping sounds came from his body and his eyes turned completely red. Then a ray light flew out from his forehead. It was a crimson blood sword. This blood sword was the root of all the slaughter energy he had cultivated and the source of slaughter. The moment the blood sword appeared, the world was enveloped in endless killing intent. The gray-robed All-Seer pointed, and the blood sword charged at the sun like a bolt of thunder. The yellow-robed All-Seer also let out a roar, and his hands spread out as he charged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, his head turned into a thumb. His arm turned into the index and middle fingers. His legs turned into the ring finger and pinky. Then his body turned into the palm. He turned into an unimaginably large palm. This palm was like the heavenly fate finger, only even more powerful, and it contained all the power inside the yellow-robed All-Seer. As this palm charged at the sun, it opened its hand, and it was about to ruthlessly grab it. The purple-robed All-Seer also wiped the blood from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with madness. When he moved, something strange happened. Thousands of shadows appeared behind him. They were like afterimages that he left behind because he was moving too fast. However, every single shadow was different. As the purple-robed All-Seer closed in on the sun, each of the shadows fused with his body. As he got closer to the sun, the purple-robed All-Seer's aura was monstrous. The three of them were already as desperate as trapped beasts. If they couldn't break the spell that was making them lose their wits, they'd have no chance of survival. Just as the three all-seers attacked, a figure appeared in the sun. It was Wang Lin. Wang Lin was the sun, and bursts of golden light came from his body. The sea below revealed the demon spirit land as if everything before them was trapped between real and unreal. As Wang Lin coldly looked at the arrival of those three, he raised his hand and waved. He then calmly said one thing. Sundered night. The moment sundered night came from Wang Lin's mouth. A rumble echoed across the world and the sun rose completely above the ocean. A force that could tear the night surged out without reservation. The endless sunlight swept forward like crazy. The law of origin moved with it and flooded the world. The sundered night was born from the sea. The rapidly moving purple-robed all-seer that had thousands of shadows fused with it came crashing into the sundered night. The endless sunlight and intense heat would destroy everything before it as if it was the dark night. There were no exceptions. Unimaginable pain came from the purple-robed all-seer's body. His arms turned into a mist of blood and dissipated, followed by his legs and a large part of this body. In just a moment, the purple-robed all-seer collapsed. As he collapsed, countless shadows came out of his body. Those shadows all hissed and pounced at Wang Lin inside the sun. However, they were like snowflakes under the sun. They all melted without a trace. The giant palm formed by the yellow-robed all-seer came crashing down. Not even the sun could penetrate the palm, and it came reaching for Wang Lin inside the sun. Wang Lin was still calm, and he sneered even though the palm grabbed a hold of the sun that surrounded his body. However, the moment the palm grabbed the sun, a miserable scream came from the palm. The yang fire that could burn anything swept across the palm, causing it to tremble, and the palm immediately transformed back into the yellow-robed all-seer. The yellow-robed all-seer looked like he was hugging the sun, but in just a few breaths of time, he was on fire, and the only thing left was the remains. The blood sword released by the gray-robed all-seer charged forward, breaking through everything in an act of desperation. It immediately stabbed into the blazing sun. At this instant, a monstrous slaughter energy came out from the blood sword and collided with the intense heat and sunlight from the sun. The gray-robed all-seer let out a roar and his right eye suddenly collapsed. The moment his right eye collapsed, the blood sword's power increased several-fold. The flames wrapped around it were all forced back, and even the sunlight around it was shattered. The impact from the blood sword immediately broke through a majority of the sun and was only 10 feet away from Wang Lin. The gray-robed all-seer let out another roar and then his left eye shattered as well. The blood sword became even more powerful and was able to pierce through the sun. It headed straight for Wang Lin. With the gray-robed all-seer's desperate attack, the night that was torn apart seemed to unexpectedly condense once more. It seemed like it wanted to devour the sun. The blood sword charged through the sun and directly pierced into Wang Lin's chest. However, when it was halfway through his chest, Wang Lin caught the sword with his right hand. He was forced back several steps and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then his head jerked up and he revealed a ferocious expression. Old thing, you almost killed me by making me cultivate the celestial slaughter art. Today, die for me. As Wang Lin roared, the sun around his body unexpectedly exploded and quickly spread out with him as the center. This was the self-destruction of the sun, and the power contained within was unimaginable. It was as if the sky was cracked open and pushed back. The sea began to rage and the ground collapsed. The destructive force in the world reached a terrifying degree when the sun exploded. The gray-robed all-seer was the closest, so he took the brunt of the force. He only had time to form a seal and place his hand before him. He huddled together like a baby before he was swept by this insane power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The remnant night that was beginning to reform collapsed completely. At this moment, the sky and earth disappeared. The only thing that remained was the chaos from the collapse of the blazing sun. However, in just a moment the world disappeared. The sea disappeared, the sun disappeared, and even the shattered sky disappeared. Everything disappeared without a trace, and what appeared before them was the demon spirit land. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. The sky was still red and filled with fire. The vermilion bird cry pierced through the flames and came closer and closer. However, the shocking gazes of everyone on the ground were enough to explain that everything that had just happened was real. The gray-robed all-seer continued to dissipate until he was only a sliver of will. In a flash, he returned back to the all-seer's original body. Sundered Night had killed 3 people. These 3 people were not ordinary people. They were Master Void and 2 of the all-seer's avatars. Even the gray-robed was seriously injured, and only a sliver of his will remained. Ling Tianho trembled. Before, he only dreaded Wang Lin. Even though that giant palm had brought him some fear, it didn't leave him terrified like he was now. He would have never guessed that Wang Lin's spell would become this powerful. What is his cultivation level? This kind of spell is unheard of. The all-seer's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was forced back several steps and his head jerked up to look at Wang Lin. Out of his 3 avatars, 2 were destroyed, and the gray-robed one was now only a sliver of will. This was a rare blow that he hadn't suffered in countless years, and now he was also injured. However, the injuries to his body and origin soul were insignificant compared to his calculations. He had been wrong multiple times with Wang Lin, and it was a serious blow to his confidence. No one noticed, but his body was trembling. He was trembling because of that spell. The all-seer was immediately able to see that it was the law of origin, the origin of all laws. It was not something a cultivator could master, and its power was unimaginable. He destroyed 3 of my avatars. Wang Lin, the biggest mistake I made was accepting you as my disciple and giving you the chance to leave planet Suzaku. The all-seer was gnashing his teeth. He took deep breath before he suppressed the shock in his mind and forced himself to calm down. He wasn't the only one. Situ Nan, Big Head, Master Hollow Wind, and everyone else was also stunned. Master Hollow Wind was slightly less shocked as he had experienced Sundered Night before. His scalp felt numb and fear lingered in his heart. Even Wang Wei and Huan gasped. They looked each other and could see the shock and terror in each other's eyes. Just now, they were also pulled into that illusion, only it was as if they were placed in a separate space. They could only watch but not help. They weren't even the ones that were most shocked by this. It was ancient devil Tajia, who was charging into the sky with his blade, and the Flower Imperial Concubine. The Flower Imperial Concubine looked at Wang Lin with eyes filled with reminiscence and fear. What made her reminisce was how her husband said he would be saved by someone named Wang. What made her feel fear was the law of origin spell Wang Lin had displayed. No one understood the law of origin more than her. Back then, Celestial Emperor Qinglin almost died to the law of origin. In the sealed realm it was called the law of origin, but outside it was called the law of absolute beginning. Ancient devil Tajia's calm mind was shaken for the first time. He felt a terrifying power within that spell. Although it was still weak, once it grows, it will be something even he would have to retreat in fear from. This is the power of the Supreme. Tajia's gaze locked onto Wang Lin, and his pupils shrank. He had a feeling that this person was the last trick Qinglin had prepared for his awakening. In the Cultivation Alliance headquarters, where the life tokens of the important people were kept, one of the 3 purple jade tokens at the top shelf shattered the moment Wang Lin's Sundered Night disappeared. Also, at this moment, the chime of a bell echoed across the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. A portion of the cultivators within the headquarters looked up at where the life tokens were stored. Ever since the war with all heaven started, people died every day, but they weren't important enough to have their life tokens stored at headquarters. The bell that signaled someone's death had only rung a few times, at most only 5 times in a row. With the arrogance of the Cultivation Alliance, they wouldn't care anything about morals. They would launch a large-scale revenge battle. Anyone who dared to kill an important member of the Cultivation Alliance would become the enemy of the entire alliance. The bell echoed 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. When the bell rang 5 times, another portion of the people at the headquarters looked up toward where the life tokens were stored. However, the expressions of all those people changed as the bell didn't stop and continued. 6 times, 7 times, until it rang 8 times. At this instant, all the cultivators inside headquarters stopped what they were doing and looked at where the tokens of the powerful cultivators were stored. Dong. When the bell rang for the 9th time, it caused everyone to gasp and then become filled with terror. The middle-aged man that was still sitting inside the secret room raised his head, and his eyes filled with indignation. His body flickered and surged out like a storm across the headquarters. At this instant, he arrived at where the life tokens were placed, and he looked at Master Void's token before letting out a heaven-shaking roar. The entire Cultivation Alliance seemed to tremble from this roar. Only one person calmly arrived outside the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. He coldly stared ahead with the red light representing the G-realm flashing in his right eye as he walked inside. The moment Sundered Night disappeared and Wang Lin appeared back in the demon spirit land, the endless chaos in the 18th layer of his 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp was pierced open by an unimaginable power, and 3 souls appeared inside. Master Void's soul during his first Heaven's Blight, the purple-robed All-Seer Avatar, and the yellow-robed All-Seer Avatar. The 2 avatars unexpectedly began to fuse in the 18th layer. Wang Lin's face was pale, but he stood extremely straight. At this moment, no one present dared to underestimate him, no matter who they were. Killing 3 people and causing a 4th person to become only a sliver of will was not something an ordinary person could do. Wang Lin's pale face revealed a hideous expression as he coldly looked at the All-Seer and his avatars. The blood sword was still stuck in his chest, trapped inside his flesh. Blood came out of the wound and dyed his clothes red. The All-Seer's 3 great avatars were desperate, but Wang Lin was also desperate. If he wasn't, he would have died. Although Sundered Night consumed no origin energy when it was used at dawn, the enemies Wang Lin faced were too strong. Although he had used no origin energy, his origin soul had weakened greatly. At this moment, the aura in Wang Lin's words was imposing enough to cause the All-Seer to become silent. The surroundings were completely silent, but at this moment that the cries of the vermilion bird above became even more intense. As the vermilion bird cries came closer and closer, Wang Lin's vermilion bird tattoo trembled violently. It flew directly out of Wang Lin's body outside of his control. The white vermilion bird raised its proud head and let out a vermilion bird cry at the sky. The 2 cries intersected, and there was a hint of joy in the cry from Wang Lin's white vermilion bird. The white vermilion bird circled Wang Lin and continued to cry. Then an even more intense sea of flames appeared above the demon spirit land and replaced the world. As the vermilion bird cries echoed, a giant vermilion bird head came out of the sea of flames. The head was so big that it almost occupied the entire sky. The fire from its body seemed to want to dry up the entire land. The moment the vermilion bird head appeared, an unimaginable pressure descended. Master Hollow Wind and them were awakened from their shock and gasped. Situ Nan's eyes opened wide. Even Ling Tianho's pupils shrank when he raised his head. The All-Seer's expression became even more gloomy, and there was a hint of bitterness in it. The vermilion bird's sharp gaze swept the ground until it felt on Wang Lin, and it let out another cry. The huge vermilion bird charged out from the flames. As its body came out, the flames around it rapidly shrank. In just an instant, the vermilion bird's true spirit came out of the sea of flames. The sea of flames became the feathers on its body, and the remaining flames turned into its tail. Only after it charged out and revealed its entire body did everyone realize that this vast sea of flames was part of the vermilion bird's body. The sound of people inhaling echoed. The giant vermilion bird charged directly at Wang Lin. He frowned, but there was enlightenment in his mind. This enlightenment came from the familiar feeling he got from his vermilion bird tattoo. In an instant, the giant vermilion bird closed in. It was going to enter the spot between his eyebrows, but it suddenly changed its mind. The vermilion bird's true spirit turned into a sea of flames and surged into the wound on Wang Lin's chest. At this instant, a sea of flames appeared around Wang Lin, and his body floated into the air due to a mysterious power. His body gave off monstrous flames and his white vermilion bird returned back to his body. Then a crimson-red suit of armor appeared around Wang Lin's body. This crimson-red armor was very beautiful and had the carvings of a white vermilion bird. At this moment, Wang Lin looked extremely dazzling in people's eyes. Even the blood sword in his chest gradually shrank, and it remained inside Wang Lin's body. From the outside, there was not a single trace of it left. His white, flowing hair seemed to complement his red armor, and Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. Even now, he was uncertain of what had happened. However, the indescribable power of flames made Wang Lin feel a sliver of nirvana cleanser cultivation. It was as if he could control all of the flames in the world with a thought. Like the ancient thunder dragon, he had the power to command all of the fire in the world. In the sky, hundreds of people appeared behind the vermilion bird. The 6 in front all gave off powerful pressure. They all had white hair and gave off earth-shattering auras. Nirvana Shatterer. Behind the 6 of them, all of the vermilion bird divine sect members emitted powerful flame auras. When they appeared, their gaze all locked on to Wang Lin. When the 6 elders saw Wang Lin, their faces revealed excitement and shock. What made them excited was that they had come all this way in order to protect the person who had awakened. Now that they saw that Wang Lin was safe, they all let out sighs of relief. However, what shocked them was that although they were outside, the moment the law of origin appeared, they were also pulled into the illusion of the sundered night. After experiencing such a terrifying spell, how could they not be shocked? There was also a trace of dread in that shock. If they were like this, there was no need to mention the hundreds of vermilion bird divine sect members. They all looked at Wang Lin with fanaticism in their eyes. If there were no accidents, this person would be their next divine emperor. One of the 6 elders with 7 vermilion birds embroidered on his clothes immediately shouted, "Protect the person who awakened!" After he shouted, the 6 elders immediately arrived next to Wang Lin. The rest of the vermilion bird divine sect disciples spread out and looked at everyone with killing intent. The white vermilion bird tattoo on the crimson armor and his white hair gave Wang Lin a strange temperament. Although he was fusing with the vermilion bird's true spirit and was filled with powerful fire origin energy, he couldn't hide his pale face. Sundered Night was very powerful, but he only had a tiny grasp of the law of origin. Using it by force had caused him some serious consequences. The effect of this spell was unprecedented due to the law of origin appearing, the vermilion bird's true spirit, Wang Lin's second awakening, and his desperation. All of these caused it to reach a peak. It was something he wouldn't be able to do a second time, and even if he managed, it wouldn't be nearly as powerful. His origin soul was still weak, and there was still the blood sword from the gray-robed All-Seer's desperate attack. Although the part of the sword that was outside his body was gone, the blade was still in his body and had penetrated his origin soul. Even when he breathed, intense pain would come from his chest, making Wang Lin's face even more pale. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had the body of an ancient god, which was extremely resilient, this serious injury would have killed him. However, even with the body of a 5-star ancient god, the pain wouldn't subside. The blood sword in his body contained cold slaughter energy. This slaughter energy was not simple. It was the root of all of gray-robed All-Seer's spells. The intense pain didn't make Wang Lin fall down. Instead, he clenched his teeth and didn't even let out a groan. His gaze went past the people of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect and landed on the All-Seer and ancient devil Tajia. The fire origin energy in his body normally didn't allow him to feel cold. But due to his weakened origin soul, he felt like he was within a world of snow and his body was covered in ice. The old man who shouted before clasped his hands at Wang Lin. "We are the vanguard of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect sent out to find you. Almost my entire Vermilion Bird Divine Sect has been dispatched to ensure your absolute safety." Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. Wang Lin looked at the old man and nodded. Just this simple action made the pain in his chest flare up, but he endured it. Regardless of why the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect had come, Wang Lin would remember their help. However, even though he was surrounded by the members of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, he didn't feel any sense of security. Not far away, ancient devil Tajia's gaze swept over them, and his gaze was extremely strange. the Flower Imperial Concubine, Situ Nan Wang Wei, Hu Wan, and the others all moved toward the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. They drew a clear line between them and the All-Seer and Ancient Devil Tajia. The ones that should come have almost all arrived. Tajia licked his lips. His eyes were red as he stared at Wang Lin, who was surrounded by everyone. He had to kill this person. Earlier, the Ancient Devil didn't care about Wang Lin. Not even Wang Lin's royal bloodline could compare to the heritage of the ancient order he was planning to obtain. However, the shocking changes Wang Lin had gone through and that spell that even shocked him made him pay attention to Wang Lin. In addition, he had a vague feeling that Wang Lin coming here was part of Qing Lin's plan. As a result, unless Tajia killed this person, he would have an uneasy feeling. This feeling was very mysterious, but Tajia felt it very clearly. This Wang Lin has repeatedly broken my plans and had become a variable in the Celestial Emperor Cave. Once he dies, the variable will be gone and all of Qing Lin's plans will be useless. The All-Seer's voice slowly echoed. This made Tajia even more determined. Tajia let out a roar with a bloodthirsty smile and stepped out. The human-like thing also moved with the Ancient Devil. The All-Seer's hands formed a seal and his remaining 5 avatars charged at everyone. As for himself, he waved his hand and his robes moved without any wind. The colors black and white stretched away from his body and shot into the heavens. The black and white colors entangled in the sky to form a strange chaos. Then the All-Seer's left hand formed a seal and he sat down, closed his eyes and began muttering. His voice was very weak and difficult to hear clearly. As he muttered, an ancient void seemed to come out from the chaos. It was as if something was muttering, and it was impossible to hear clearly. However, when everyone heard this, they felt a sense of fear, as if they had met their natural enemy. The pressure that came from the sky caused the earth to rumble loudly. In the blink of an eye, the shaking of the earth reached a limit and thunderous rumbles echoed. Countless cracks suddenly appeared, and as the cracks spread, they began to connect to each other. In almost an instant, the ground within 50 kilometers shattered and rose up into the sky like a giant pillar into the black and white chaos in the air. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. The ground was still trembling, and the area was surrounded by black and white fog, so sight and divine sense weren't able to penetrate it. Ancient Devil Tajia moved very fast and arrived in an instant. The 6 Nirvana Shatterer Elders of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect became serious and quickly rushed out. Their hands formed seals and a sea of flames appeared and swept forward. Tajia sneered and waved the blade in his hand. The blade energy shot forward and pushed back the sea of flames. While being pushed back, the sea of flames was split in half. The All-Seer's avatars also closed in. Wang Wei and Hu Wan clenched their teeth and charged out. The Flower Imperial Concubine let out a sigh and went to deal with them. At the same time, the almost 100 Vermilion Bird Divine Sect disciples didn't need orders. They all sat down in the lotus position. Then their hands formed a seal, and in an instant, all of their origin souls flew out. The moment their origin souls appeared, an intense heat appeared. What shocked Big Head and everyone was that as soon as their origin souls appeared, they all began to fuse. It has to be said that the origin soul was the essence of a person's cultivation. Due to differences in domains, it was impossible to fuse, and if there was fusion, it would be devouring. Unless one had a heaven-defying treasure, 2 origin souls couldn't coexist. Yet these nearly 100 origin souls quickly fused before them and turned into a flame giant hundreds of feet tall. The giant let out a roar and charged at Ancient Devil Tajia. When Wang Lin saw this, his pupils shrank. A hint of curiosity toward the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect arose in his mind. The 6 great Nirvana Shatterer cultivators and the fire giant formed by the origin souls of nearly 100 Vermilion Bird Divine Sect disciples fought Ancient Devil Tajia. Wang Wei, Hu Wan, and the Flower Imperial Concubine fought the All-Seer's 5 avatars. On the side, Master Hollow Wind, Situnan, who was forcibly suppressing his poison, Big Head, and the others used spells to assist. In an instant, the battle became intense. Not only did the Flower Imperial Concubine have to fight the All-Seer's avatar, she also had to deal with that human-like thing. The earth within 50 kilometers rumbled loudly and various spells flashed across the land. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position on the ground. He was seriously injured, and constant pain came from his chest, making his face more pale. However, with the fight going on, he wasn't able to heal and could only devour large amounts of pills to suppress the injuries by force. In the distance, the All-Seer, who was also sitting, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Wang Lin. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky. A roar suddenly came out of the black and white chaos. As the roar continued, a headless person walked out. This headless person had a strong body and held a red spear in his right hand. His entire body gave off a savage aura. The moment he appeared, dense, black mist came from his body and unexpectedly formed a suit of black armor. The headless person silently charged forward toward Wang Lin. They were pretty close to each other, so the headless person closed in an instant. The headless person was like a gust of black wind as he jabbed his spear at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was like an arrow at the end of its flight right now, but it was still not easy to kill him. At the moment of danger, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. His right eye shined blue and the azure light shield appeared before him. There was a bang when the red spear collided with the azure light shield. There were already cracks on the shield, and although it didn't crack more, it was pushed back a few inches. The headless person was forced back 3 steps. The black armor on his body shined brightly and he charged once more. Borrowing the moment the headless person retreated, Wang Lin opened his mouth to spit something out. It was the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. Without hesitation, Wang Lin's right hand reached out into the void and a crystal light appeared in his palm. He ruthlessly threw the crystal light forward, and as it shined before Wang Lin, he shouted, "Magic Arsenal!" After he spoke, the crystal light shined brightly and mournful cries suddenly came from the souls who couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle. They rushed out from the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp and into the specks of light. The specks of light gained power, and a burst of energy spread out. What was terrifying was that Master Void's soul had walked out from the 18th layer of hell. His eyes were bloodshot and he let out a beast-like roar as he charged at the headless person. Every time Wang Lin used Magic Arsenal, he admired by Fan greatly for being able to create such a spell that trapped the souls of the ones you killed for your own use, making it so they were unable to enter the incarnation cycle or dissipate from the world. This spell already defied the heavens and almost stepped on the boundary of replacing the heavens in the act of passing judgment. At this moment, Master Void's soul charged out, and it was covered in killing intent. Even the headless person paled in comparison to the killing intent from Master Void. He had died with lot of resentment, and he was a peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator going through his first heaven's blight. The power of his soul was extremely shocking. After he charged out, he began battling with the headless person. There were also countless souls helping, so it instantly turned the situation around. However, Wang Lin also paid a heavy price. Celestial Emperor by Fan's spell had used the little remaining celestial origin energy Wang Lin had left. If not for esteemed Shen Bao's origin soul to provide more celestial origin energy, Wang Lin would have ran out a long time ago. Even with esteemed Shen Bao's origin soul, Wang Lin was running low on celestial origin energy to continue using these spells. If he couldn't find more celestial origin souls, then once he ran out, he wouldn't be able to use by Fan's spells anymore. He might be able to use Call the Wind, but it would be a lot weaker than with celestial origin energy. In the distance, the All-Seer frowned. He didn't think Wang Lin would still have an ace even now. The All-Seer's eyes became cold and his right hand formed a seal. Then he pointed at the sky. This time, the black and white chaos churned even more, and then the head of a giant python suddenly appeared like lightning. This python had a horn and its scales were black. There were also some vivid tattoos on it, making it look even more ferocious. At this moment, its cold eyes looked at Wang Lin and charged directly at him. It wasn't just the python that charged out. Something else came with it. It was a half-rotten black qilin, and after it appeared, it released a rotting smell. Its eyes released a black glow as it charged at Wang Lin with a roar. After the black qilin, 5 more headless people came out. It was as if there were endless creatures living inside this chaos. These 5 headless people followed closely after the Qilin. They circled Master Void and started to attack. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He wanted to summon the All-Seer avatars that were inside the 18th layer of Hell. However, a thought appeared in his mind as he stared at the All-Seer and sneered. The reason the All-Seer was gradually summoning beasts to attack him was probably to make him summon the 2 All-Seer avatars. Wang Lin didn't care if his guess was right or wrong. It just made him feel uncomfortable to have to summon the souls of the All-Seer's avatars before the All-Seer's true body. With the black python moving like lightning and the fishy smell closing in, Wang Lin closed his eyes. Then the armor on his body released a bright glow and the white vermilion bird flew out. It rushed toward the python, and the roars of the python and the cries of the vermilion bird began to echo. The All-Seer's eyes lit up and he revealed a smile. What he was waiting for aside from the 2 avatars was this vermilion bird. The moment the vermilion bird appeared, the All-Seer stood up and stepped forward. With one step, he closed in on Wang Lin. He ignored Wang Lin and mercilessly reached for the white vermilion bird. My heavenly fate 4 spirit is only missing the vermilion bird spirit. If I can get it today, it will be a joyous occasion. The white vermilion bird let out a hiss and a monstrous flame exploded from its body. However, the All-Seer's large hand pierced the flames and reached for the white vermilion bird. The python dodged the vermilion bird and charged at Wang Lin. The python opened its mouth to devour Wang Lin. At this critical moment, although Wang Lin's face was pale, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows and his weakened origin soul flew out. The moment the ancient thunder dragon origin soul flew out, it let out a roar. Roar. This roar caused Wang Lin's origin soul to become even weaker, but the python coming at him let out a miserable scream. Countless lightning bolts arched across its body, and its eyes filled with fear. It gave up devouring and was going to retreat. Just at this moment, the chaos surrounding this 50-kilometer area began to churn, and the sound of roaring thunder came from outside. Even the All-Seer was shocked by this. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the thunder pierced through the chaos and charged directly at the python. It wasn't just one bolt of thunder, but countless bolts of thunder, and they surrounded the python. Even the All-Seer was surrounded by thunder. As the thunder rumbled, the python let out a miserable cry and its body collapsed. Killing intent flashed across the All-Seer's eyes. He didn't think Wang Lin still had spell like this left. His right hand didn't stop and grabbed the white vermilion bird. At the same time, his left hand rose up and ruthlessly slammed down on Wang Lin. No one can save you. The 6 elders from the Vermilion Bird Divine sect all let out roars and wanted to help, but ancient devil Ta Jia was too strong. The 6 of them were already insufficient, and even with the flame giant, they were still losing. 3 of the elders coughed out blood and looked bleak. They were obviously seriously injured. They weren't far, but it was too difficult for them to save Wang Lin. This palm was the All-Seer's killing move. The moment it fell, Wang Lin's eye flashed blue and the azure light shield appeared. However, the moment it touched the palm, it cracked in 2 and returned back into Wang Lin's right eye. Borrowing the moment the azure light shield had bought him, Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void. At this moment he could no longer care for his injuries. A crack appeared before him and the god-slaying spear appeared. He ruthlessly threw it at the All-Seer's palm. With a bang, the god-slaying spear dissipated into specks of light. It wasn't that the god-slaying spear was too weak, but Wang Lin could only summon an illusion. Adding on the fact that he was seriously injured and couldn't display its full power, it immediately dissipated before the All-Seer's palm. The All-Seer's right hand felt numb, and the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. It wasn't until today that he finally realized how difficult Wang Lin was to kill. However, right now he was determined to kill this child. Although the god-slaying spear had dissipated, it had also bought Wang Lin precious time. Madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he roared, "If you want to kill me, then you must pay the price." As he roared, the third eye appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows and suddenly opened toward the All-Seer. The former teacher and disciple began their second battle, since that time on planet Tianyun. One wanted to kill while the other wanted to struggle to survive. They were like water and fire. They couldn't mix. The moment the third eye opened, a red light flashed out and the little remaining source origin shot out. The red light enveloped the All-Seer's palm and also surrounded the All-Seer. Even someone as strong as the All-Seer couldn't help but tremble, and he cried, "Source origin!" His body rapidly dissipated under the source origin. Behind him, thousands of All-Seers appeared. They seemed to be struggling and were letting out angry roars. It was as if some kind of balance had been disrupted by the source origin. The moment the All-Seer's body was forced to stop, one of the 6 elders of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect revealed a determined madness in his eyes. Their task was to ensure Wang Lin's safety, but Wang Lin was in a life-and-death situation. If Wang Lin died before their eyes, it would be tantamount to them wiping out the hope of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. People that weren't part of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect could never understand the accumulated sorrow and frustration they had experienced for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, the old man let out a bitter smile and his arms opened. Madness filled his eyes as he began to detonate his origin soul. The self-destruction of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. This self-destruction was heaven-shaking and created a destructive aura. This old man was willing to give up everything even though Wang Lin didn't even know his name. However, for the hope of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect, he was willing to choose his own destruction. A thunderous rumble echoed as his body was torn apart. His origin soul carried the unimaginable impact and swept forth. The All-Seer's eyes lit up and his right hand reached toward between his eyebrows. Then 3 marks appeared between his eyebrows. As the All-Seer reached toward between his brows, one of the marks was ripped apart. At this moment, the All-Seer's cultivation level increased like crazy, and this power formed a storm. It blocked Wang Lin's source origin and stopped the impact from the self-destruction of the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Borrowing the self-destruction of the Nirvana Shatterer cultivation, Wang Lin rapidly retreated and finally created some distance between him and the All-Seer. The All-Seer's white hair flowed. His old face became a lot younger after the mark was destroyed. He now looked like a middle-aged man around 50 years old. That aura from his body caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Even ancient devil Tajia's eyes narrowed. It has been almost 20,000 years since I opened this first seal. Wang Lin, you were able to force me to open my first seal and release the full power of the first heaven's blight. I didn't take you as my disciple for nothing. At this moment, an army of more than 10,000 cultivators appeared in the space outside the dust where the demon spirit land was. Leading them was an old man in white filled with celestial spiritual energy. He gave off the aura of a celestial, and behind him were almost 100 celestials. They were the remnants of the Rain celestial realm. This white-robed elder was the celestial lord second only to celestial lord Qingxuang. At the same time, he was an elder of the alliance. His power was just below Master Zhongxian's. On the other side, an illusory figure moved through the stars. Although he looked slow, in reality, he crossed an immeasurable distance with just one step. He was the origin soul of the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. There were 2 more people coming toward the demon spirit land. These 2 people were the old man from the brilliant void realm and Mu Bingmei. There was an extremely strange domain in the star system. It was a boundless domain and was one of the forbidden lands of the Cultivation Alliance. The reason it was strange was that from a distance, it looked like a land of illusions. There were trees piercing through the sky and grass as far as the eyes could see. At a glance, it looked extremely fake. This beautiful jungle that should exist on a planet just floated in boundless space. It also wasn't just a jungle, but a vast forest that seemed to have always existed. Dense wood origin energy filled the star domain. It formed a green mist that shrouded the star domain and lingered for a long time. Any cultivator that got close would find their origin energy stop, and some would even find their origin energy disappear without a trace. Even the Cultivation Alliance dreaded this place, so they made it a forbidden zone. Only a few old monsters that have been around for a long time still had vague memories of this green mist-filled place. Although the memories were vague, they hadn't forgotten. This was the location of the 4 divine sects' Azure Dragon Divine Sect. At this moment, a person slowly appeared in the distance. This person looked middle-aged, and there was a trace of reminiscence and melancholy in his eyes. He looked at the Azure Dragon Divine Sect and let out a sigh. He then raised his right hand and pointed forward. The shadow of a vermilion bird appeared and let out a cry that echoed across the world as it charged into the green mist. A moment later, several figures flew out from the green light. The 3 people that charged out all had white hair and there were traces of time on their faces. Behind them were 6 elders following closely after them. Greetings, Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. After the 9 old men walked out from the green mist and saw the middle-aged man, they revealed looks of respect as they clasped their hands. The Vermilion Bird Awakener has appeared and I need to borrow your Azure Dragon Divine Sect's holy treasure. I also need you all to come with me. The middle-aged man was the origin soul of the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. To ensure nothing would go wrong on this trip, he had already gone to the Black Tortoise Divine Sect and the White Tiger Divine Sect. The Azure Dragon Divine Sect was the last one. The 9 old men from the Azure Dragon Divine Sect looked at each other and didn't hesitate much. One of the 3 elders in front respectfully nodded. We will obey the order of the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. As for what was going on in the Demon Spirit Land, by borrowing the self-destruction of one of the 6 Vermilion Bird Divine Sect elders, Wang Lin was able to get away from the All-Seer. His eyes were completely red and intense pain shot through his heart due to his injuries. In the distance, the 5 remaining elders of the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect were too late to come to help. The 5 of them weren't at peak Nirvana Shatter cultivators. They were mostly in the early and mid stages, and they were already finding it difficult to deal with ancient devil Tajia. If they were distracted for a moment, they would be seriously injured. These 5 elders were surrounded by flames and had magic treasures surrounding them. These were no ordinary treasure either. They were all void treasures stored by the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect for countless years. Although they were not as good as pseudo-Nirvana void treasures, the way the 5 of them used them with the Flame Giant and adding on the Flower Imperial Concubine, who had won over the human-like thing, they were able to confront the ancient devil. However, when the ancient devil used spells, it was obvious they were at a disadvantage. The All-Seer's expression was calm. After tearing the mark from between his eyebrows, he had a powerful aura around him. He slowly approached Wang Lin. To be killed by me while I'm at first heaven's blight, you can laugh in hell. The All-Seer walked 1 step and a storm echoed. Before he even got close, the storm swept Wang Lin. It was as if knives were cutting his body, creating popping sounds, and then Wang Lin was knocked back. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood and revealed a ferocious expression. During his entire cultivation life, if not for his struggling and resilience, he would have already died. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth as he slapped his bag of holding, causing dozens of flying swords to appear. With a roar, he pointed at the All-Seer and they all shot forward. At the same time, Wang Lin took out the 3rd god-slaying war chariot. When the 3rd war chariot appeared, it turned into the butterfly, and with a flap of its wings, Laws appeared. The All-Seer's expression was calm, and his feet didn't stop at all. Facing the dozens of swords, only his mouth moved lightly as if he was chanting a spell. The dozens of swords suddenly paused in the air, and then there was a thunderous rumble. The dozens of sword all shattered into pieces, and the pieces flew at Wang Lin. As the fragments flew back due to some unknown spell casted by the All-Seer, they formed into a dragon. This dragon was covered in sharp blade fragments and charged straight at Wang Lin, but it crashed into the butterfly. The butterfly flapped its wings and crackling sounds came from the dragon. This sound was very harsh. It was like countless metal pieces were rubbing each other. In just a moment, the dragon shattered once more into powder that scattered with the wind. This scene caused Wang Lin's scalp go numb. This was the first time he had been in a situation where he didn't even know what spell the other party had used and he almost died. If not for the fact that he had pulled out the god-slaying war chariot quickly enough, he would have been caught unprepared. The butterfly flapped its wings and invisible wind containing law blew toward the All-Seer. However, the All-Seer's expression didn't change when the butterfly appeared. He just chanted once more. Earth-shattering explosions went off before the butterfly and layers of ripples spread. It caused the butterfly to tremble and show signs of collapse. Wang Lin's expression revealed a deep struggle as his hand formed a seal, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood on the butterfly. He then shouted, "Activate the third seal." The butterfly trembled and flapped its wings once more. Four incomplete petals appeared above the butterfly, and as it flapped its wings, the 4 incomplete petals floated forward. The All-Seer exclaimed slightly as he raised his right hand and waved. Large amounts of fragments appeared in the void before him, as if he had shattered the sky with the wave of his hand. Those fragments all flew toward Wang Lin. The butterfly still had the 4 petals out, but they didn't have time to display their true power before the fragments swept past Wang Lin and it disappeared. And at this moment the All-Seer closed in. He had a calm expression as he raised his right index finger and ruthlessly pointed between to Wang Lin's eyebrows. If this finger landed, even Wang Lin's ancient god body would immediately collapse and his weakened origin soul would instantly disappear. From that day on, there wouldn't be anyone named Wang Lin anymore. The All-Seer's strength was like a giant mountain that stood before Wang Lin. Wang Lin subconsciously felt like he couldn't resist, and even if he did resist, he wouldn't be able to cross this mountain. However, this feeling was suppressed by Wang Lin the moment it appeared. "I'm not willing." Wang Lin's voice echoed across with a roar of madness. As the All-Seer's finger fell, Wang Lin took out a sword sheath from his bag of holding and held it out before him. In an instant, the All-Seer's index finger collided with that sword sheath. There was a heaven-shaking sound and cracks appeared on the sword sheath. Although it didn't shatter, the force threw Wang Lin into the distance. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Wang Lin's vision had blurred and his origin soul was almost ripped asunder. He felt like he was about to fall apart. And at this moment, the only thing holding him together was his unwillingness to surrender and his will to defy the heavens. The All-Seer paused. Although he looked calm during that attack, the rebound force from the sword sheath had shocked him. Killing intent flashed across his eyes as he took a step and seemed to teleported before Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and was about to ruthlessly slam down. Just at this instant, an intense killing intent came from within the depths of the demon spirit land. The ground erupted and a shadow covered in tattoos appeared from below the earth. This shadow was even several times faster than the All-Seer. It quickly closed in like a bolt of thunder, and a gloomy roar echoed through the world. "Anyone who hurts my lord will be Ta Shan's mortal enemy." The moment the All-Seer's palm descended, the shadow threw out a talisman made of animal skin, and it burned into smoke. This smoke made this shadow several times faster, and in a flash, he arrived before Wang Lin to block that palm. A thundering rumble echoed as the person covered in tattoos retreated with Wang Lin in his arms and coughed out blood. A lot of the tattoos on his body collapsed, but he revealed a ferocious expression. The smoke around his body quickly entered his body to heal him, and a portion of it entered Wang Lin's body. Just at this instant, Big Head's miserable scream echoed. His body was destroyed by the All-Seer's avatar and his origin soul was seriously injured. He was about to be destroyed by the All-Seer's avatar. Just at this moment, the seriously injured Lei Ji let out a roar. He was very close, and he rushed out before Big Head and collided with the All-Seer's avatar's attack. Boom! Lei Ji's body collapsed and his origin soul almost dissipated. Master Hollow Wind waved his sleeves and collected Lei Ji's origin soul. However, the price was his chest was pierced through by a sword from one of the All-Seer's avatars. Master Hollow Wind coughed out blood and retreated with a miserable smile. He then closed in on the also seriously injured Tuchen brothers. At this moment, Ta Jia opened his arms and the illusion of a crescent moon appeared behind him. Then, with one moon burial, the void treasures before the 5 elders collapsed. They were blown back and they coughed out blood. The flame giant formed by almost 100 vermilion bird divine sect disciples collapsed under the spell, and the nearly 100 origin souls returned to their bodies. They all coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The All-Seer turned a blind eye to all of this as he stared at the tattoo-covered Tashan and slowly said, "You have been hiding down there for a long time. I thought you weren't going to come out." Tashan silently pondered. He had indeed been hiding down there for a long time. He didn't have to come out for this fight. After all, this had little to do with him. In truth, this was his intention. However, just now, when Wang Lin faced the moment of life and death, he let out a roar. His body seemed to lose control and he charged out. "Tashan!" Wang Lin's expression looked haggard, but his eyes became even more sharp. At this moment, Tashan was helping him stand, and blood was coming out from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, "Let go of me and go help Big Head." His hand clenched the sword sheath as he stared at the All-Seer with monstrous killing intent. He seemed to have reverted back to how he was when he was on planet Suzaku, a fiend with monstrous killing intent. "I, Wang Lin, am a heaven-defying cultivator. Even if I die, I'll die an indomitable spirit. There is nothing to fear in life. It is merely death." The sword sheath in Wang Lin's hand shattered into countless pieces, leaving only the rusty iron sword. Tashan hesitated slightly before silently retreating. He looked at Wang Lin, and for a moment, luster returned to Wang Lin's eyes. Then Tashan suddenly turned around and charged to where Big Head and Master Hollow Wind were. Wang Lin had asked Tashan to leave because he understood that with Tashan's cultivation level, even with the Tattoo Clan Holy Ancestors' inheritance, he still wasn't strong enough to stop the All-Seer. Although Tashan didn't look that injured from taking that blow, Wang Lin knew that Tashan wouldn't be able to withstand a second blow. Holding the iron sword, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He looked at the All-Seer and revealed a hint of bitterness. "Let me call you teacher once more. Without you, I don't know where I would be. Maybe I would have still left planet Suzaku. Maybe I would have chosen a remote place to go into seclusion. This is my struggle for survival. If I die, teacher, please bury me back on planet Suzaku. Even if I can't re-enter the reincarnation cycle, let me be buried in my homeland. Situ and the others don't have anything to do with you. If I die, I hope teacher can let them go." The All-Seer's expression was calm as he looked at Wang Lin. After pondering a bit, he nodded. Wang Lin laughed loudly, and this laugh was filled with arrogance. His body was in pain and his origin soul was fragmenting, but his hands didn't tremble. He held the iron sword and slowly lifted it. "All-Seer!" As Wang Lin shouted, he swung his right hand and all the origin energy in his body entered the iron sword. The sword released a harsh sword hymn and the illusion of a giant sword appeared in the air and swept toward the All-Seer. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The All-Seer didn't move and just calmly looked at Wang Lin. Calmly looked at the sword strikes connecting one after the other. 7 strikes, 8 strikes, 9 strikes. Before one swing dissipated, another swing came. The sword strikes surrounded the All-Seer and replaced all other light. 10 strikes, 11 strikes, until the 19th strike, where Wang Lin coughed out blood and his crimson-red armor dimmed. 20 strikes, 21 strikes, 23 strikes. When Wang Lin reached his limit, the armor around him dissipated into fire origin energy and entered the iron sword. 24th strike. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body and 2 streams of blood flow from his eyes. His expression became even more ferocious as he lifted the iron sword once more. The sword lights around the All-Seer whistled, and in the blink of an eye, the 25th strike formed. The moment the 25th strike appeared, blood sprayed out of Wang Lin's chest and his wound opened. His body trembled, but a powerful will prevented his body from falling. With a miserable smile, Wang Lin lifted the iron sword once more. The 26th strike appeared and swept by the All-Seer. At this moment, the All-Seer was moved. He stared at Wang Lin and pondered. "What you're doing is useless. With my first Heaven's Blight cultivation, you need at least 30 blows with that pseudo-nirvana void treasure to stop me from advancing. Is that so?" Wang Lin's vision was still a blur, but his right hand didn't stop and waved again. The sword light around the all-seer whistled and the 27th strike appeared. Blood came out of Wang Lin's orifices. But he let out a roar and threw the iron sword at the all-seer. It turned into the 28th and 29th strikes. The all-seer shook his head. But at this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul began to collapse on a large scale. Although it hadn't dissipated, he became even weaker. However, he was able to exchange it for even more origin energy. The iron sword erupted with even stronger light. As it circled the all-seer, the 30th strike appeared. This didn't stop. After the 30th strike, the 31st and 32nd strikes appeared as quick as lightning. 33 strikes. Wang Lin let out a startling roar, and large amounts of blood gushed out from his body, forming the last strike, the 33rd strike. These 33 strikes circled the all-seer, and with one final point from Wang Lin, they released a sword energy that could pierce the demon spirit land. It contained monstrous power and killing intent as it charged at the all-seer. The rust from the iron sword fused with the sword light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An impact that shook the heavens appeared around the all-seer. At this moment, everyone stopped their battles and looked over at this unimaginable impact. Even ancient devil Tajia revealed a strange gaze as he looked over. Master! Tashan clenched his fist and his body trembled. Master! Big Head's origin soul stared straight ahead. He felt an indescribable pain fill his origin soul. Little Lin! Situ Nan was battling the all-seer's avatar and was covered in blood. At this moment, he stared at where Wang Lin was with bloodshot eyes. A sword storm appeared where Wang Lin and the all-seer were, and this storm connected to the heavens. The entire demon spirit land trembled violently, the earth collapsed, and the sky changed colors. As thunderous rumbles echoed, the entire sky was torn open, revealing the endless space outside. When the sword storm swept by, the demon spirit land collapsed. As the sky collapsed, endless origin energy rushed in. This fierce impact caused a huge shockwave. After the impact dissipated, the all-seer calmly stood there. In his hand he held a trident that gave off an ancient aura. However, most of his clothes fragmented when the wind blew by. Even a large amount of his hair fragmented and disappeared. Wang Lin's body contained a trace of unwillingness as he slowly fell backward. His body fell from the towering pillar and plummeted toward the collapsing earth. I'm about to visit my mom and dad. As Wang Lin's body fell, his confused eye looked at the torn sky. He could faintly see his father and mother waving as him. They revealed smiles of kindness that he hadn't seen in over 1,000 years. These smiles only existed deep within heart. It was his most precious and cherished memory. Perhaps, this is for the best. Wang Lin smiled, and in his eyes, Li Muin and Wang Ping appeared behind his parents. You guys were waiting for me. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. He muttered to himself while he fell. It's just Situ, Joey. I was unable to fulfill my promise. I'm sorry. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and the moment he closed them, two figures appeared in the sky above the demon spirit land. These two figures were a male and female. The man was the old man from the brilliant void realm and the woman was Mu Bingmei. Mu Bingmei's absolute beauty and endless coldness collapsed the moment she saw Wang Lin's body fall from the pillar. An unknown complex feeling appeared in her mind. At this moment, she lost control of her body and she took a step and shot toward Wang Lin. The old man beside her frowned and let out a sigh. He didn't stop her but looked at everyone in the demon spirit land. Mu Bingmei was like a fluttering butterfly as she arrived next to Wang Lin and held him. Looking at the man so close to her, the complex feelings in her heart couldn't be diluted at all. To be exact, this was the first time she had faced him. Letting out a sigh, Mu Bingmei waved her jade-like hand and a crack appeared before her. A jade bottle containing only one pill flew out. This bottle was made from the best celestial jade and contained numerous restrictions on it to preserve the effect of the medicine. Since the bottle was like this, there was no need to talk about the only pill inside. Mu Bingmei took out the pill and placed it next to Wang Lin's mouth without hesitation. This pill didn't need to be devoured. The moment it touched his lips, it turned into 2 strands of milky white gas and entered his nostrils. "No one in this world can kill you before I do." Mu Bingmei raised her beautiful hand that could cause any cultivator's heart to tremble. She looked at the All-Seer, and her eyes revealed a cold gaze. "Brilliant Void Saintess." The All-Seer's expression immediately became serious. He quickly retreated a few steps while holding the trident, but then his gaze quickly moved toward the old man in the air. "Lu Yundao." The All-Seer frowned and said, "Could it be that your brilliant void realm wants to get involved as well?" The old man looked at the All-Seer and then at the gloomy-looking ancient devil Tajia. When he looked at ancient devil Tajia, there was a hint of remembrance in his gaze. This old man's target is him. The old man let out a sigh and walked toward Tajia. The ancient devil's eyes were filled with devilish flames as he stared at the old man, and they became serious. His right hand grabbed the blade and swung forward as he gloomily said, "It's you. It turns out you didn't die. I should have already died. But Brother Qing Lin saved me. Although our feud was deep, since he saved me once, I owe him. I'll repay that debt with you." As the old man spoke, he walked toward the ancient devil. His expression was calm, as if the ancient devil wasn't worthy of his attention. Tajia let out a roar and a monstrous black mist came from his body. The mist turned into a devilish shadow, and it opened its mouth to try to devour the old man. In the blink of an eye, the ancient devil and the old man were shrouded in a cloud of black mist. The ancient devil's roar came out and thunderous rumble echoed. Mu Bingmei put down Wang Lin and shot straight toward the All-Seer. The All-Seer frowned as he retreated and calmly said, "Brilliant Void Saintess, I don't want to make an enemy out of your brilliant void realm. This Wang Lin has no relationship with you. No one can stop me from killing him. You're not qualified to kill him." Mu Bingmei shook her head as she flew into the air. With a wave of her right hand, illusions appeared. They unexpectedly all looked exactly the same as Mu Bingmei. However, there were only 8 of them. Spirit lock the soul. Refine the heavens for energy. Mu Bingmei's voice was calm, and the moment she finished speaking, the 8 avatars immediately formed seals with their hands. A powerful surge of origin energy gathered. It formed a pillar of origin energy that suddenly came crashing down. The All-Seer's eyes revealed a strange light and he muttered something. The origin energy pillar that descended from the sky began trembling. Mu Bingmei shook her head and softly said, "Your heavenly fate spell is useless against me." As she spoke, her right hand reached at the void and endless origin energy gathered to form a bamboo slip. The moment the bamboo slip opened, a 7-colored light was released. Numerous runes flew out and surrounded Mu Bingmei's body. Although I'm only at the first heaven's blight, none of the origin energy inside the brilliant void can escape my control. If I don't want you to have any origin energy, you can't take even a speck. Mu Bingmei's jade-like hand pointed at the runes around her. The runes suddenly scattered and disappeared within the world. At this instant, all of the origin energy in the entire world changed greatly and gathered toward the origin energy pillar. Mu Bingmei stared at the All-Seer and said, "Seal all of the All-Seer's external origin energy." Although her voice was calm, it contained an unquestionable tone. At this instant, all of the origin energy around the All-Seer separated from him as if it were rejecting him. It dissipated fast and was exhausted in an instant. Only the origin energy inside the All-Seer that was refined wasn't affected. However, this inconceivable spell was far beyond anyone's imagination. Even the All-Seer's expression became gloomy. "I have long heard that within the Brilliant Void realm, the Brilliant Void Saintess has a powerful spell. The title of Brilliant Void Saintess has been passed down for generations since Ancient's time. Even when Celestial still existed, her identity was a match for the Celestial Palace. There were 4 Celestial realms, and each one had a star system below them. Rumor has it that there is one person in each star system that has an inheritance from the ancient celestial realm. Each of the 4 star systems' saintesses control different powers. When I entered the Brilliant Void realm to cultivate, I heard many rumors about the Brilliant Void Saintess. Today I see that those rumors are true. Mu Bingmei didn't speak as she pointed at the origin energy pillar. The pillar rapidly shrank until it was a glittering short sword made of light. Holding the short sword, Mu Bingmei raised her head and moved like a butterfly toward the all-seer. Even until now, she didn't look at Wang Lin a second time. The complex feelings in her heart made it so she didn't know how to face this familiar stranger. No one could understand her mind because even she was still confused. She only knew that she couldn't stand watching Wang Lin die. She couldn't remain indifferent while others tried to kill Wang Lin. There was an even more complex feeling that made her heart very painful. Due to this feeling, she wouldn't allow anyone to kill Wang Lin. This thought had lingered in her heart for a very long time and filled her heart. Many times, she would be awakened from her cultivation due to shock late at night. She would stand alone on the highest mountain of the brilliant void realm and look at the endless void. That painful feeling would make her feel like her heart was bleeding. That idea would make her almost lose control. She had gone through countless years feeling like this. Today, when she saw Wang Lin, that complex feeling and pain brewing in her heart filled her mind. She didn't dare to lower her head to look at Wang Lin, who might still be unconscious. She didn't dare. She only held the short sword and charged at the all-seer with that complex feeling. It felt like that was the only thing that could calm her heart. The all-seer's expression was gloomy. Although he knew a lot about the brilliant void saintess, he didn't think she would be able to seal the world's origin energy. This meant that his heavenly fate spells had no effect on her. The heavenly fate spells were a way of communicating with the world. This communication allowed him to obtain an intangible law to use. He let out a cold snort as he swung his trident. 3 rays of light shot at Mu Bingmei. As rumbles echoed, Wang Lin opened his eyes on the ground. When he saw Mu Bingmei battling the all-seer, his eyes revealed a very complex expression along with a trace of unerasable pain. He didn't think he would actually meet her so quickly, and at a time like this. Whenever Wang Lin thought of Lu Mei, the pain he felt was far more intense than any injury could cause. His heart hurt every time he thought about the bitterness in Wang Ping's body. While pondering, Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position and took a deep breath. He was out of spells, and it seemed he had nothing left to fight against fate with. I still have one more spell. Wang Lin looked at the endless space that had appeared when the sword storm broke the sky of the demon spirit land. The powerful origin energy coming from outside surrounded the demon spirit land. Although the azure light shield was broken in half, it didn't disappear. The life-saving blow of an 8-star ancient god is stored inside. Although I don't know its power, it can't be weak. As Wang Lin pondered, his right eye shined blue. The vague shadow of the azure light shield appeared. However, this azure light shield was split in half and was rapidly fusing with Wang Lin's eye. Even if hadn't fused, the 8-star ancient god spell stored inside could still be used. The requirement was that there was enough ancient god energy. Wang Lin had an idea of dealing with the problem of obtaining ancient god power before. That was to split his avatar and original body, and allow his original body to settle down somewhere to gradually absorb ancient god power with the azure light shield. However, it would take too long. Originally, Wang Lin planned to do this after he left the demon spirit land. However, right now he had to find a shortcut. However, if it was a shortcut, it would come at a price. It was a price Wang Lin would have to pay. Wang Lin looked at Lu Mei battling with the all-seer. His eyes became firm and resolute. I don't need her to save me, and I don't want to owe her anything. While pondering, the 5 ancient god stars suddenly appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows and rotated rapidly. A large amount of ancient god power emerged and entered the azure light shield in his right eye. As the ancient god power entered his right eye, the blue light from his right eye became so bright that it was blinding. The price of using his own ancient god power to fill the azure light shield was very costly for Wang Lin. Although his stars didn't shatter, using all of his ancient god power caused his 5th star to dim and look extremely bleak. However, as long as the ancient god star didn't shatter, it could be restored. However, the azure light shield required too much ancient god power. As the light from Wang Lin's right eye shined brighter, more ancient god power entered his right eye and the 4th star also dimmed. The blue light from Wang Lin's right hand exploded and shrouded the area. Even Mu Bingmei and the All-Seer, who were battling, noticed the strange, blue light. The stars between his eyebrows rotated faster and faster. The third star dimmed, followed by the second star. Finally, the last remaining star also slowly faded. However, at this instant, the blue light from Wang Lin's right eye shot out like a sword into the sky. He looked at the 50-kilometer-wide pillar that had risen into the air due to the All-Seer's spell. The pillar immediately rumbled as it was unable to withstand Wang Lin's gaze and then collapsed.